Thank you all. Just waiting for the message that we are recording. So good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. I'm Mayra Simão from the Institute of International Relations and the BRICS Policy Center here at the Pontifical Catholic University in Rio de Janeiro. I would like to welcome you all to our 5th annual meeting of the Brazilian Network for Research on Peace Operations, REBRAPAZ. This event has been organized in partnership with 2 other institutions. So we are here, us from the BRICS Policy Center, from PUC-Rio, we have Renata from the Instituto Igarapé, and we have Vinicius representing King's College London. So I'm glad to have you all here for this meeting. The topic for this meeting, the topic we choose is uncertain multilateralism, adaptation and renewal. What role for UN peace operations in a changing world? I'll pass first the floor to our coordinator, Eduarda Passarelli Raban, and then I'll talk a little bit very briefly about the program we have for today. Thank you so much. And of course, I cannot forget to thank a lot all the team from the BRICS Policy Center for making this event possible, again online, and hope next year in presence with you in present. Thank you so much. Eduarda, please.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayra. My name is Eduarda Raman, and I'm the coordinator of REBRAPAZ, the Brazilian Research Network on Peace Operations. And on behalf of REBRAPAZ, I'd also like to thank you, to welcome each and all of you to our 5th annual meeting. This is a very special moment for REBRAPAZ. We're celebrating our 5th anniversary. And since the beginning in 2016, our goal has been the same. We aim to produce and disseminate knowledge on peace operations here in Brazil. And we started with 6 partners 5 years ago. And now we have 27 partners, reaching around 70 collaborators. And we are a very heterogeneous network. We have institutions and individuals, women and men, military, police, and civilians from universities, from think tanks, from military academies, from training centers, and even former UN employees. So it's very wide, very broad. And also our partners are all over the country. We have partners in Rio, in São Paulo, in Marília, Belo Horizonte, Brasília, Curitiba, Recife. So really all over Brazil, except from the north, but we are getting there. And since 2020, thanks to this internationalization process, we also have partners in 4 different countries, including one of the hosts today. So it's really a pleasure for me to be here and to take this step forward in our internalization process in doing this first event in English. This is the first time as well. Well, despite our original name and official name, Research Network, we are currently structured around 2 pillars: research, of course, and education and training. So under the pillar research, we do research, we do joint research, integrated research. We publish papers, eventually periodicals or books, small books, and we also organize events like this one, both academic and also policy oriented. And in our education or training pillar, we support our partners' courses by being a teacher or instructor, or by selecting graduate or undergraduate students to be in the audience. And we are also developing, for the next year, we're also developing our own courses. So stay tuned, and perhaps we can see you in one of our future courses. And I invite you all to check our website, www.rebrapaz.com, and also, of course, to follow our activities through social media. And to finalize, I'd just like to challenge you, Brazilians especially, to engage, to produce more on peace operations here in the Global South, even if the conditions are not the best, because they're not. And they're not going to be ideal. They're not going to be perfect. And peacekeeping happens in the Global South. Like the vast majority of the missions are in the Global South. The vast majority of those involved in peacekeeping are in the Global South. And yet we have little influence on decision-making at the strategic level. So this is just to provoke a little bit, like to wake you up. With no further ado, I'd just like to thank you for your presence, and of course to register my gratitude on behalf of REBRAPAZ to all of our colleagues from REBRAPAZ who are participating today as speakers in the audience, and of course our three hosts, Institute of International Relations of PUC-Rio, represented here by Dr. Maíra Simon and by Professor Dr. Maíra Simon and Professor Dr. Ricardo Oliveira, the Igarapé Institute, represented by Dr. Renata Giannini, and King's Brazil Institute, represented by Professor Dr. Vinicius de Carvalho. So thank you all. Thank you, BPC, also for making this possible. I'll now give the microphone back to my colleagues who are the hosts of our 5th annual meeting. So thank you again and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduarda. So I'll pass very fast just to remember you of our agenda for today. So we have this very brief opening table. Before we do, we have our keynote speaker with Professor Severin Otesser. We're gonna have a very small break from 10:45 to 11 Brazilian time, real time. And then we have our first panel entitled Uncertain Multilateralism, Adaptation and Renewal, Brazil and United Nations Peace Operation in a Changing World. This panel will go from until 12, and we're gonna have a small lunch break. And we come back at 1 p.m. real time for the second panel entitled Civil-Military Integration and Increased Effectiveness of Peace Operation. Then again, at 2:30, from 2:30 to 3, we have a small break again, because we all deserve a lot of coffee for this day full of debate. And we have the third and last panel entitled Protection of Civilians and the Normative and Doctrinal Framework of the United Nations. Oh, those panels, I just have to say, they have been organized and chosen based on our working groups in REBRAPAZ, and based on and trying to approach the main topics that we have been discussing over the last few years, having the gender issues, the women, peace and security agenda as a cross-cutting issue from for the three panels. I just want to remind you that we are broadcasted live at BPC Facebook, at the BRICS Policy Center Facebook. And if you have any questions, you might send us a message through the chat or the question and answer, that we will be able to receive them here and answer you. Okay, so I'll pass to Renata, who will talk a bit about our methodology for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Maíra. It's very, very nice to be here today with all of you. It really is an immense pleasure for me and for the Igarapé Institute to be co-hosting this event and be here with you discussing such an important topic in such complex and changing world that, in fact, is requesting more and more from each and every one of us every day. So I am Renata Giannini. I am a program coordinator at the Igarapé Institute. I have worked for many years in issues related to peace operations, but mostly focused on the women, peace and security agenda and women's contribution to peace. So as Maíra mentioned, I would like to share with you a little bit about the methodology that we chose today and why we chose it. So my colleagues have talked a little bit about the topics that we're gonna be discussing today, and I like to say that we are dealing with a classic topic in a not so classic context and moment. So there are renewed challenges to peace operations that go well beyond the conflict between the warring parties. So we have a global health pandemic. We have challenges related to climate change. We have new technologies, and there are many nuances to criminal activities that often, very often impact the context of a peace operation. So for this reason, we decided that this event should try to bring very diverse knowledge from multiple backgrounds. And in order to support this collective knowledge, we decided that we should try a hybrid event. So having more traditional presentations and at the same time having panels that try a more conversational form, bringing about this the best of every speaker's knowledge for, let's say, a guided conversation. So we also decided, as Eduarda mentioned, to have international speakers to share their vast experience and also the specific knowledge from their regions, and bring together with Brazilian experts. So for the first time, this annual meeting is held completely in English for the entire day, and we really hope that that's going to help having to flourish new knowledge here in Brazil and in the Global South as well. So first we will have our keynote speaker, Severino Tesser, whose vast and long experience we will explore through sort of a talk show with another renowned expert on the field and director at my institute, Robert Muga. So together they will discuss Severin's last book, The Front Lines of Peace, an Insider's Guide to Changing the World, through a conversation that will last about 30 minutes. And then we will open up for questions, and you please feel free to ask her anything. The panel one will follow a more traditional approach. So we will have the panelists to present their ideas, followed by a session of questions from the audience. Now, here comes the part that I wanted to tell you a little bit more. For panel 2 and 3, we will try something different. Something different, I mean, it's something that here in Brazil we are not very used to. So we will follow a knowledge café, which is a conversational process that brings a group of people together to share their experiences, learn from each other, build relationships, and make a better sense of a rapidly changing, complex, and less predictable world. So the Knowledge Café aims to bring this to the surface, each of the panelists' main insight and ideas in a much faster way, gaining deeper understanding of a topic and exploring different solutions. So each panelist will answer various questions in not more than 3 minutes. So they should go direct to the point. Let's hope that it's gonna work. But anyway, we're very excited about bringing all of you here today, and I can't wait to have fruitful conversations along the day. Thank you very much for being here. And I would like to, invite my colleague, Vinicius, to speak a little bit more.
Sorry, guys. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Here is Vinicius Carvalho speaking. I would love to be there like with you, talking and opening this event of REBRAPAZ with all you, but unfortunately I am in another mission of work here in Israel right now, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, doing some part of my work at King's College London here. I just would like to send a short message to highlight how important is this meeting for us, because it shows a big step for REBRAPAZ today. I step in the internationalization of REBRAPAZ, and I think it's a benchmark here now to these next steps that REBRAPAZ is taking in order to show to the world more the big work and the great work that's been done academically with Brazilian scholars and dialoguing with international scholars, discussing the future of peacekeeping operation around the world. I'm sure that you have a fantastic day today with lots of good talks. And I will join you later today as well to be one of the discussions with you. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Great. We are really happy that Vinicius was able to send us this small video. And I'll just like to add, since we still have 10 minutes until we start our keynote, I just want to add, since I've checked a bit our audience here, and I can see we have several students, specialists, people from all over Brazil, from abroad, and military, civilians. We have people that have worked at the UN, former UN volunteers. So we have a range of people that are not necessarily working with peacekeeping operations. So this is really good. The fact that we can also understand peace operations not only as a specific object of analysis that tell us about how conflict resolution, how peace and conflict have been approached and at the terrain, at the level of operational debates, and also at the strategic level, and of course academically in terms of research, critical research. But I also like to understand peace operation as an analytical prism, which help us a lot to understand global politics in general. So it's very interesting, the fact that we can, I always say that is the most, peace operations are the most visible face of the UN, but they are also one of the most visible face of the challenges and dilemmas and tensions that we have to deal in terms of international relations, in terms of global politics. So we can also understand peace operation as a microcosm to interrogate several of the questions we have in terms of international security, but much more than this. As Renata mentioned, we are living in a new world with not only with the pandemic, but with several other kinds of developments in terms of technology, environmental challenges, questions related to human rights, to how politics interfere in the way we understand that conflict should be resolved, should be transformed, how we understand peace, how peace can be produced, or how peace, from where we should look for those that are the main stakeholders of this process. So all these debates, that are debates that pervade most of our questions we as international relations scholars, as academics, as specialists, or those that are in NGOs, in the humanitarian sector and in the development sector, those are questions that we are raising those days. So it's very interesting how peacekeeping operations can be also used, let's say, and in a way almost instrumental, as we can say, to look through many of the challenges and to interrogate several other objects beyond peace operations. That's what I like. That's why I like, and I feel happy to keep studying peacekeeping operations, even if they are not maybe at the moment the most hot topic. Even if we are facing several difficulties, a lot of criticism regarding the way we have been doing peace operations. So I just like to add this note, because I'm very happy to see people here that are not, at least as far as I know, totally related to the field of peace operations or specialists. So I feel really glad to have this broad audience for today. And I think this is a message also for all the panels, because we have people from very different backgrounds, and that's a kind of a perspective we should keep. The fact that what they are talking about might not necessarily only help us to understand peace operations, but all kinds of transformations in the field of international security, conflict transformation, etc. So this is my final message. We have 5 minutes. I'll just check. I think we still don't have Rob and Severin with us, right? So what I propose to you, if you don't mind, we just close our camera for 2-3 minutes until they get in the room, and then we keep. I'll pass then to Renata, who will moderate the keynote from today. Okay, so we'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. I'll just close my camera here. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. So I would like very much to continue with our event. Unfortunately, our discussion is a bit late because he had to take his daughter to school this week. But I'm going to start the conversation with our keynote speaker. So I'm very excited and honored to introduce all of you to our keynote speaker, Séverine Autesser. She's an award-winning author, peace builder, and researcher, as well as a professor of political science at Barnard College, Columbia University. She's the author of The Trouble with the Congo, Peace Land, and The Front Lines of Peace, in addition to articles and publications such as Foreign Affairs, international organizations, and the New York Times. She has been involved intimately in the world of international aid for more than 20 years. Séverine has conducted research in 12 different conflict zones, from Colombia to Somalia to Israel and the Palestinian territories. She has worked for Doctors Without Borders in places like Afghanistan and the Congo, and at the United Nations headquarters in the United States. Her research has helped shape the intervention strategies of several United Nations departments, foreign affairs ministries, and non-governmental organizations, as well as numerous philanthropists and activists. She has also been a featured speaker at the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates, the US House of Representatives, and the United Nations Security Council. Séverine, we are very happy to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Renata, for having me, for inviting me, and for stepping up while Rob is getting back to our meeting. It's wonderful to see all of you. So thank you for joining us, and good morning.
Yes, good morning. So just to start, tell us a little bit about your book. Why did you write the book? What did you observe that made you think, I've got to write this?
Well, I thought it's, you know, when you read the news or when you talk to people, when you listen to TV, when you're in conflict zones and you talk to people who work on the ground, it feels like it's always the same story that we hear over and over and over again. There is violence, the United Nations get involved, donors country pledge millions in assistance, warring parties call for ceasefires, they hold elections, they sign agreements, and then in the newspapers, all of a sudden you see headlines that praise peace. And then a week or two later, sometimes just days later, violence flares up again. Sometimes it never actually ended, and in many cases, it lasts for years after. And when I looked at the research on peace building, I thought that most of my colleagues, and actually most of my first two books, focus on what doesn't work, on the problems, on the issues, on the challenges, on the failures. And it's, I mean, I completely agree with people who focus on that, because there are a lot of failures. You know that half of all ongoing wars have already lasted for more than 20 years. We've seen in the past 5 years that wars have spawned the worst refugee crisis since World War II. And again, when you talk with the inhabitants of war-torn countries, you see that they're really, really fed up with the apparent inability of governments, peacekeepers, and international institutions to stem the flood of violence. And I thought, okay, I mean, all of this is really interesting and it's really important, but I think it's time to change the focus. And rather than always thinking about what has gone wrong, because we've written tons of books and articles and reports on that, like rather than looking at what has gone wrong, I was thinking, okay, can we think about what has gone right? And so that was the start of the project.
And what has gone right? I mean, what's your main argument in a nutshell?
Okay, so it turns out that, okay, after 5-10 years of research, what I found is that contrary to what most politicians preach, elections don't build peace, and democracy itself may not be the golden ticket, at least not in the short term. Building peace doesn't require billions in aid or massive international interventions. Instead, and that's the main argument, building peace usually requires giving power to ordinary citizens. So what I've found in the research, you said I've worked in 12 different conflict zones for this project, and what I've found in these places is that usually the successful examples of peace building that we've seen in the past few years, they've all involved innovative grassroots initiatives that were led by local people, sometimes that were supported by foreigners like think tanks or United Nations peacekeepers, other United Nations officials, etc. And often they were using methods that are usually shunned by the international elite. So in the book, rather than focusing on handshakes between presidents and abstract peace agreements and negotiations between governments and rebel leaders, in the front lines of peace, I really detailed the concrete everyday actions that actually make a difference on the ground. And I showed that some of them are bizarre, some are creative, some involve age-old traditions, and some are just common sense. And my book explains that how peace building can actually work so that we can finally improve the lives of the 1.5 billion of people who live under the threat of violence in conflict zones, and also so that we can improve the situations in our own communities, like in the United States or in Paris or in Rio. And I show through all of that, I show that to end violence from war and also to address violent conflicts at home, we have to fundamentally change the way we view and build peace.
That's great. And what I think it was very interesting in your book is that you actually build your argument through stories. So is there one story that encapsulates this argument? What can you tell us about this?
There are so many. Like, how long do I have? Can I tell you a story? It's like, it's a 5-minute story, but it's 8 in the morning in New York. So for people who are like me still waking, okay, I'm seeing signs like, okay, 5-minute story is good. Okay, so my favorite story from the book. So it's a story that takes place in Congo in the midst of, as you know, one of the deadliest conflicts since World War II. And it's a story that starts in 2007. In 2007, a little boy who was named Luca was kidnapped and forced to work for an armed group and for rebels. And Luca was so small at the time that he couldn't even hold a rifle. So his commanders would march him up front and they would use him as a human shield. And somehow Luca survived. And after 3 years with the armed group, the militia commanders released him and they sent him back home to his mother, Justine. But Luca had trouble assimilating. He hated school. He was often hungry because his mom didn't have much money. And he still believed what his commanders had drilled into him, that the only way to survive was to use violence. So Luca kept running away to join militias. The only time he felt safe was when he had a gun in his hands. At the time, he was 8 years old, and it was the only life that he knew. Meanwhile, here in the where I am in the United States, in Washington, D.C., a young Indian American woman named Vijaya Thakur was working for various aid and think tank organizations focused on Congo. And Vijaya was growing very uncomfortable with her work because her colleagues used the top-down approach to peace building, and they relied on outsider skills and expertise. And the result was that they ended up harming the very people that they wanted to help. So for instance, most of them believed that violence in Congo was due to the illegal exploitation of minerals like diamond, gold, coltan. So they spend their time and efforts advocating for new laws on conflict minerals, but the new legislations cost many vulnerable people their jobs, and these people then had to join armed groups in order to survive. So whenever Vijaya traveled to Congo, she started asking ordinary citizens what they believed would lead to peace. And eventually, she decided to try something in the very village where Justin and Luca were living. She partnered with local activists, and with the local activists, they organized lengthy meetings and workshops so that the village residents would develop their own analysis of the conflicts they face and decide what the best responses would be. And the first part of the plan that the villagers came up with was for Vijaya and her fellow activists to give out $40 each to a few village women, including Justine, who used the money to start small businesses like tailoring and donut shop. The businesses took off, and eventually the participants had enough money to implement the second part of their plans. So they installed taps for clean drinking water, and they organized trainings for the teachers to learn how to curb ethnic violence rather than fueling it. And eventually they lobbied local authorities for protection and for better services. So now Luca had 3 meals a day. He had shoes without holes, and he had role models who didn't use violence to survive and to gain power. And like Luca, all of the villagers were safer and they were healthier. And one day Vijaya was talking with Justine, and Justine kept using the word success to refer to the whole initiative. And it was because Luca had turned 13, and for the very first time in his life, he was speaking in the future tense. He had stopped running away all the time, and he was making plans, peaceful plans within his community. He now, and I'm quoting Justine, he wanted to hold a pencil instead of a gun. And if you've seen the cover of my book, you can see now where the cover artist found her inspiration for the cover. And so as for Vijaya, she decided to create the Resolve Network. And this network has used this very approach to help more than 7,000 people over the past 10 years. So all were people at risk of being recruited by armed groups, and more than half of them were former combatants like Luca. And you know that militias have formed and reformed in Congo over the past 10 years. The pressure to remobilize has been enormous. But what's fascinating is that not a single person participating in the Resolve programs has either started or gone back to fighting. And I really love this story because there are huge differences between the way most peace-building organizations work and what Vijaya did. Because to start, Vijaya decided to focus on the grassroots by relying on insiders instead of always working with elites and leaders in capital cities and headquarters. And even more importantly, Vijaya did not come and impose her beliefs, and that way she avoided doing more harm than good. And like so many people before her, Vijaya was humble, respectful, and she put ordinary citizens in the driver's seat. And that's why I think that this story really encapsulates the book.
It's amazing. I mean, it really is about bringing the people to the solution for their own problems. And I think that really is the key of all of it. Now, our discussant has arrived. So Rob is finally here. He was dropping off his daughter at school, so I'm very sorry for the delay. I'm going to now turn to him so that he will continue to talk to you. Rob, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renata, and thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Renata, and great to see you, Séverine. And again, apologies. Really didn't want to miss this. And I think there's a little bit of a mix-up on my agenda, but wonderful to see you. And sorry to come in midway through to this, what is a fabulous conversation already, I can see. I just, as somebody who's been a practitioner and an academic, and I'm speaking about you here, and cross that rare bridge of being able to merge the two with vast experience, sweeping experience in over a dozen countries. I found myself always in your footsteps, having just arrived to a place, but Séverine's already been there, having explored in depth what was happening. And listening to this story of the Congo, which was so evocative and bringing back memories. I'm wondering if you know, in addition to your deep and rich experience in Ituri, which you describe so eloquently in the book, you know, and some of the challenges that you've seen there, which are, I guess, so emblematic of challenges everywhere. If you've got other stories from outside of Congo that you think also would resonate with the audience today, are there other examples of your work that perhaps you could dwell on a bit to illustrate some of these experiences that you were just describing?
Yes, of course. Thanks, Rob. And thank you for the kind things you say about my work. And yes, absolutely. In the book, I have stories from the 12 different conflict zones in which I conducted research. So the stories range from Afghanistan to Congo, obviously, to Israel and the Palestinian territories, South Sudan, Timor-Leste, etc. And I can tell you a story from research, but my favorite story is actually again from Congo. Or I can tell you the story of Somaliland. What do you prefer? Like research story or more intellectual? Let's get into the meat of things story.
Let's get to the meat. Well, tell us a bit about the Somaliland story. I think it's interesting, just given that the Horn these days is so much in the news, and often Somaliland in particular gets neglected. But it's an interesting story.
Right, it's a really interesting story. Especially, I was reading the news about Ethiopia this morning, and I was transiting via Addis just last week, and so it's been one of the places that has been on my mind a lot, given the situation unfolding there. And so, you know that the Horn of Africa, there are a lot of violence, and there is a really interesting contrast between, on the one hand, Somalia, which, as you know, is extremely violent, has been extremely violent for the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years, is currently at the top of the rankings in the world's least desirable categories. So it's the most corrupt country, the second most failed state, etc. And on the other hand, you have this autonomous region in the north of Somalia. So I have a map in the book, in the front lines of peace. So this is the autonomous region in the north of Somalia that is called Somaliland, that went through a devastating independence war with Somalia in the 1990s, in the late 80s and the 1990s, a war that really destroyed nearly 90% of the towns. Some of which still haven't been rebuilt. But for the past 20 years, Somaliland has experienced little violence, very little violence, virtually no terrorism. And it now has a well-functioning state, decent public services like, electricity, water, etc., education, etc., and even some kind of functioning democracy. And I have anecdotes about that. And of course, there are many, many reasons for the difference between Somaliland and Somalia. But I think that one of the key reasons is that the usual top-down, outsiders-led approach has prevailed in the rest of Somalia, while Somaliland benefited from sustained grassroots peace-building initiatives that were led by insiders, by Somalilanders themselves. And the reason why I wanted to talk about Somaliland today, and why I'm glad you asked me to not talk about Congo, is because I have a whole chapter on an island which is called Ijwi in the book. It's an island of peace in Congo, but the Somaliland stories is even more important because it shows that local people can build peace not only on a small scale, like in the village of Justin and Luca that I was telling you about, or in Ijwi Island, on which I focus for the first chapter of the book, but it also shows that local people can help promote peace over a large territory and a quasi-state. The Somaliland territory is as large as Syria or North Korea, and it has a population of 3.5 to 4 million people, depending on the estimate. So it's a population that's larger than Bosnia or Uruguay.
Fascinating. I mean, give us some small. I mean, it's a really interesting example of Somaliland, and it's been around for a long time in terms of the reflections about why is it that this small, sort of quasi-independent statelet at the corner of one of the most challenging parts of the world has managed to persevere. And I remember there was a lot written about the importance of the telco industry, the diaspora, and the livestock trade, which was able to capture as well. I think in addition to a lot of the grassroots and bottom-up peace movements you described. But I wonder, the examples that you provide of the corner of Ituri or Ijwi or even Somaliland are relatively small territories, in the scheme of things, although I think Somaliland gives you a really interesting example of how a country in the face of adversity can still do well. Tell us a bit about how we bring this to scale. Like, how much can the grassroots peace movements really provide that scale that I think is so urgently needed?
Well, I mean, that's why I wanted to tell you the Somaliland story, because yes, when we talk about Ijwi or, my small Congolese island, or when we talk about a village in Congo, or I have a village in Israel and the Palestinian territory that I love. It's called Neve Shalom Wahat al Salam. And I'm butchering the name, but it's written in the book in the proper way. And, I have examples of zones of peace in Colombia, again, small places. But to me, Somaliland really shows that grassroots initiatives can scale up, because again, they've scaled up over the range of over a quasi state. By all intent and purposes, Somaliland is a state. It hasn't been recognized officially, but apart from by a few countries, but otherwise the territory is really large, and the population, we're talking about 4 million people. It's a lot of people. So to me, that's really one of the examples that grassroots peace building can scale up. And they can scale up in the midst of, as you were saying, one of the most violent and one of the places in the world. When you think about Somalia, very often I read, it's one of these conflicts that will never end, etc. And the people of Somaliland show us that these kind of conflicts can end.
Yeah. All right, let's shift gears a little bit. I love the way that your work continuously peppers the deeper theory with anecdotes, with stories, not just of the strife, right? Not just of the challenges, which I think we can dwell on, but also some of the moments of beauty, and some of the moments of empathy, and some of the moments of enlightenment that you come across with people that you meet. And I think showing those bits of those pieces, those fragments, I think is so important. But I think, I want to shift gears a little bit to some of your earlier work as well, which resonates in your latest book, which is around sort of the industry of peace, as it were, the industry of peace building, the industry of peace management, the industry of peacekeeping, peace support, all of those peace things. And there's been a strong body of work that suggests that actually it's been credited with some really important wins. Notably, we haven't had a return to great geopolitical warfare yet. We haven't had a nuclear strike yet. We've actually seen the intensity and ferocity of many conflicts actually diminish relative, even though we've seen an uptick in conflicts in the last couple of years. And so it is credited, this industry, as it were, with rightly or wrongly, I want you to get into it, with having some positive outcomes. But there's also a big industry of criticism of the peacekeeping project. And I think you've been quite an empirically minded, in an empirical way, quite critical of many of the conventional approaches to how the UN and international organizations and regional organizations adopt their approach to addressing questions of war and peace. What you describe, I think, is eloquently, and now is you coined, is this concept of the Peace Inc. or Peace Incorporated. Tell us a bit about that. Like, tell us a bit about your journey into challenging some of the conventional wisdoms, those tropes of the peace building world, and how it is that you've come to be one of the leading proponents of the kind of a more critical and bottom-up approach.
Well, yeah, so that was my previous 2 books, focusing on failures, focusing on issues, focusing on challenges. And that's also, as you remember, it's the middle part of the book, the chapter 3 and 4, where I talk about all of the issues with what I call Peace Inc. So just to be very broad, in just to summarize, to me, the conventional approach to peace building suffers from a lot of limitations. And I completely agree with you, Rob. I mean, it has had an important influence. And I'm not saying that, we should get rid of the top-down approach, the Peace Inc. approach. I'm not saying that we should, just stop any kind of United Nations peace operation and diplomatic and donor involvements. I'm just saying that they could do so much better with all of the time and the resources and the influence and the symbolic influence that they have, and the actual very practical material influence that they have. They could do so much better. because to me, there are huge limitations with the conventional way to build peace, so which I call Peace Inc., and which, as we were saying, which relies on governments, elites, and foreign peace builders, and usually excludes ordinary citizens and local people. So the Peace Inc. Conventional approach to peace building, to me, it relies on a lot of misleading and detrimental assumptions. And I have a list at a point in the book. I think I have 12 or 15 key assumptions. And these assumptions are things like the idea that only top-down intervention can end armed violence. So, only by working with governments, with elites, we can end armed violence. The idea that all good things come together. So, and it's something that you and Roland Paris and Oliver Richmond and like so many people have looked at. The idea that we arrive and we try to promote a package deal. And we think that democracy is going to promote human rights, which is going to promote peace and gender equality and good governance and everything at the same time. And that elections will naturally lead to peace. And there has been so much research by so many researchers, including many of them on this call, showing that elections actually don't promote peace. There are the other assumption, which really bothered me, and which was one of the assumptions at the center of my previous book, Peaceland, which is the idea that only outsiders have the required skills and expertise to build peace. So if you want, I can tell you a story about that, because you were asking from story, not from Congo. And I saw, when I was offering to tell stories earlier, people were nodding and being like, yeah. So do you want a story?
Tell a story.
Yeah,
We like stories.
Story times. So that's the way, and it gets to the question you were asking: how did I get to be so critical of the top-down approach to peace building? So I'll tell you the story of how my own career in international aid got started. So it started when I was 22, fresh out of graduate school. I got my very first job as very first job of my life, proper full-time job, as assistant country director for Médecins du Monde, Doctors of the World, Médicos Sin Fronteras, actually, Doctors of the World France, in Kosovo. So at the time, I didn't speak Albanian or Serbo-Croatian. I had virtually no knowledge of Kosovo history, politics, and culture. I remember I started reading my very first book about the Balkans on the flight there, but I was coming from Paris, so it was a 2-3 hour flight. It was way too short. I never finished that book. But I got the job because I spoke decent English. I had 2 fancy master's degrees from prestigious universities, and I had a solid training in political analysis. And in hindsight, I feel really terrible when I think about my Kosovo assistant at the time. His name was Nerim. So my job was to analyze the political, security, humanitarian situation in Kosovo and write reports for my supervisors. But it was Nerim who had the skills and the expertise that I lacked and that we needed to do the job. Nerim had 20 years experience analyzing political and social issues. He had a tremendous knowledge of the Balkans' history, politics, and culture, and he had lived in Kosovo all his life. He was also much older and much wiser than I was, but I was the outsider, and so by definition, I was in charge. And the thing is that I had never supervised anyone in my life before. I was 23. So I had no idea how to deal with him. And eventually I found a way to keep him busy. I asked him to compile and translate clippings from the local press. And I can still see him every morning. He would religiously post his work on our bulletin board, and none of my colleagues ever read it. And even I often didn't have the time to do so. So that was such a waste of time, of energy and talent. And I realized afterwards, when I was doing my PhD and then working on my first book and then working on my Peaceland book, that it was not a stroke of good luck for me and bad luck for Nerim, but that was a typical situation for foreign peace builders. because most foreign peace builders believe that local people do not have what it takes to build peace, that they are incompetent, corrupt, and violent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at war. And by contrast, many foreigners believe that they have the required skills and expertise. And that's why in most aid and peace building organizations, local people, foreigners make the management positions and local people make the lower level staff. And the local people and the foreigners often have no understanding and no knowledge of local histories, politics, and customs, like just I had none in Kosovo. And they often even don't speak the local languages, just like I did not in Kosovo. And what I show in my first book and in my Peaceland book is that the consequences are often quite disastrous because well-meaning international efforts have actually increased violence in places ranging from Afghanistan to Congo.
A really important observation. I think one that a lot of people, I think, in the field have felt, either sort of instinctively or indirectly, that there is a kind of a neo-colonial, I mean, to put it that way, or certainly a paternalistic project here, with an emphasis, as you say, on outsider knowledge. And yet, there's this enormous dependence on the intuition, expertise, experience of the insider. And I think it's probably aggravated in the humanitarian development sectors by this institutional focus on delivery and not so much on reflection. But I think what you bring to mind is something I remember learning as a young student from people like Robert Chambers and others in the whole participatory movement about the importance of humility, of local knowledge, of empathy, of listening. And yet, in spite of all of this, you come out with a set of reflections that foreigners, outsiders, still have a role. And so you're playing with this sort of sense of anxiety about the over-reliance on the outsider, and yet you also conclude that the foreigner has a role. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, I do see a role for outsiders because actually it's something that I learned from talking with local activists, with grassroots activists, with ordinary citizens on the ground. Because the first draft of my Peaceland book, I was saying, well, we should get out. Outsiders have no role. We're making the situation worse. And I presented the draft to local peace builders, like at a meeting, and they were in Africa, and there were people from Somalia, from Sudan, from Congo, etc. And they agreed with the criticisms I had of outsiders, the nearly neo-colonialist or paternalistic approach, what I label Peace Inc. now. But I got a lot of pushback when I was saying, okay, we should just get out. And local activists and ordinary citizens kept telling me, no, there is a role for outsiders. We just need them to change the way they interact with us. And so that was one of the things that I wanted to look at for my new book, for the front lines of peace. I was like, okay, so what are the things that work? Like, who are the outsiders who get things right? What can we learn from them? And how many are there? Are they just like 2 people in different parts of the world, or do we find a lot of people who actually manage to make things better? And the thing that that helped a lot with my mental health and with my positivity is that I found people like Vijaya, role models all over the world. In every single countries I've researched, I've found wonderful grassroots activists and ordinary people who really help build peace. But I've also found foreigners who have adopted original out-of-the-box approaches and who've managed to make a difference both at the highest level, so talking with governments, with elites, with at the really highest level, but also on the ground. And I talk a lot about these people in the book because they're the heroes, along with the grassroots peace builders and the local activists. They're really the heroes of my book. The subtitle is An Insider's Guide to Changing the World. They are the insiders. My role models and my local activists, they are the insiders who are changing the world. And the thing is that I found them within many different organizations, working in many different countries. And I've, in one of the last chapters of the book, I show that they have a lot of differences, but they have also a few things in common. And there are things that we can learn from, and that we can emulate, and that all of us can follow. You know, there are role models we can follow in our daily lives to build peace in our own communities, but also that we can follow if we want to work as peace builders in conflict zones.
We're going to jump into a couple of questions, because I know that there's some people here on this call who there's already at least one question here that people want to ask. But before we do, and I want to invite people to throw their questions into the chat room so that we can get Séverine also reacting to that. Can you give us sort of your top 3 or 4 takeaway practices from these inspiring people that you've been working with? Because I think on this call, we've got a bunch of folks either who are well-established academics and are doing their bit in their own communities and through their writing, but we've also got, I think, some younger students who are looking to become insiders/outsiders, and I think would benefit from some of those experiences. So give us a sort of top sort of 3, 4, 5 of those practices that really excite you, and then we'll jump into some questions.
Okay, so I have a diagram actually in the book. I think it's in chapter 6, where like a guy with a thought bubble, and that's the encapsulation of the top. I think I have top 6. So if you look at the model peace builders, the things that they have in common. First, they don't think that as outsiders they know better, that they have the right theories, skills, and expertise, or that they bring the ideal solutions to people's problems. But instead, they respect local residents. They listen, as you were saying, they listen, and they're open-minded. They understand that other people may have a different understanding of peace, democracy, development, and different priorities. They also know the local context well. And that's something that's really important for younger students who are still at school, like, you know, learning local languages, because my model peace builders, they speak local languages and they have extensive local networks, and they really understand the local cultures and societies. So taking classes to really understand the country and the context you want to work in. My model peace builders, they stay on site for years, sometimes decades. So again, you know, something for young peace builders who want to get involved. Don't think that you're going to have the career that I had and that many of the other people had, like, you know, jumping from one place to another every 6 months. It's fun as a tourist, but to really have an impact on the ground, the longer you stay in a place, the better you understand the place. Obviously, the larger your network and the more influence you have, and it takes a lot of time to build trust with ordinary people and local community, which goes back to the reason why I keep talking about Congo and going back there, because now I've been involved there for on and off for 20 years. So I've had the time to develop relationships that I haven't had time to develop in other parts of the world. Mm-hmm. And they're flexible also. They keep adapting their strategies based on the results and feedback that they get and the way the situation evolves. Oh, something important for anybody. The model peace builders, they don't place themselves at the forefront of peace efforts, and they don't put their logos everywhere, but instead they remain low profile and they turn the spotlight on the achievements of their local partners. So local staff, ordinary people, grassroots activists. Super,
super useful. And all good life lessons, I think, generally. Listen, Séverine, you've got a fellow peace inker here in Enrique Garbino. And his question to you, just going back to Somaliland, was, you know, in your estimation, it's more or less succeeded, you know, in relative terms, despite, or maybe in spite of limited humanitarian development, intervention, frankly, limited attention. It's one of those places that just doesn't really get on the radar. What does this say, Enrique's asking, about the kind of broader enterprise of foreign intervention, you know, writ large? I don't think he means interference, but certainly in terms of aid engagement. What are your kind of reflections? Does this confirm the thesis? I think you're probably going to say yes, but explain why.
No, and Enrique, that's a really, really important question. And that's something I looked at in Somaliland, because, I mean, Rob, it doesn't confirm the thesis, rather than it was one of the main things that I used to design the main claims of the book and the thesis, because as Enrique says, there has been very limited foreign involvement in Somaliland, but not as limited as what I thought when I arrived, and not as limited as what I thought when I was talking with Somalilanders. When I talked to Somalilanders, they were always like, oh, you know, the foreigners, they did nothing, they're not involved, we did everything on our own, it's Somalilanders, you know, we've done everything by ourselves, it's, you know, local. And then when I started looking at the foreign involvement, I realized that there was foreign involvement, and there was a lot of foreign involvement. But what's really interesting is that it was foreign involvement on Somalilanders' terms. So what happened is that because Somaliland is not a sovereign country, the United Nations, the diplomats, the donors, they couldn't use the traditional peace inc approach. They couldn't. They tried to interact with elites based in Mogadishu, in the capital city, but the problem is that it's not the elites based in Mogadishu who run the show in Somaliland. They have virtually no influence on Somaliland. So the Peace Inc. people, the donors, the diplomats, they had to find a different way to work with Somalilanders. And they ended up having to work in support of Somalilanders. So rather than running the show, they had to let Somalilanders run the show and to act in support. And Somaliland elites were fantastic in also like really making sure that their priorities and their way of working would still prevail, you know, no matter what kind of support they got. So the Somalilanders, they set the agenda for the peace meeting. They set this timeline. So instead of having, you know, these very short and quick conferences like they have for Somalia, they had long, drawn out, months-long, year-long conferences that involved a lot of people sitting under a tree, etc., and using really all of the local traditions, the local cultures. And to me, that's one of the things that helped me think about, you know, what can be the kind of foreign intervention that actually helps, because when I went back to my Somalilanders contact and I was like, okay, you told me that the foreigners were not involved, but I saw this and that and that and that. So, you know, what do you think? And they were like, yes, but they did what we asked them to do. So I'm sure there were tensions. I'm sure, you know, there were disagreements, and it was not, you know, all of bed of roses. But the sense I got was that Somalilanders really ran the show, and foreigners were acting in support. They were humble. They didn't impose their beliefs. And that's one of the reasons why support to Somaliland peace process has been much more successful than support to Somalia's peace process.
Super, super interesting. Séverine, we're running out of time, but I've got one last question I want to squeak in before we close, because I know that we want to close on time for the other panelists as well. And it's from Ricardo Oliveira dos Santos, who's also going to be a speaker. And he's wondering a little bit more about, given the challenges or setbacks faced by the UN peace operations as a whole, you know, and the wave of studies and efforts that have been undertaken over the last decade and a half or so to rethink the existing model. I mean, think about the multi-generational move in peacekeeping and the move towards more multi-dimensional peacekeeping. Do you think, or do you see some changes in the field when it comes to more sustainable, more horizontal forms of peace building? This is sort of his question. So what, you know, so we know that there are these challenges out there. We know that there are better ways of working. Are we seeing evidence of that happening? Is the voice of folks like you and others breaking through? And are you sort of encouraged by what you see, or do you feel we're just not going far enough?
So thank you, Robin, and thanks, Ricardo. Yes and no. So I'm encouraged in the sense that we've seen a change in discourse, and we've seen a change in academic focus, but we haven't seen a change in practice. What I mean is that we're talking the talk, but we're not walking the walk. When you look at policy discourse, you know, United Nations reports, when you look at everything that we write, everything is about the main things that we've discussed, you know, resolving conflict from the bottom up and putting insiders in the driver's seat. So we know that it matters. And I think that there is a consensus, or at least an emerging consensus in policy circles, that yes, you know, this is the way to go. But now when you look at whether it has already been translated into practice on the ground. And I was in Congo, I'm just back from Congo, and Peace Inc. still runs the show. And you asked me for, I mean, I have tons of examples about Congo, but I have tons of examples from other places. For instance, a couple of months ago, I was doing the same kind of virtual event for peace builders based in Ukraine, and same kind of big conference with policymakers and practitioners from all over Ukraine. And the organizer, when she wrapped up the thing, she was like, "Yeah, no, I completely agree. We're talking the talk, but not walking the walk." And she said, in Ukraine, when the war started, we had the feeling that the entire world has descended on us. And she said, we have 2,000 non-governmental organizations, international organizations, donors, etc. We have 2,000 of them in Ukraine right now. And of these 2,000, she said, I can think of 2 of them that are actually putting people in the driver's seat and really like walking the walk. All of the others, they do tell us that it's important to use local knowledge and to build on insiders, etc. But they continue to impose their ideas, to work with elites, and so on and so forth. And I have examples, like now I've done this kind of virtual talks from people from like a lot of different places. And unfortunately, like I really, really believe that, and what I've seen in Congo is that we're still using way too much the outsiders-led Peace Inc. approach, although we know that that's not the way to go, and that we should change things. And that's why I wrote The Front Lines of Peace. It's because I was thinking when I was asking people on the ground, and I was telling them, so why do we continue to do what we know doesn't work? And they were telling me, well, we don't have a credible alternative. We just don't have a good sense of how we can do differently. And I thought, okay, if I can show you models of people who were in the same kind of organizations, the same kind of situations, the same kind of country, the same kind of jobs, and show you how concretely they did things, maybe it's going to help. Maybe it's going to give you ideas that you can use in your own work. So that's why I hope that The Front Lines of Peace is going to help us walk the walk rather than just talk the talk.
Thank you, Séverine. Thank you, Ricardo, for that question. So I guess, in summary, there's been a move on rhetoric, but not so much in practice. We're still not walking the talk. And I think you brought some great examples of that. I suppose the good news, we're going to end here, but the good news is that there is a chance to shape the debate further in the coming years. As part of his common agenda, the Secretary General has called for actually a new agenda for peace, a new agenda for peace, decades after the first one. And he's made a couple of very explicit recommendations in terms of focusing on strategic risks, working from the bottom up, strengthening foresight, addressing multiple forms of violence, investing in prevention and peace building, supporting regional and distributed approaches, putting women and girls at the center. So I think there is an opportunity for the coming years to bring, I think, the kind of reflections that you and others are really advocating for. But let me just thank you, Séverine, personally, and on behalf of this group for shining a light on many of those parts of the world that are still too often left in the shadows, and bringing a kind of passion, empathy, and a handing over of the stick, as it were, and giving a voice and platform to many of those who are often excluded from these discussions. You've been spreading the gospel, and you've got another chance to do so today, because there is a raffle for 3 of your books. And I'm going to ask you, on behalf of the organizers, if you could randomly select, there will be no cognitive testing of this. There's no additional interpretation that will be coming from your answers here. But if you could randomly select a number, 3 numbers for between 1 and 117, and the number on which you land will be somebody who's participating in this event, and who will receive a copy of your book. So give me your first number, Séverine. I don't want to make this sound like bingo or something. But...
Okay, 72.
72. All right.
Yay.
Lucky contestant 72 will be approached after this call and will be provided a copy. Another number. Give us one more.
27.
27. A lot of sevens. Give us one more.
6.
6. All right. She didn't go into the triple figures. So there you go. The book's going to be sent out to those folks. And all that remains for me to say is thanks again to the organizers for this, and to you, Séverine, for sharing this fascinating work. Mayra,
May
tell
I
me.
just add that we're gonna have a book for the library here. I'll buy the book for the library too at PUC. So this is good.
All right.
I can tell students now that we will have the book in the library in some weeks.
Wonderful. So for those who did not find themselves on Séverine's magical, 3 numbers, there will be a copy that you can get, a physical copy from the library in PUC, and I'm sure it'll be a hot item. So there you go. Thanks so much again, Séverine. Thanks to the team at REBRAPAZ for putting this together, and good luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Thank you so much for inviting me, and enjoy the rest of the day today.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, this was great. So I'll pass to Eduarda, who will moderate our first. Now, first we have a small break, guys. I'm so sorry for this. I completely forgot. We have, in fact, the panel was planned for 11. Should we start 11:05 and have a 10 minutes break? Okay, so this is great. So we see you at 11:05 for our first panel, and then Eduarda will be leading the conversation. Thank you.
I showed up just in time for the break. I can't get
Excellent,
connected
Kai.
today.
No, great to see you here, Kai. Thank you for coming.
I have a
Thank you,
new,
Séverine. It was amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your time and for your inspiration. You're a great source of inspiration for many of us.
You're very kind. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. And I was so glad as well to see so many people I know on this call. It's great, at least to see you all virtually, and I hope that we'll all get to see each other safely in person soon. Have a wonderful rest of the conference. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Don't have a presentation to share. Thank you. Kai, the floor is yours.
thanks very much, Eduarda. It's a pleasure to be here in REBRAPAZ. First time participating in an event here, and I want to thank also Mayra and Ricardo and Eduarda for organizing everything for this important event that brings together sort of academic and military and civilian analysts here. So I thought both to kick off perhaps the seminar and this panel itself, it would be useful to try to provide a background for our discussion in terms of looking briefly at what kind of the basic global trends are in which peacekeeping operations are inserted now, and some of the UN context and in which they're operating and evolving. And then try and tie that in a very basic way back into some of the effects on back here in Brazil, although I'll leave that obviously in a more detailed fashion for my colleagues from Itamaraty and from the Army. That's a little bit hard to do in 10 minutes, but I'll do my best, and I'll do so in 3 stages. So the first stage will be talking about some of the global conditions, the changes in global conditions. The second will be changes in peacekeeping operations themselves, and the third will be to sketch out some of those effects on Brazil. So the first kind of global condition we have to look at to see how peace operations, what's the context in which they're operating politically and strategically, is the return of great power rivalry, right? So not only does this have an effect on what can be dispatched in the Security Council, particularly the US and China, but it also kind of marks two effects. The first one is there's a kind of a rediscovery of peace operations as a tool by the great powers, which means we have, put it mildly, sort of more of a recrudescence of their interests in mandates, right? There are more kind of great power P5 interests coming back into mandates, perhaps at the expense of some of the normative acquis that we have in DPKO and UN agencies themselves. And the second one is the return of state sovereignty in kind of a very state-based or sort of a very territory-based definition, right? So what this does is it makes polarity more important in the system. It makes the idea of fragmentation in the system more important, right? And what it does is it essentially closes the space for liberal peace building. And I'll explain why that is, right? We have kind of a scissors opening in a different way. But what happens essentially as we rediscover geopolitics, as we rediscover sovereignty, at the end of the day, in terms of making mandates, determining what missions will do, is the UN is a club of sovereign states at the end of the day, right? It may have other norms to bring in, but what it does is it makes a state-centric focus become the lowest common denominator for how these mandates will be determined. The second issue is the economic downturn we're facing. We're facing, years of shrinking budgets. We're trying to recover from the Trump administration and kind of the lack of basic backup from the UN's largest actor. And we're also facing a very difficult context, if we're very honest, for peace operations themselves in the minute. They failed to deal with Ukraine, with Yemen, with Afghanistan, with Cameroon, with Myanmar. They've had massive problems in places where they have deployed missions like Southern Sudan, Mali, CAR, and Burundi. So we're facing a kind of a crisis of effectiveness, as it were, as well. Now, UN, what we see is sort of again and again, even despite failures in the 90s, failures now, UN peacekeeping as a practice, it has been resilient, right, as a conflict resolution practice. But basically, my fear is that as we move towards stabilization, as we move toward more of a great power focus, we're denaturing what gives UN peace operations their specificity, right? And turning them more into other types of missions that can be run out of other organizations or coalitions as well. And that, to me, is a kind of a distressing development in terms of the future of multilateralism, as it were. Then we have a third factor, which is the fact that conflict itself in the places where the UN has been deploying has been kind of increasingly bleeding into other factors, bleeding into other forms of contestation or other types of conflict, as it were. So transnational organized crime, resource competition, jihadism, kind of generalized human rights violations have all given the UN the kind of the need to deal with the larger context around an armed conflict as well, which is another aspect that moves us further into how the UN has actually reacted through A4P and other places, which is to look with put greater weight on a political focus, which again also clashes with the move to stabilization. And then we have other factors like increased use of technology, which has changed the way we've deployed peace operations in the field. It can increase at the end of the day, if we look at internet access, for example, it can at the end of the day, if done well, increase local populations access, increase the participation of locals in mission planning, for example. We have climate change, which has affected missions, particularly in the Sahel. And we have a phenomenon of urbanization. These are all not my insights, but insights from the literature from people like Jarik van der Leyen, Cedric de Koning, Paul Williams, Matea Peter, and others, right? And this urbanization is interesting because as we deploy, if we look back towards how peace operations have deployed in a lot of places in the past, the types of military units we have to use are designed to cover a large area, or they have been in the past. And now we need increasingly to look at an urban context, and it requires us to train troops differently, to send in different types of units, right? And so MINUSTA in Port-au-Prince was a kind of a blueprint for that in a way. But at the end of the day, what am I saying? I'm saying there is a scissors opening where on the one hand, we have the UN increasingly investing in stabilization missions, right? Kind of militarized, state-centric missions that have given up their impartiality, as it were. And this is a doctrine based not on the UN, but on sort of NATO doctrine, counterterrorism doctrine, counterinsurgency doctrine. And on the other side of these scissors, we have special political missions, so light footprint missions, right? And if we look at that very closely, that means we're abandoning in the middle liberal peace building, right? And liberal peace building in the past has been what Brazil has been particularly good at. It's where, for example, also gender is located, right, in terms of the policy agenda. So we have a kind of an interest in that not being abandoned completely. So you know, stable or peace building, as it were, it's a little bit like the Cold War in a sense, right? Like it's terrible while we're in it, everyone's criticizing it, but then when it ends, we are kind of nostalgic for it because it had a kind of a clear outcome. It had a not the Cold War now, but peace building obviously had a human referent object with all of its problems. It was focused on human well-being, right? And stabilization is not, right? And that creates a problem. So we have, in terms of peacekeeping operations, A4P, the Hippo report, calling more for prevention, calling more for the primacy of politics, right? And ultimately, that is at direct loggerheads with this great power-driven move towards stabilization. Stabilization, so prevention is in some ways, in terms of the types of contingent you're going to deploy, in terms of the types of mission strategy that you have, are at complete loggerheads, right? Stabilization, prevention, primacy of politics. And we kind of see that in this gap that opens between the Hippo report and the Cruz report, right? The Hippo report is talking the entire time about the primacy of politics, and peacekeeping has become, or peace building has become since 1999, 2000, basically a fundamentally civilian undertaking with civilian goals, let's put it that way, that's carried out by military contingents, with the exception of protection of civilians, which is a military end. So we have some fundamental loggerheads there, and I see a very kind of nefarious detachment of civilian goals, political goals, and military, the way the military have been implemented, happening within peace operations, right? So my fear is that alongside the fact that stabilization is going to confuse the three basic principles, right? The Holy Trinity, as it were, consent, partiality, and the non-use of force, or the minimum use of force. It's going to take away, as we move more towards a NATO practice, or more towards a practice that places military objectives above sort of peace building objectives. It's going to take away the specificity of what the UN has learned over the past 25 years in terms of dealing with root causes, because stabilization is not effective at solving the root causes of conflict, right? You cannot, it's just the kind of lessons of the last 20, 25 years in UN practice has been, you cannot bring a violent movement into a political process by repression, right? So giving that possibility up, opening these scissors and taking out, abandoning liberal peace building with all of its problems is quite problematic. So what does this mean for Brazil? My fear, and I'll leave this to be answered more by my two Brazilian colleagues here. My fear is that these developments are not positive on both sides of the coin, right? They make peacekeeping, peace operations in the UN less useful for a Brazilian political agenda globally, and they make Brazilian specific capabilities possibly less useful to the UN if it moves, in fact, in this direction. So it's not something I'm happy to see, right? Why do I say this? Because Brazil has in the past, of course, past 20, 25 years, gained an inordinate amount of experience in liberal peace building, right? We're not necessarily, so what everyone says is the jeito brasileiro de operações de paz, right? The Brazilian way and so on. It's all embedded very strongly in liberal peace building, right? In a human security centered approach. We move away from that to missions that subordinate these human security objectives to military targets, right? And supporting a a host government against its enemies, we lose a lot of what Brazil has built up, right? And so the question then becomes, are we ready as Brazil to participate fully in these real stabilization missions, in a CAR type mission, in a Mali type mission? There's not the same link, there's not the same specificities. We don't have the logistical capabilities. We have to put for CAR everything through the Douala corridor, for example. We're not ready politically as a society for a large number of body bags of Brazilian soldiers coming back from these missions, right? We're not, it doesn't rhyme with the political rationale, and I'm not talking about the current government, which isn't really on board with multilateralism or peace operations, right? But I'm talking sort of Brazilian diplomatic traditions, right? It doesn't, the political rationale isn't there with our traditions. And we also will gonna have problems with the partiality of these missions. We're also not equipped, and I know Duda has, or Eduardo has talked about this for a long time now. We're not equipped really either to participate in a kind of the same kind of way that we did in peace building in special political missions, because we need to build up civilian capacities in these areas and integrate them back into what Brazil is proposing at the United Nations. They're just not there. And there's been no emphasis placed on developing them and integrating them there, right? I also see sort of this rediscovery by the great powers of peacekeeping operations as kind of problematic for Brazil as it becomes less of a global South tool, right? Stabilization is not necessarily good for democratization processes in TCCs in the global South, right? There's a demonstration effect for military contingents in stabilization missions that is 180 degrees the opposite as the one that's proposed by the diversionary peace, right? So what I see is we run the risk of this driving Brazil with all of what it has in terms of peacekeeping operations, if it wants to continue to be a TCC, a larger TCC, to do stabilization missions. And I see sort of a political problem with that, right? I don't see us also having, I'm wrapping up, sorry, and I'm taking too long, but I'm wrapping up. So I don't see us also having the wherewithal necessarily to react the way we might want to as a larger TCC in terms of the use of technology in peace operations, and the urbanization question, right? Fighting in urban environments, as we see kind of in the feedback between Rio and Port-au-Prince, is something more controversial than we might want to touch as well, right? We have currently sort of a government that's disinterested in taking this forward as a foreign policy objective. So unfortunately, I see this kind of, so what's going on in terms of global trends and the way the UN is responding in this practice as making Brazil's path as a larger, more influential TCC, unfortunately, more difficult. I see these developments as being problematic for us, but I'm going to leave more detail to that to my Brazilian colleagues. Thank you, and sorry for going over time.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yeah, I do feel the pessimism because yes, in fact, we are in the middle of a huge crisis, several crises at different levels, at strategic, operational, tactical levels in different areas as well, political, economic, as you mentioned, and so on. But as you said, also peacekeeping as a practice has proved to be resilient and has been able to re-emerge as a phoenix, or somehow, and with some of the ideas perhaps Séverine brought us, maybe in many others, of course, we could re-emerge again. And I try to look at the glass half full instead of half empty. And I know our diplomats will have a lot of work to do in the upcoming year, because Brazil is coming back to the UN Security Council after 10 years. And for the first time, it will be coming back as a debtor, because it owns money to the UN, and that's also not so good for Brazil. And on the other hand, it has a very strong traditional backpack that comes together with a name, Brazil, with this flag, Brazil. So it's not only Brazil as a TCC, but it's also Brazil as a norm making. Is Brazil in the strategic context with a force commander of MONUSCO or other examples that we might have to look at. So it's different from looking at Brazil as a TCC. But let's, I'm not going to do that. Sorry to waste your time. Let's move to our next speaker, Secretary José Joaquim. Please, you have the floor. 10 minutes for your considerations, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. The glass is definitely half full, and we can discuss this during this panel and in your other panels as well. I first of all like to thank REBRAPAZ for the kind invitation. It's really an honor for me to participate in this event. I'm here with other high-level panelists that I personally admire. And the opening keynote speech was actually very, very inspiring. So it's an honor. It's also a pleasure to work with Eduardo again. We have already partnered in other initiatives, so it's always a pleasure to partner with Eduardo Hauman in favor of our Brazilian participation in peacekeeping operations. I'll make brief comments, and I'll try to be very brief, not exceed the 10 minutes that I have. And these comments will come in the context of the Brazilian election to the UN Security Council. Brazil will be a non-permanent member in the biennium 2022-2023. The academic literature has already demonstrated that the peacekeeping operations are overall effective tools to reduce levels of violence and support these processes. And in this context, Brazil is proud to be a staunch supporter and also has a solid record of contributions to UN peacekeeping operations. As you know, over the past 73 years, Brazil has participated in more than 40 peacekeeping missions, or peace missions as you wish, with more than 55,000 military and police officers. Brazil held the military command of MINUSTA, the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Haiti, for 13 uninterrupted years, and the command of the Maritime Task Force of the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, for nearly 10 years. This engagement continues. Brazil continues engaged in UN peacekeeping operations. Nowadays, we have military and police personnel deployed in 7 out of the 12 UN peacekeeping operations. We have contributions then to UN missions in the DRC, South Sudan, West Sahara, CAR, Lebanon, Cyprus, and ABA. Brazil is very proud of this continued engagement with peacekeeping operations. Brazilian participation in MONUSCO is particularly important, and it stands out today. We have, as you know, General Afonso da Costa leading the military component of the mission, but we also have a mobile training team specializing in jungle operations or jungle warfare in the mission as well. So this contribution really stands out nowadays. In addition, Brazil currently stands out as an important capacity building provider, and I think this is very important, and that's the reason why I mentioned our previous experience and very recent experience in peacekeeping operations. I think one of the major developments, or one of the main developments of this experience as a TCC, has been this new status as capacity building provider. Brazil has hosted UN training courses, supported the drafting and review of policies and manuals of the United Nations for peacekeeping operations, and has contributed for pre-deployment training of friendly nations, either through the Triangular Partnership Project and through the SECOPAB, the Brazilian Joint Peacekeeping Operations Training Center, and the Brazilian Navy's Peacekeeping Training Center. This is a very important development that I would like to highlight, this new position this new status of Brazil as capacity building provider, I think this is a testament to our commitment to UN peacekeeping operations. And it's also, as I mentioned, a consequence of our great experience and the professionalism of our troops and police officers. And this is something that it's usually not underlying in many circles, and I think we should change this narrative. We should put more focus on this, on Brazil as a capacity building provider, something that is more and more required by the UN and more recognized by the United Nations. And then Brazil as a traditional troop contributor and multiplier of capabilities. Brazil has consistently supported the Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping Initiative, the A4P initiative, and has actively participated in the Special Committee on Peacekeeping Operations of the United Nations, the C24. Nowadays, Brazil acts as the regional coordinator for the ABUM group, ABUM, which gathers Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Mexico. In Brazil, since April last year, April 2021, sorry, the year's not over yet. We are already working with 2022, 2023. It's so much work for the preparation for the Security Council that I was considering ending in 2021, sorry. So since April this year, Brazil co-chairs together with China, Indonesia, and Rwanda, the group of friends for the safety and security of peacekeepers. As I mentioned, Brazil was elected, and as you know, Brazil was elected for the Security Council in the next 2 years. Brazil will be represented, will have a seat in the council. And as a member, during our election campaign, actually, we set as one of our priorities the defense, the promotion of efficient peacekeeping. That's what Brazil will do as a member in the next 2 years. Brazil will continue to defend the permanent observance of the basic principles of UN peacekeeping operations, namely the consent of the parties, impartiality, and the non-use of force, except in self-defense and defense of the mandate as a last resort, always. And Brazil recognized the primacy of politics in conflict resolution, and because of that, Brazil will encourage frequent Security Council consultations with relevant regional and sub-regional organizations with the host countries. Brazil also underscore the importance of guaranteeing women full, equal, and meaningful participation in all stages of peace processes. Brazil will also favor the approval of clear and, when appropriate, sequence mandates for peacekeeping operations, defined on the basis of realistic assessments of the conditions on the ground, and taking into account the political, economic, and social dimensions of each conflict, which are complex and country-specific. Sorry, and the Brazil will also advocate for a structured and permanent coordination between the Security Council, TPCCs, and the Secretariat throughout the entire mandate cycle of peacekeeping operations. Brazil also advocates for the allocation of adequate human, material, and financial resources for the efficient implementation of peacekeeping mandates and the guarantee of the safety and security of peacekeepers, with an emphasis on the strategic value of programmatic activities and quick impact projects. Furthermore, Brazil will champion the approval of mandates that corroborate interdependence between security and development. Brazil opposes the singularization of universal causes of conflict because the origins of each conflict are deep-seated, unique, and structurally complex, and require an integrated approach to development and security. So we have historically argued for peacekeepers to, whenever possible, act as early peace builders. And for this reason, Brazil will continue to encourage the inclusion in peacekeeping mandates, of programmatic activities and peace building objectives such as Security Council, security sector reform, SSR, disarmament, demobilization and reintegration, DDR, community violence reduction, CVR, and rule of law. These elements, they certainly have a positive impact on building the solid foundations that we need for durable peace. In Brazil, as a training provider, as a capacity building provider, will advocate for the improvement of the performance of peacekeeping operations through training, especially pre-deployment training. Experience has shown over and over again that the performance of peacekeeping operations is closely linked to training. And then Brazil will argue and will champion that the performance of peacekeeping operations should be discussed with an emphasis placed on training and a greater engagement between the UN Secretariat and TPCCs for the strengthening of capabilities of TCCs and PCCs. Safety and security of peacekeepers will also be a priority for Brazil in the UN Security Council. The protection of blue helmets does not only depend on the strengthening of tactical and operational military capabilities in the field, including through the use of new technologies, which is very in vogue, but it also requires, actually above all, requires respect for the basic principles of peacekeeping operations and the creation of the necessary conditions for the political solution to conflict, which is actually the main aim of any peacekeeping operation. The emphasis on the militarization of peacekeeping operations rather than the primacy of politics in dealing with conflict, in dealing with conflicts actually compromises the mission's fundamental principles and endangers our peacekeepers. Conduct and discipline will also merit Brazil's focus. Brazilian military and police who have served at the UN have been recognized for high levels of professionalism and discipline achieved through Brazilian government investment in prevention and also training. Brazil will continue to strongly support the Secretary General's zero tolerance policy on sexual abuse and exploitation, and also advocate for the need to provide adequate assistance to survivors. And finally, when it comes to drawdown and transition, Brazil will advocate for the review of peacekeeping mandates being carried out case by case, taking into account the specificity of the missions and a realistic assessment of the conditions on the ground. We have seen some cases in which the Council has been very much criticized for a allegedly premature exit of peacekeeping operations. I think Brazil will be a force against this premature drawdowns and focus on realistic assessments on the ground and really the need for the peacekeeping operations. And in this case, it's clear for us that frequent consultations between TPCCs and UN Secretariat and the Peacebuilding Commission is crucial. And finally, I just want to mention that nowadays, inside the A4P, we have the A4P Plus and the 7 priorities established by the Secretary General for the implementation of A4P. Brazil will champion the implementation of A4P Plus, and there are 7 priorities. We can discuss them later. I'll not list them here, but it seems to us, based on our experience in Haiti, in Lebanon, and nowadays in MONUSCO, that strategic communications is a key element for the creation of the conditions conducive to the efficient implementation of the mandate, and also guaranteeing the protection and security of our peacekeepers. So I'm sure this topic will merit our focus, our emphasis, and we will try to use Brazilian experience on this to promote the idea and improvements on strategic communications as a member of the Council. I thank you very much, and I'm open for the Q&A session. Thank you very much, Eduardo.
Thank you, Secretary. It's a pleasure to hear from you and to see how Brazil is intending to navigate in these turbulent waters in the 2 upcoming years. We do see a lot of paradox coming up, and yeah, I'm sure there will be a lot of work to do. And you're right, I just want to emphasize what you have just mentioned, the strategic communication. This is one of the things we're trying to bring to REBRAPAZ. We did talk about it a couple of weeks ago, and Commander Marcia Braga is in UN right now in New York, is leading an effort on that, and we are in touch with her. So more on that in the upcoming months from REBRAPAZ as well. Without further ado, I'll just like to pass the microphone to Professor Giovanna. Please, you have the floor. You have 10 minutes to your consideration. So the microphone is yours, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. Good morning. I would like to greet our General Coordinator, Eduardo Hamann, and on her behalf, all my fellow panelists and the public. I would like to thank REBRAPAZ and especially Professor Maíra Simon for the invitation. For me, it's an honor and a privilege to be here. I have to say that as a young researcher, I feel a little bit nervous about possibly not being up to the debate, but at the same time, I feel that it's extremely important to occupy this space and be able to present the divergent views and criticisms of Brazilian engagement in UN peacekeeping missions. Unfortunately, I will not have time to further develop the issues that we will present here, and I know that they are full of nuances and contradictions, but I am available to continue this debate in the future and in other spaces. Thus, I will take the liberty of positioning myself in a broader tradition of feminist researchers, professors, and activists who have developed a critical approach to the theme of peace and security within the scope of the United Nations in the recent decades. When we talk about feminism, gender, and peacekeeping missions, the first issue that comes up is women's deployment. Although limited, the participation of women in UN peacekeeping missions is a consolidated fact. And we have virtuous examples of Brazilian women's engagement in peacekeeping missions, such as Commander Carla Monteiro de Castro Araújo and Capitã de Corveta Márcia Andrade de Braga, both recipients of the UN Award for Military Defenders of Gender Equality. But I personally think that we need to be careful not to use these examples as tokens, nor constantly depend on the work of individual gender entrepreneurs. And here I'm quoting the recent work of Professors Tamia Rebelo and Paulo Drummond on the adoption of Brazilian National Plan of Action on Women, Peace and Security. So some feminists have argued that the inclusion of women in peace missions and other gender-related issues in the so-called Women, Peace and Security agenda, although very important and urgent, seem to operate in the sense of legitimizing the expansion of UN intervention mandates. This is what Professor Diane Otto argues. For the Security Council, the WPS agenda symbolizes its commitment to include women in decision-making and address the gender of armed conflict. According to Diane Otto, however, the Resolution 1325 is conceived as a form of symbolic capital developed by the Security Council to maintain its legitimacy in times when the organization structure and mandate are questioned. So, the WPS agenda is developed within a broader context of thematic resolutions, which also cover issues as refugees, HIV, and the legitimacy of international institutions is nowadays increasingly measured by the extent to which their actions are consistent with contemporary notions of human rights and justice. So this is the first feminist critique that I would like to bring, because a lot of authors are questioning to which the extent of concerns in WPS agenda and gender mainstreaming are not ways to legitimate UN mandates, UN interventions, especially from great powers. At the same time, one of the most poignant problems concerning gender and peace missions is the successive cases of sexual abuse committed by blue helmets on different missions, which is obviously not a new issue. And I think it's impossible to talk about peace missions from a feminist point of view and not talk about this. And speaking more specifically about MINUSTAH, when the MINUSTAH was ended, there seems to be a certain consensus that the crimes of sexual violence that took place during the mission did not have to do with Brazilian troops, and Brazilian troops would have a history of good behavior. However, this scenario has changed a lot in recent years, when a series of allegations of sexual abuse, rape, and parental abandonment by Brazilian blue helmets surfaced. And also, I think it's important to keep in mind that abuses committed by soldiers from other countries took place under Brazilian command in the MINUSTAH. It seems very important to me to highlight these cases because these are not isolated accidents. In fact, an Associated Press investigation of UN missions during the past decade found nearly 2,000 allegations of sexual abuse and exploitation by peacekeepers and other personnel around the world. And I think it's important to see the fact that we are talking about sexual crimes. So we can expect a great underreporting. So it's probably a lot more than 2,000 cases. This scenario concerns not only profound inequality of gender or a problem of deep-rooted machismo, especially in soldiers, but profound social and economic disparities that appear when a peace mission is installed in a miserable country with a population in a situation of extreme vulnerability. The issue of accountability is already a huge challenge, and there are not enough lectures on gender awareness, employment of minimum contingent of women, or any other specific measures that seem to reverse the situation, even though they are all very important. But the truth is, in my opinion, that the UN itself has done little to actually change the situations. The UN investigators who are sent into field seem to have little real power. And this is actually a little bit funny, what I have said now. The organization's main actions to deal with the effects of repeated sexual abuse in peacekeeping missions was the creation of a fund to support victims of sexual exploitation and abuse, this perpetrated by agents of the UN. According to that, from the fund's own report that was launched this year, between 2017 and 2021, less than $4 million were raised. $4 million to deal with the problem of sexual abuse perpetrated by UN staff all around the world. Brazil, to anyone's surprise, is not one of the donors. This Brazilian inability to fund both peacekeeping missions and UN system initiatives more broadly will certainly impact its ability to influence the Security Council's agenda in the coming years. At the same time, it's worrying that the scarcity of resources will increase the power and influence of major donors. But at the same time, we cannot ignore the fact that in recent years, our foreign policy towards the organizations and towards multilateral institutions in general has faced an unprecedented setback. In fact, the current Brazilian government has used international forums as a way to advance an extremely conservative agenda. In addition, it has used UN forums and other multilateral bodies to reinforce an international conservative network that seeks not only to block advances in human rights, as Vatican did in the 90s or in 2000s, but to set the agenda. And I think it's very important to see how this conservative international alliance, in which Brazil is currently a central actor, especially now that the Trump government is over, is not just doing backlash politics, but has come to see the UN as an arena of political dispute. In this process, one of the main agendas that the Bolsonaro government has been pushing at the UN is the anti-gender agenda. For example, in March 2021, Brazil chose not to sign a joint declaration with more than 50 countries for the International Women's Day of the UN Human Rights Council, arguing that the Brazil government does not support the reference to ambiguous terms and expressions, such as sexual reproductive rights. And it may not seem so, but this has direct effects on peace and security issues, including peacekeeping missions. For example, in 2019, the US delegations threatened to veto the resolution of Women, Peace and Security at Security Council in a reference to the need of UN bodies and donors to give timely sexual and reproductive health assistance to survivors of sexual violence in conflict wouldn't be cut off with the resolution, since it was seen by the Trump diplomacy as a code for abortion. And this is very similar for what the Brazilian diplomacy at the UN has been doing in the last years. So my question is, how can we expect, and I say we as feminists, that the issue of systematic sexual abuse and violence is treated seriously, and that concrete measures are developed in the scenario, where reproductive and sexual rights are the forefront of a crusade against women's rights. Furthermore, the constant problem of lack of funding and development of concrete policies are not issues that concern only Brazil, but in fact, the role of other UN member countries and the organization bodies alike. And while this lasts, it's difficult to me to take a more optimistic look at not only Brazil's future engagement in the Security Council or peace missions, but at UN peace missions as a whole. The good news is that we can always count on the angry feminists to never let these issues be forgotten. Thank you all and for your attention, and I'm available for further questions.
Thank you, Professor Giovanna. Thank you for sticking with the time. It's interesting to hear your point of view, to bring so much energy and criticism to this, to the situation, to the broad context to which we're now facing. And without losing our time, I'd just like to pass, because we are ahead of time. Actually, I just want to pass the microphone to General Afonso da Costa. Please, General, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Eduarda. It's an honor for me to be part of this panel. Thank you for having me. And I'm going to overpass the slides that I have, because if I'm mindful of the time, I'm going, since it's not an English translation, I'm going to voice e violão. So I'm going to pass the message that I only in oral way. Okay, everybody knows that Brazil is a very important contributor for UN troops or UN peacekeeping missions. We are there since for the very beginning of the organization. The first peacekeeping missions, military observers in Balkans, we are there 1947, and then the first troops deployment in after Suez crisis in Egypt, in Gaza Strip. We maintain a battalion, an infantry battalion, for more than 10 years. So there, another phase during the 90s, as you know, we have been in Angola, Mozambique, in East Timor. Very good missions. They succeeded there. 3 important missions. And then a new phase in Haiti, MINUSTAH. We're still there 13 years. I think then it's the more, in terms of numbers, is the most part of our contribution. We have during all of these years 60,000, 37,000 came from Haiti, and the commitment of the force commanders. And then we have UNIFIL with the flagship of the mission there, and 10 admirals that we maintain there. And we have been since from the beginning, and now we are now in 6 of the 12 missions that we have currently in the United Nations. The 3 biggest of these missions, the most robust ones, Chapter 7, MONUSCO, and RDC, and Mali, and Central African Republic. We are there in 2 of them. The one that I'm the force commander, and Central Africa, we are there with staff officers in a very interesting training team that is under the European Union arrangement with the Portuguese battalion unit there, training the Central African Republic Army. So it's another arrangement, goes there to a capacity builder of our country. And we are not in Mali, but we are in other countries like South Sudan. We are presented a candidate in South Sudan to be the chief of staff. I think is a very good candidate. Maybe we have a flag officer there also, and important positions in staff, and expert on missions, our MILOBs, military observers. So we are present everywhere, and we with this jungle mobile training team that's doing a very great job in Congo, training the intervention brigades units that are African units and plus the Nepalese, and also training from this year on the Congolese armed forces with very good results. Maybe we are going to expand this training before the deployment of the troops in their home countries, in countries like Malawi or Tanzania that already asked for this kind of training. That shows how our contribution is important. I think we have to understand that after Haiti, the things change in peacekeeping operation. And now the United Nations faced a lot of loss of personnel in the African countries missions after Haiti, and now in Mali, South Sudan, a lot of countries in Congo also. And now we are facing there a very asymmetric warfare. And after the Santos Cruz report, things changed. Now we are in the Action for Peacekeeping Plus, that asking for more capacities, intelligence, C4ISR, that's an acronym for command, control, computers, and intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance. We have to deploy this kind of capacities. We are now with the new concept of the QRFs, the Quick Reaction Forces, less than a battalion, but with a different mindset of special operations, special forces to deal with these military challenges. But I think we are going there not to be in terms of numbers a TCC that's going to support these missions with a lot of troops, but we have a space to operate in terms of quality and capacity building. The European nations, the United States, Canada, they are in their path. I think Brazil, we appreciate what we are doing in Central Africa and Congo. Also, we can do more in terms of with our two centers for training that we have, Sepopab in Brazil and another one of the Navy, that's the newest one. So I think we have a lot of things to do. I'd like to stress also that question of the primacy of politics. I fully agree. Of course, the missions, the stabilization mission, they are multidimensional. The most important that we have in Africa, the three ones, more South Sudan. But we are there working to contribute to the host country in terms of increase their military capacities. In the civilian pillars, electoral system, justice systems, a lot of things that the humanitarian and civilians are doing there. So I think Brazil in this phase, now member of the Security Council, has a space to act. We are now put in the readiness system of the United Nations in terms of troops. One mechanized battalion, very good one, part of our strategic force, a battalion of 700, and more a QRF that I mentioned, a mechanized one, 250 personnel, and one engineer company. We are investing also in female engagement team, go to this, because of gender equality, of course, it's important for United Nations to have some targets. For the troops, it's going to be, for us, a little bit difficult from the beginning because our women enter into the army they are now lieutenants, they are junior officers, they are not seniors, but we can provide staff positions, my log positions with women, gender advisors, and a lot of things. So I would like to stress again this kind of training capacity and capability that we have, not only in mission, but before the deployment. I think we have to engage more and get senior military positions. We have the force commander. I'm very honored to be the force commander of a mission that have 13 500,000 personnel is the biggest mission now, is the dispute in the Mali, depending of the month of the year. 14 TCCs involved with troop contingents, 50 nationalities, a lot of combat units, aviation, engineer. So it's an important position. All the flag officers, generals, because I have 6 generals with me, but we have in other missions a lot of generals, senior officers, colonels that we have to go there and be proactive inside the UN HQ to get these positions. Of course, prepare adequately our personnel to dispute this position. Like in gender and gender advisors, our women there. So I think only to finalize my words and get some time for the question and answer, I think it's my position. I'm more optimist than pessimist in this. Following what Professor Eduardo, I think, said between the first and second intervention of this panel. Thank you very much. I'm here to any question that you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. This is a church near my house. It's showing that it's time to finish. Well, thank you for sticking with the time. I just want to add, General, that and as Professor Kai mentioned, that I work with the civilians. I just wanted to add that there are actually 5 civilians in MINUSMA. And I just checked with one of them who is right now there. And among the 5 civilians, there are 2 women. So although we don't have uniformed personnel in MINUSMA, we do have 5 Brazilian civilians there. So we do have one question here from the audience. I just took here, there's an anonymous question. Giovanna, Professor Giovanna, this is for you. I will read it. You hinted that $4 million is too little to properly assess SEA in peace operations. To put it in scale, what is the ideal budget for such an effort? And after that, Professor, just to wrap up, I would kindly ask you to be brief in your, if you could answer in 1 or 2 minutes, and then I will open the microphone for the other speakers if they want to do final considerations, and also 1 or 2 minutes so we can go for the lunch break. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Eduarda. Thank you to my fellow panelists. It was an honor. I think it's very important to see these divergent point of views that come from different experiences in life, actually, experience in deployment, experience in diplomacy, academic experience, activist experience. And this question is very interesting, but difficult to answer because it's hard to talk about numbers. In a good scenario, I would say add at least 2 more zeros to the sums. But we have to think that we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people traumatized by sexual assault. It's a trauma that lasts for life. We're talking about hundreds or thousands of children left without fathers, and societies that not always accept these children or their mothers. So we're talking about means of living. We are talking about lasting psychological support. We are talking about housing. We are talking about integration of these people in society. And to sum to this, the fact is that nowadays the United Nations are set on a very liberal, neoliberal way of reconstructing the state after the conflict. And one of the results of this is the feminization of poverty. I read a very interesting interview from General Afonso da Costa that said that it's not only necessary for the mission to be there, but the state to go for roads, infrastructure. But what is the UN doing this to help these states to build this? And since now that we can talk about funds that have to exist, but we cannot talk about only $4 million, we have to think larger, but also we have to think of broader ways to ensure that peace will last and women will take in consideration, and victims of sexual assault and fatherless children will take into consideration this process. So again, it was an honor to me to be here. I'm sorry I cannot further develop this answer, and I hope to see you soon in other space to keep discussing this issue.
Thank you, Professor Giovanna. If you don't mind, I will go back to the original order of the panel. I will ask Professor Kai if he wants to say any final words in 1 or 2 minutes.
I'm fine. I'm happy to be here and happy to hear the presentations from the others. Just to underline that part of my pessimism that I came up with here now has to do also with a potential diminution of the space given to the gender agenda. So it's quite happy to see Giovanna raise that issue here as well.
Thank you, Professor Kai. I will now give the floor to Secretary José Joaquim, if you want to do any final consideration.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank again the organizers for the invitation. It was a pleasure to be part of this panel. I learned more. I learned a lot from the other panelists, and it was really a pity that we did not have much time for more questions and answers. I myself had many questions for Professor Kai Kenko and General Afonso da Costa, but I'm sure we'll have other opportunities. From the perspective of the Brazilian diplomacy, I can just say that we continue to be engaged in UN peacekeeping operations, and during our mandate in the Security Council, we'll continue to be a staunch supporter of the operations, and we'll work for it to be more efficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Secretary. I would like to then pass the microphone to General Afonso da Costa if you want to do any final consideration. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Only to add some ideas, the question of sexual exploitation abuse, for this year was very interesting that we received a board, South African general. It was a female general that went there because her country is one of the most involved in SEA problems during the years in not only in Congo but in other missions. So they took the shots, and they went there with the board to try to put those ladies and children that was abused and was a result of SEA, to put there under the national judicial system of South Africa. So is a national initiative, was very well appreciated by United Nations, because it was the first initiative that came from a country that has unfortunately a record not so good in that. As you know, this year also in Central Africa, UN repatriated all battalion, more than 400 personnel, because the country they didn't answer with a lot of the questions regarding to SEA. So to see that the policy of zero tolerance is still there and is improving in terms that is more and more straight. And about the problem of deployment of large numbers of troops of Brazil, we have to understand a national caveat, or let's say a problem of our troops. We deployed our troops with more money that we are reimbursed by United Nations. Our standard is very high, is higher than United Nations asked for. When you go to the base in Port-au-Prince, in General Bacelar, I think part of you knew that base. It's outstanding. It's we paid for that through our national budget. I know I have 14 TCCs there, and they are using the standard that provided for United Nations. That's a zero sum. And so they invest troops and they get the money back. For us, it's not working like that. We put troops and we put money, more money. So it's difficult for the Armed Forces of Brazil, Minister of Defense, to have thousands of troops like a lot of TCC have. There's another point that I'd like to highlight this. And in this new action for peacekeeping plus, as was said before me, we have to have a very good risk management when we are going to send troops, because we are asking for troops with a different mindset, more robust Chapter 7, and we could face this unfortunate case of body bags. And really, we didn't suffer there in Haiti, in Angola and Mozambique. Of course, we lose our personnel there, but not in combat and more in accidents or, unfortunately, events, but not in the combats. And now we are facing in Mali and Congo, we are losing personnel in firing against the armed groups. So we have to take this in mind when we are going to deploy our TCCs. It's a new mindset of United Nations. Thank you very much, Professor Eduardo. Thank you, dear panelists. It's an honor for me again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, General. I think Professor Kai has one final word.
I just wanted to ask the general if you know the last sort of 2 or 3 points that you made. I obviously I agree, but just my question is sort of looking at Brazil strategically as a TCC, if those are in fact the consequences or the necessities for participating as a large TCC when there's a shift to stabilization, doesn't that make it harder for Brazil to maintain its role as a TCC if we're not ready for body bags, if we have trouble financially training and sending out larger contingents, right? Like that, doesn't that reinforce the idea that it becomes more difficult for us?
No, in my opinion, I think, Professor, that reinforce the other way. We have to seek and for more quality involvement than quantity. Let's say training capacity, some capacities that not so many TCCs can provide. For example, we have mechanized units. Our armored vehicles is a very good quality, Brazilian, by the way, Brazilian made. So we can provide this kind of things, special forces, aviation unit, intelligence, that's not in so big in numbers, engineers, not so big in numbers, but could affect a lot in the mission. I think is what United Nations is asking for. We have a niche space to act, I think so.
Yes, just to echo on that, I think we're also looking at the quick reaction forces, for example, that will have autonomy to move to wide areas with some autonomy regarding to fuel and food and so on and so forth, instead of looking at a battalion, perhaps not in the upcoming year, but in 2023, perhaps, to be very realistic on our expectations. I don't know, but in any case, that's another story. I just want to finalize then this great panel. I'd like to thank each and all of you for staying with us for so long, for sharing your views, for sharing your perspective. It's great for me. It's really an honor to on behalf of REBRAPAZ, saying that we are actually offering Brazil this space of dialogue, such a heterogeneous panelists. We put together scholars, military, diplomat. General Afonso da Costa is probably at the highest level in Brazil in terms of military. So we really thank you for your time, for being here with us, and do count on us, all of you and all the audience as well, to count on REBRAPAZ to organize other events like that. I think things will start up, they will increase, the attention will increase on issues related to international peace and security as soon as Brazil goes back to the Security Council. So I do think, of course, peacekeeping operations is one of the themes. So REBRAPAZ is eager to take on, to organize other events, smaller events, not the annual event, but smaller events on issues like that. And it will be great to count on you in future opportunities. So thank you once again. I will now give the floor to Maíra to go back to so we can have a break. She will tell you how long we have for the lunch break. Thank you once again. It was a great panel, very, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's great. So we have 45 minutes I think we should keep with our original time and start panel 2 at 1. So I see you all in 45 minutes, and thank you for the audience that stayed with us, and have a nice break to everyone, and see you in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This this panel. For those who weren't here in the morning, my name is Renata Giannini. I have a PhD in International Studies from Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, the United States, and I am a program coordinator at the Igarapé Institute. I'm really honored to be here today. So the panel that we're going to have right now is civil military integration and increased effectiveness of peace operations. So what we will aim to discuss are the main challenges and opportunities regarding civil military interactions in the context of UN peace operations. It will also reflect on how to achieve sustainable effectiveness considering the current setbacks and complexities faced by the United Nations and international actors in societies affected by armed conflicts. So some central aspects to be considered are the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on worldwide political process and how to overcome barriers between military and civilian components. Another thing that we will be discussing are the limits of the stabilization and counterterrorism agenda for peace building and the civilian component. And a third one, how the contemporary challenges in the field of international security are shaping the training and preparation of peacekeepers nowadays. Finally, how the women, peace and security agenda is central when it comes to effectiveness and why it matters for the local populations. So as I mentioned in the very first opening remarks at our event, we're going to try a different methodology for this panel. So it's going to be a world cafe. I'm going to fire some questions to our panelists, and they will have very few minutes to answer. And the main objective really is that we all go direct to the point, that everybody gives their best insights, and that we will build together a collective knowledge. But before starting the questions, I'm gonna introduce all of them. They have very long bios because they're very much experts in this field, so I shortened it. So for my panelists, I'm very sorry if I shorten too much, and when I fire a question to you, do complete any information that you find missing. So for this panel, we will have Navy Captain Carlos Eduardo Gonçalves da Silva Maia. He's a Brazilian Marine with 30 years in active duty. His current assignment is the officer in charge of the Naval Peace Operation Training Center of the Brazilian Navy. Over the past 10 years, he has been an instructor of peace and stability operations in the Brazilian Navy. He has many military and academic credentials. During his career, he participated in the peacekeeping mission in Haiti, MINUSTA, in 2009 as Civil Military Coordination Officer, participated in 2 law and order operations, and Alemão and Favela in the city of Rio in command posts. We are also hoping, I'm not sure if he already arrived, but I'm going to introduce him anyway, Cedric de Koning. He's a research professor in the research group on peace, conflict, and development at the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. He co-directed NUPI Center on United Nations and Global Governance and the Climate, Peace, and Security Risk Project. He coordinates the effectiveness of Peace Operations Network and contributes to the Training for Peace program, the UN Peace Operations Project, and several others. He's also a senior advisor for Accord. We will also have here today Colonel Márcio Carneiro Barbosa. Prior to the command of SECOPAB, the Brazilian Peace Operation Joint Training Center, he was advisor to the military, advisor at the permanent mission of Brazil to the United Nations. Some of the ranks and main positions during his career include lieutenant at the 8th Construction Engineer Battalion, captain at the 1st Construction Engineering Battalion, a Marminka Operations Officer, instructor at the Army Command and General Staff School, and liaison officer and military observer at UNMIT, commander of the 1st Construction Engineering Battalion, and intelligence officer at the 7th, I don't know what MTZ, Infantry Brigade, MTZ, I'm not sure what it is, but Infantry Brigade. We will also have Mauricio Giuliano, who is currently working as a senior program officer at the United Nations headquarters in New York. He was previously the director of the United Nations Information Center in Brazil. Nicole Jean, an associate professor at the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile and the researcher of the Center of Asian Studies, PhD in Social and Political Science, from the European University Institute in Florence, Italy. Nicole's research and teaching interests are in the areas of international relations and international security, especially regional security. She has worked on intrastate, territorial dispute and cooperation between secondary powers. Nicole is particularly interested in how state capacity influences foreign policy decision-making. Geographically, she focuses on South America and Southeast Asia. Currently, Nicole works on a book manuscript on international no-war communities and the research project that examines the effects of peacekeeping operations on the security and defense sector at the contributing countries. And finally, Vanessa Gautier Vela. I'm sorry if I am butchering all your names. She's a PhD student in international relations, political science at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Study, working under the supervision of Professor Elizabeth Prugel. Her research interests include feminist and post-colonial approaches to international relations, peacekeeping operations, gender and race construction, sexual violence, and processes of militarization. Her work specifically examines the case of the United Nations multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali, highlighting militarized processes and social constructions in the production of the protectors and the protected. So these are our panelists today. Welcome you all. And we're going to start with a common question that I'm going to ask all of you, and you will have 4 to 5 minutes for your responses. And I'm going to be very nasty, interrupting you if you speak for more than that. So I'm very sorry in advance for interrupting you. So the question is, from your experience as a scholar, a researcher, diplomat, military, or civilian practitioner in the field of peace operations, how have a positive interaction between the civilian and the military components in a peace operation enhanced operational effectiveness? And do you have experiences from any examples from the field? So I'm going to start with the Captain Navy, Maya. Do you want to start?
Yes, you hear me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. First of all, we are very proud to participate in this annual meeting. It's the first time that the Naval Peace Operations Training Center participate, and we're looking forward to share some of our initiatives regarding training in peace and in humanitarian operations. About the question, I truly believe that we can enhance the operational effectiveness of the missions with these interactions between the civilian and the military. I truly believe. And I need to say that I was a civic officer in Haiti just before the earthquake, and I see this proximity very well. And it also helps us to thinking outside the box, to have another perspective for the civilians. So for us, it's a very good deal, and see and also share some knowledge with different backgrounds. So I think this is the most important. In Haiti, some experience from the field, we usually work with local authorities and then NGOs for our projects, our quick impact projects at that time. And we felt that this work together not only increase their operational effectiveness, but also it gives a credibility for the mission. And I think this is a central point for this. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for your contribution. I'm going to ask the same question now to Colonel Barbosa, if you want to give us your perspective.
Once more, good afternoon, everybody. So specifically regarding the civil-military cooperation, civil-military relations, or civil-military interactions, I put my words specifically in the peace building. As we know, when just to avoid to relapse into conflict, a lot of procedures must be done on the ground. In that situation, peace building has a key responsibility to avoid this situation. So, specifically in my experience, exactly in 2012, the election process in East Timor. As you know, after many years, the presence of the United Nations deployed in East Timor, the key process, the key activities that United Nations will decide if it will remain or not in East Timor, it's during or after the election process. So this is an amazing activity developed mainly in the peace building system, peace building dimensions. So I remember very well how it was important to me as a team leader in Dili, East Timor capital, how I exchanged the information with the United Nations volunteers that worked for the United Nations Development Program. All of them together, all of us together, we have a common objective, is to provide procedures just to permit this environment in East Timor to run a smoothly election process. So some of these guys, including, they were from Brazil. So this mutual support between a military liaison officer and the United Nations volunteers worked for the UNDP was for me an amazing experience, how to demonstrate the importance this civil-military cooperation, relationship, and relations. So in that situation, we have, in my case, I had an external actor, UNDP, and the mission support that I have been working to the Force HQ, the Chief of Military Liaison Officer. Just to conclude, this joint planning, the exchange of information, they said to me, the main parties in the East Timor, the leadership, the candidates, some behaviors of each of one, and I gave to them some security issues, security measures to support them to plan their activities. So this respect, this to know the policies, guidelines, principles, how the civilian components work. And as I have shared my procedures as a military observer, so they understand me and I could understand them. So this situation, it was so very nice, and I remember very well, and I am a witness how CIMIC, these civil military relationships, it's very good to accomplish a common goal. In that case, in East Timor, a peace and security environment. This is the I'd like to share. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, actually, for both our military here who are giving us some examples from Haiti and East Timor, and very specific and concrete ones. We're going to switch gears a little bit now and have some of the civilians speak. I'd like to ask Mauricio to give his take. I know Mauricio is a UN service, is at the UN service, but he's speaking in a personal capacity. So Mauricio, if you could take give us your take on how civil military cooperation can enhance effectiveness in peace operations.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Renato. Yeah, I mean, thank you very much, first of all, for this invitation. I have worked, as you know, in Brazil when I was heading the UNEC. But of course, my relationship with the Brazilian military started long before that, because I've been working closely with Brazilian military, seeing them in action from the time when I was a volunteer in Timor-Leste 21 years ago, where there was, of course, a Brazilian contingent. And then, of course, I've been lucky to meet several force commanders in the DRC. Well, first of all, I mean, one thing that we have to say, just one step back before giving examples of how this relationship enhances operational effectiveness, is that the two things have to go together. So having strong civil military integration in context of peacekeeping is not a cherry on the cake. It's not something that is on the side. It's good to have it, but you know, essential. No, I mean, it is clear that in those contexts, you cannot have peace unless you have development and humanitarian crisis are resolved. I mean, certainly not a long-lasting peace anyway, until you have a civil society that is educated and people are, you know, can live a reasonably dignified life. And likewise, you cannot have development to any degree if you don't have peace. So the two things go together. And that's why in the UN, it has been a long time since missions in those contexts are integrated missions. I think that we can see great examples of how this relationship enhances operational effectiveness, both in the humanitarian field and in the peacekeeping field. So from a humanitarian perspective, my examples, there were many of them, but when I was head of the OCHA office in Northeastern DRC in Bunia, there were a number of occasions where we needed information. I remember one particular debate where we had a report, which turned out to be false, but we have to check every alert, of course. A report about 20,000 plus people moving from a certain village to a certain direction. And we urgently needed to find out if this was true or not. And I also remember, unfortunately, that I was leading the humanitarian community there, that we had some humanitarian colleagues, specifically those from the NGOs, not to mention MSF, who said they have service, but they have service with a very strong voice, who are totally opposed to us even telling the military about it, and let alone my proposal, let alone to approve my proposal, which was to actually ask them to dispatch a helicopter. Despite literally hours of discussions, because of course my job was to ensure consensus to the extent possible, we did finally dispatch, or rather, we did finally request MONUSCO. I finally requested MONUSCO to dispatch a helicopter, and we found out that there were no 20,000 IDPs. There had been a political stand by some leaders of civil society in order to put pressure on us and on others. So we were able to turn off the alert. And it could have been different. I mean, maybe dispatching a helicopter to get information would have actually allowed us to confirm the alert and get ready. But it was still very important because literally humanitarian agencies were getting ready for this influx and think, okay, we are going to talk to donors, we're going to talk to implementing partners. No, you don't have to. All you need to do is to agree that sometimes we do need military assets, and therefore, you know, we can all save time and energy and focus on the alerts that turn out to be real. The reason I make this example is not so much because of the operational result, meaning you can either confirm or turn down an alert, but also because it was really tough to get this understanding by the humanitarian community that we are in this together. Whether your job is to enforce peace, whether you're a member of the FIB, the Force Intervention Brigade, whether you are MSF helping people in a clinic. I mean, we are basically trying to help the people of Congo, of the DRC, get back on their feet and you know, live in a country that offers peace, development, security, and all that, of course, goes together. And the other examples I would have would be from my time in—
1 minute, okay?
Okay, well, I'll be short. My time in MINUSMA, as you know, Tier 3 of the DPO peacekeeping doctrine is about the protective environment. So it has been recognized. Other with more academic background can correct me, but I think from the times of, I mean, from the early 21st century, there have been specific cases where it was accepted by the Security Council that a humanitarian crisis can actually become a peacekeeping crisis and vice versa. I don't have the thing in front of me, but without the protective environment, which is essentially about development and humanitarian action, you cannot have a proper POC. And POC is a central element, if not the central element, of peacekeeping. You know, because that's why you have peacekeeping, to protect civilians. So over.
Thank you, Mauricio. It's I quite enjoyed your example about Bunia. I was there and a few years ago, and I could see up front how there's the interlinkages between development and security must be very clear and reinforced. So I'm going to turn now to Nicole if she wants to please give her take on the question at hand right now.
Right. Thank you very much, Renata. Please also allow me to take a few seconds to thank the network and the organizers for this event. Ever since MINUSTA ended, I feel that the room for debate and for academic discussions on peacekeeping has been limited a lot. So it's wonderful and quite impressive, this event that you put together, and I'm very honored to be here. Now, to the question, I'll obviously speak from a scholar perspective, and I would like to share with you two specific examples that peacekeepers experienced and told me about, and that are pretty much in line with the third insight that I'll tell you about, that is sort of a general conclusion that I reached from research. And all three examples basically indicate that operational effectiveness fundamentally depends on positive interaction between the civilian and the military mission components. Mauricio just said it's not the cherry on the cake, it's really the cake itself. The first example I want to give you is from the leadership level in peace operations, where one of the most important, or arguably the most important relation, is the one between the special representative of the Secretary General, who is often also head of mission, and the force commander. It's not hard to find documents from the UN or studies that indicate that where the mission leadership did not get along, mission effectiveness was severely reduced. And I would like to support this finding with a specific example from a person that you all know pretty well, a former force commander in Haiti and later in MONUSCO. that Force Commander highlighted that in both missions, he had good relations with the SRSG, and that was crucial to make a robust posture work. Because this robust posture, for which he got internationally known, needed both the military component, obviously, to implement it, but also the SRSG to simultaneously sustain diplomatic pressure and take care of the relevant consultations. But it is not only at the leadership level where positive civil-military relations and interaction are extremely relevant. I talked once to an Indonesian peacekeeper who had been deployed as a guard of a large military base in a peace operation. And one day there was an important visit by a civilian who brought a guest from the UN headquarters, but some paper was missing for them to enter. And the civilian expected the soldier to let him in for his important position, but the soldier made him get the missing paper. He refused to just let them in. So the important civilian lost almost an hour at the gate of the base getting this paper to get in. And during that time, obviously, the civilian got a little bit pissed and he insulted the soldier, or that is at least how the soldier perceived it. So that peacekeeper told me that from that very day on, he would be extra slow in checking the documents of the civilians who had to enter the base, even if he knew them and he knew that they were there to work and they probably got in every day. So you can imagine that during 1 year of deployment of that person, quite some time got lost for the civilian personnel of the mission that had to enter the base due to one experience of unsuccessful civil-military relations. That waiting time, while extra slowly checking papers, could surely have been spent on more useful tasks in the mission. So these are two very specific examples, but they illustrate a general conclusion from my research, from having talked to peacekeepers from different parts about civil-military interaction. And that is, if civil-military relations are effective, it is easier for people to feel that they are part of a bigger purpose or bigger task. So this sense of working together, which, as we all know from our workplace, whether military or civilian, makes us more enthusiastic about our work and eventually also more productive.
Thank you, Nicole, and great example. Vanessa, you're there. We want to hear your take as well.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I feel very honored to be part of this panel. So I want to start by apologizing because maybe I'm going to bring more answers, more questions than answers, but let's do it. So operational effectiveness can be understood differently depending on the everyday tasks of peacekeeper and the category they are part of. Of course, everybody should be working for the success of the mandates, but it is not to this audience here that I will teach that peacekeepers on the ground need to interpret the mandates from New York. The texts from New York become practices and acts on the field. So here I will talk of what I know best, which is MINUSMA, the mission in Mali. The case of MINUSMA is particular because it evolves in a context of asymmetrical threat and a high level of insecurity. Because of this context, the mission collaborates with offensive forces on the ground and pushes peacekeeping towards stabilization and peace enforcement. And this is also the return of NATO TCCs in peacekeeping in big number. So my first example from the field is how the military and the civilian component can have different ways to understand how to bring security to the local population. When we talk about gathering information and producing intelligence, those things have a lot of importance in MINUSMA. There are two practices that cannot be reconciled. One is that the military needs to get out of the camp and talk to the local population to gather information. And the other is that civilian staff know that those contacts can endanger the Malian population because hostile forces can accuse them of collaborating with the enemy, quote unquote. So the civilian may try to avoid those kind of exits of the camp. In both cases, they have the will to do what is best to fill their mandates. Sometimes it takes negotiation and listening, I would say positive interaction, as Nicole just said. But sometimes it left one of the party unsatisfied. There is no easy solution and not a unique solution. Civilians and military who are involved in those tasks, they need to sit and talk together, communicate information and listen. A team member of the protection of civilian unit was proud to explain that in a significant case, he was being able to change the mind of his military colleague. They decided to not get out of the camp when they were supposed to. He knew that this was not a permanent solution, but in his opinion, when faced with the relevant information, his military colleague showed flexibility and understanding of the goal of the civilian. Those spaces of communication, the acknowledgement of the agency of each peacekeeper in their task, and the capacity to take decision could open interesting avenues. But my second example has more mitigated result when thinking about common understanding between military and civilians. The Canadian contingent was benefiting from a high level of autonomy. Their ultimate chain of command was in Canada, not in MINUSMA. They were able to send flights without waiting for permission from the mission. It raised tensions regarding the authority of the Director of Mission Support, who can decide to send less costly civilian air services. They saw the DMS as in contradiction with their military speed of action. The task force commander of the contingent explained to me that tension raised with New York because they sometimes did not wait for the DMS decision or even bypass it. He was proud to tell me that this autonomy made them effectively save lives. So as long as his chain of command in Canada approved his action, he was okay to raise tensions with New York. The understanding of those interviewees is that listening to civilian authorities would have made less efficient. Beside the obvious issues of hierarchization between contingent, I mean, we talked about this morning, like which kind of TCC with which specialized capabilities can ask for this kind of autonomy. So beside that, it seems that this example gave us again some openings and some questions. In this case, communication was not possible or not desirable for this military contingent. They thought it was better for their own efficiency not to have to follow civilian decisions. Of course, nobody is against saving lives. Still, I wonder how to reconcile this need for military rapidity of action, which the UN needs in context of stabilization, we have the accountability of the civilian system. I hope we can discuss it more. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you for bringing these examples of miscommunication and how it can impact an operation. Now, I'm gonna focus on specific questions that we have prepared for our panelists. I'm taking advantage that we have two commanders of peacekeeping training centers here. I'm going to start with Navy Captain Maya to tell us a little bit about how the new global challenges, for example, climate change and the pandemics, affect the training and the preparation for peacekeeping operations, and how do you think that the military component can support mediation process?
Thank you for the question. Well, we all know that the training of peacekeepers has been particularly affected by the pandemic. And we are aware that peacekeepers not only have to adapt to a new context that forced them to engage in efforts to contain and control the pandemic on the ground, but also some issues like the postponement of rotations and dealing with stress management. In addition, the lack of face-to-face training was a major challenge that could only be overcome with the use of online tools. In this sense, the Naval Peace Operations Training Center had to adapt to ensure that we could deliver the best training as possible in order to not lose the focus of enhancing performance. So we realized that the best way to achieve our objective was to put in practice three goals. The first one was expand our distance learning center. The second one, invest in new technologies applied to training through our simulation center. And finally, strengthen the partnerships with institutions with recognized expertise in training for peace operations. About the simulation center, we could improve two products for individual and collective training. The armored personnel carrier simulator and also the terrain virtual simulation. Regarding the partnership with other institutions, we strengthened the partnership with the Peace Operations Training Institute, and we achieved important results, such as the 5th place in 2020 worldwide, in number of enrollments in the courses, and with the translation into Portuguese of two important courses for that institution, the International Humanitarian Law course and the Humanitarian Operations course. Finally, about the mediation process, as we also had some very good discussion here before. I personally understand that the military component plays an important role in this issue, not only for the logistics that can be offered to the mission, but also for a consolidated doctrine on civil-military coordination implemented by the United Nations for almost 20 years. Thus, the interactions between the missions components are much more fluid nowadays. And this fact certainly facilitates the strategic communication process in the mission itself. Thank you.
No, thank you for telling us a little bit about how it was for you to overcome the pandemics and keep the center going and the training going for all peacekeepers. And I'm going to turn now to Colonel Barbosa, and I'm going to ask the same question, Colonel, how the new global challenges affected the training at Secopabi, and how do you think that the military component can support mediation processes?
So in this aspect, I will split. In this aspect, I will split in two parts the answer. The first one is about the natural disaster, specifically during Haiti, Minostad. The Brazilian Peace Operation Joy Training Center has a Brazilian peacekeeping training architecture. So it is mandatory about approximately 6 months, the preparation of the troop. At the end of this period, to close this preparation, the pre-deployment training in two exercises on the fields, on the ground, before the deployments, calls United Nations pre-deployment training basic field exercise and pre-deployment training advanced field exercise. So specifically, come back to the Haiti, as a region located unstable environment, specifically regarding the earthquake and hurricanes. Secopabi, during the moment that Brazilian troops have been deployed in Haiti, it was mandatory during this training architecture, basic and advanced field exercise, to explore top table exercise, a scenario for the troops, specifically to be employed just in case in this situation. So come back to the peace building operations. I'd like to highlight how is important the deployment and the employment of the engineering troops. Because just to facilitate all the procedures, the consequence, the tragic consequence of the one hurricane, one earthquake, the engineering troops, it's totally able to provide support to the civilian components, to the military components, to local communities, to try to decrease the effects of these natural disasters. So in that situation, Secopabi run it very well. This training about the earthquake, tropical hurricanes, and Central America. Well, pandemic. At the beginning of last year, 2020, it was not possible to run completely the pre-deployment training for the individual missions, like staff officers, military observers, and individual police officers. As there were a lockdown, it was not possible to receive all the trainees and attendees here in Secopab at the first time, and only once Secopab wanted the pre-deployment training as an e-learning course. Fortunately, at the second part, 2020, this course to prepare our military from Brazilian Navy, Air Force, and Brazilian Army and police officers come back in situ, in site, here in Secopab. So just to repeat, just to share, because it was only very interesting question, because during the speech of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in the 76th meeting in the General Assembly, most of his speech, it was exactly about the climate change, the challenges, and regard the pandemic, the global vaccination plan, and all of these issues, of course, were affected in the peace operation, and the training centers must be aware and how to well-trained and well-equipped the troops before the deployment. So this is two big challenges, and yes, it is necessary to change the way to conduct this training, because these two situations in the short and medium terms will be a big challenges. This is my over.
Yo, thank you very much, and actually thank you for giving us an example from the past that will be very useful for us to use now in future challenges, bringing how you dealt with the natural disasters in Haiti, and I think more and more we will be dealing with those, and our troops should be and must be ready to respond to that. I'm going to turn to Mauricio again, and Mauricio, you have a long-standing career at the UN, and having lived in very diverse and unstable settings, considering your experience and the challenging context of the COVID-19 pandemics, how can the health priorities be integrated into a peace operation?
Yeah, thank you, Renata. I think, to be quick, there are, I think, 4 priorities for ways of integration, and all of them have the pandemic has allowed this to become more visible. I mean, the first thing is a lesson learned, which actually predates the pandemic, which can learn that lesson from Haiti, regardless of what we may think of the conclusions of the various reports on the matter. Well, the first lesson learned is, primo non nocere. Don't risk taking a virus to vulnerable populations. So whether or not you did have a cholera in Haiti, I am not aware of cases where our military were accused of taking the virus, the COVID-19 virus to local population. But of course, that is a key principle. If there is a pandemic, or if there is a disease which is endemic in the country, or endemic where the peacekeepers are coming from, or there is any risk the peacekeepers have a disease, take all measures, preventive, mitigatory, etc., to make sure you do not bring a virus to people already suffering a lot and usually don't have the health care that they should have. The second lesson, that's more for the military to say than for me, is that well, you have to adapt your own operational contingency plans, because you may have situations where half of the military are out of order, either because they're at risk, but they shouldn't be if they're healthy, or because their governments, in some cases, there are caveats coming up here and there, and it is not impossible. I don't know if maybe it already happened that the government will say, hey, because of the pandemic in that country, now you're going to observe this and these requirements, which limits, of course, your operations. I don't know if that happened, but of course, I think pandemic preparedness from an operational perspective is essential. If there is a pandemic in the country, what is the military going to do to balance the need, of course, to protect themselves, like they protect themselves from the enemy, and the pandemic is a big enemy, and you'll have others possibly, and versus the need, of course, for operational continuity and effectiveness. The third lesson, I'm not in the field now, I'm based in New York, but based on what colleagues from Mali have told me, the military have supported the alert system. So I think that in general, when there is a health emergency, the military have capacities in terms of alert, in terms of reporting data, that humanitarians, development actors might not necessarily have. And so in those cases, it is definitely good, in my view, if the military can help with that role. And when I say help, well, they might be helping humanitarian development organizations, but they might also be helping the government, if there is a government that tries its best to collect data in order to have a functioning alert and monitoring system for a specific disease. And the fourth lesson is, well, get ready to provide logistical support. That's easier said than done, not least because of the objections that we often have from the humanitarian side, in addition to all the red tape that any UN mission has inevitably. But I understand from the DRC that there have been, the military did have transport, medication, vaccines. Of course, the issue of vaccines in the DRC is a whole different one, because you may transport a vaccine, but then you don't have the cold chain, or you don't have a health system to deliver it. But in general, I understand the military help logistically. So there should be some MOU, some long-standing agreement in place, so that if there is a need to transport medication or other health supplies, we don't need to start discussions afresh, and there is already a framework for that to happen, based on the military means that may be available for that, and with a pre-agreement by the most recalcitrant humanitarians on that. So these would be my lessons learned, and I think the conclusion is, the conclusion that the pandemic has also taught us is, let's not waste time, let's work together. Over.
No, this is a great way to finalize, and thank you for bringing the do no harm principle to the discussion, and also these lessons actually reinforce the main topic of this panel, which is civil military interaction. This is very much necessary to face these complex issues. Now I'm turning to Nicole again, and Nicole, your researcher focuses on two very different regions in the world: Latin American, Asian, Pacific. So do you think that there are regional contributions to be accounted for when it comes to peace operations? And if so, which contributions are those?
Thank you. When I have to smile because I received that question prior to the event, and I thought, no. Then I thought, no, I can't have an answer that only takes like 1 second. I thought again, and I came to the conclusion, no. The answer obviously is not that I think that Latin American countries and countries from the Asia Pacific haven't contributed to peace operations, because obviously they have. But I don't specifically recognize them as Latin American contributions to peacekeeping or Asian ones, because they, I think, are as similar or as different as others are. Now that I have such a short answer, please let me give you an explanation that is slightly longer. I think that there is no Latin American or Asian way of peacekeeping for basically two reasons. The first one is that none of the two regions has an institutionalized peacekeeping framework like Europe or Africa has. We can talk about the reasons for that later on if you wish, but what it is important for now is that from this perspective of a regional peacekeeping capacity, we cannot speak of a Latin American or Asian or Southeast Asian peacekeeping. There's been no UNASUR mission, no ASEAN mission, like there have been European Union or NATO peace operations or African Union or ECOWAS missions, right? On the other hand, there's quite a lot of diversity within the two regions in how individual countries do peacekeeping. I think that there might be one particular commonality that unites the two regions, and that is a certain maybe reluctance to sign up to robust peacekeeping, so to support offensive and more extensive use of force in peace operations. I want to be very clear here that this particular issue is not shared by all countries in the two regions to the same degree. But broadly speaking, maybe we could say that this is something where there's a specificity which perhaps belongs even to a larger group of global southern countries. Apart from this particular issue, though, I don't think that there are any particular regional commonalities. Either in the contributor profile, there's a lot of difference, or in how countries implement mandates or carry out specific tasks in peacekeeping. In fact, and it is interesting, we actually find emphasis on national ways of peacekeeping. So not regional ones, but national ones. And I would like to say a few words about that, because it is something that I'm researching in a project that started not too long ago. And Brazil is probably the country in the Latin American region with the strongest discourse on a Brazilian way of peacekeeping, which I don't need to explain that, but briefly highlighting an emphasis on people-centered security, on socio-economic factors as crucial ingredients for peace and people-to-people relations in the mission. Interestingly, very similar narratives are found across the world. So, for instance, in Portugal, where people speak of a Portuguese way of doing peacekeeping, and they say the secret is that we have a SMART strategy. So the same in Uruguay, where people talk of a Uruguayan idiosyncrasy in doing peacekeeping. People-focused approach to build and keep peace. And the same I have heard in Indonesia. The Indonesians say, you know, we have a very particularly approach to do peacekeeping. We do heart and mind. We talk to people, etc. So it seems then that there are probably no huge differences in these national approaches, despite the fact that they are portrayed as such. And what is important about that is how these narratives may affect the disposition of people to learn. So if I'm convinced that my national way of peacekeeping is particularly centered on interaction with civilian populations, for instance, then I will likely be less attentive when I'm being sent to a training activity on civil-military interaction. I will also be less open to learn from others' experience, well, because I think that my way, my national way, is the best, because it is the famous Portuguese or Indonesian or whatever way of doing peacekeeping. These are still very preliminary insights from an ongoing work, as I said, but I would like to point out that perhaps we should be careful about these specific national or regional peacekeeping approaches, narratives, since they may negatively affect the disposition of people to learn and develop and critically reflect on their doing.
This is great, and my very first field research was about if there was a Latin American way of protecting women, and I was in Haiti asking that very same question, and I got to the same conclusion that every one of the battalions that I would be interviewing, they would say, no, my way is different, but the way that they would describe their way of doing peacekeeping was actually very similar across all battalions. So thank you for bringing your take, and also for bringing this caution that we should have when asking about that. Now, Vanessa, I would like to ask you a little bit about the contribution that feminist studies can provide to peace operations research.
Thank you very much for this question. It was not shown at the first question, but I'm using a feminist framework for my dissertation. And I use it because feminist studies, like other critical scholarship, they are interested in how people enter in a relation together in their everyday life. So this is also why this approach can be helpful in three main issues concerning peace operation. First is an understanding of the societies where the missions are evolving, and an understanding of the impact of the mission, not only on the local population, but also on peacekeepers themselves. So for example, what are the power relations existing in the host country? Who is marginalized? How do people resist their marginalization? And how do they organize together? The other side of those questions would be what impact does a peace operation have on local people? How does it impact the hierarchies already existing? How do peace operations affect marginalized people like women, LGBTQI people, youth, and disabled people? And the last side of the issue, how working in a peace operation impact people and group? With the question, for example, what are the relationship with the far west culture that we hear about found in peace operation and sexual misconduct suffered by women who are themselves part of peace operations? Second, because feminist studies are interested in social processes concerning inclusion, community building, and equality.
Que horas, Cavalcante? O painel é...
Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So because of this interest of feminist studies, they also make us think about the relation between means and ends. For example, again, in the question of stabilization, what is the impact of military means to bring peace? What kind of global community are we building when the UN is involved in stabilization? Is the end allow any means? And third and finally, but related to my first 2 points, because feminist scholarship is interested in discourses and what kind of word the words are producing. What is the meaning of ideas like peace or protection? For instance, when the Security Council used the word peace, what does it mean? And what does it mean for a local women NGO in the same country? How do people and groups try to stick with the official discourse to have access to international funding or to be understood by international actors? Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. I'm very fond of feminist studies myself. So I'm glad that you could give your take on this, and I always find I always got some people always ask me why bringing more people bring peace, and I hate to say it's not because women are peaceful, but it really is about the social processes and the kind of things that feminist studies are interested in. You really go deeper in the root causes of conflict and other processes. Anyway. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna start again, and I will ask Navy Captain Maya another question. So your center has different courses aiming at increasing the dialogue with the civilian component. But we also know that you have at your training center one important initiative focused on women. So I wanted to ask you if you could tell us a little bit more about these experiences.
Thank you for the question. Actually, we have an outstanding course, the Women's Peace Operations course. It was created in 2018, just before the Aid for Peace initiative. And in the last October, last month, we conducted successfully its 6th edition. It's important to highlight that the Brazilian Navy is the pioneer force in relation to joining women in the Brazilian service with the first class in 1980. In addition on that, it had the first female general officer and the first woman in Latin America to hold a position in the Department of Peace Operations at United Nations headquarters. And recently, 2 naval officers were awarded with the Gender Military Advocate Award, one of whom was a student of our first class or first course, the Commander Kala, in 2020. So basically, our course aims to disseminate important knowledge about peace operation and also encourage and provide basic preparation for the female audience in this type of operation. We cover all the core pre-deployment training program with emphasis in protection of civilians, gender perspective, and also the important role of the engagement platoon in the field nowadays. We also discussed the National Action Plan for Women, Peace and Security Agenda, because we are aware that it's part of an important process to aid states in their implementation of the United Nations guiding principles. And finally, we made the female audience aware of the important and indispensable role that women play in peace operations today, such as enhanced intelligence and situational awareness, better protection for the force and the population, and also make the United Nations more accessible to the local community. About the practical classes in the course, they have the possibility of training in the shooting and terrain simulators, as I shared with you before, our simulators, familiarization with the gear and vehicles used in peace operations, and also practical classes on land navigation and the leadership track. That is a great tool that we have. We also have in our center. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Captain Maya, and I'm very honored that I've been participating in this course since the very first edition. And besides all the things that you said, you approached, there's something also very important that I actually researched with Eduarda, who's here, which are the specific experiences that women peacekeepers face on the field, and that's something that you also discourse, that you also debate in that course, and it's very, very important. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to turn to Colonel Barbosa again, and Colonel, CECOPAB has a specific course to train civilians working in unstable settings, and we know that you have at your training center other similar activities aiming at training and preparing civilians. So can you tell us about these experiences?
So here in CECOPAB, we have 3 kinds of course that CECOPAB run, and try to improve the skills, to try to increase their behaviors like that to the civilians. The first one is the civil-military cooperation. It's a course running 3 times a year, and it course, this is how amazing this course was made, because in these 3 situations, we have simultaneously military, police, and civilian trainees. CECOPAB tried to split in groups that each group we have civilians, military, and police attendees. So this course is also, these courses are in close accordance with the United Nations Department of Peace Operation Doctrine, the core pre-deployment material and the specialized training material. The most experience that I have to share to all of you is the beginning of the course. It is so clear for us how these 3 components have different perspectives, different organizational cultural behaviors, opinions, how to deal with each other. In this course, at the end of the course, all the information sharing, the top exercise made on the field, the exchange of the information, how it's important to know each other, the principles and guidelines of each component. It is so clear for us at the end of the course, there is a equal mentality. That it is, there was the mindset changed for the military officers, from the police officers, and the civilians that take part of this course. This is an excellent consequence of this course, because we have now 3 different components that think, respect each other according to their responsibilities. The second course that CECOPAB over the last 10 years, it's exactly in this week. The day after tomorrow, CECOPAB will close the course for the media advisors and periodists, journalists. So this is a way to work together and give them some skills, some abilities to try to use, just in case, these skills and abilities in an environment and unstable situation. And the last one, it's a course run once a year by CECOPAB, and all the trainees, all the participants, all of them, they are civilians from non-governmental organization, civilian components by federal institutions here in Brazil. And during this year, these 3 courses, these 3 situations allow us to CECOPAB, our instructors, to interact directly with our nationals that work for the civilians, governments, civilian institutions. So it's an amazing experience that ratify how it's important this relationship, this partnership with the civilian components. Yeah, of course, I'd like to be so honest. The presence of the SECOPAB in the Brazilian Peace Operation Research Network, because just in this year, permanently, all the week, we have now the academics, the students, the PUC Rio, supported by Ricardo and Eduarda, and all of them, they do with NAS everything, every activity to prepare military, police, and civilian. They are now close, side by side, to support SECOPAB, and as a civilian, the students of the international relation, they can also prepare our police, military, and civilians, because they have also their experience. So just to conclude, SECOPAB has these 3 courses, and the partnership, the permanent presence, all the weeks with the REBRAPAZ integrantes here, improve us also the way to conduct a course. This is I'd like to share. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And indeed, thanks for sharing how these training courses can enhance civil military cooperation and understanding and avoid some of the problems that our panelists were telling us in the beginning. As per the 3rd course on civilians in unstable settings, I was a student myself, and that's a very interesting experience. And I can tell from my side, and everyone should try to have to participate in that course. It's very real, very good. Now, I wanted to welcome Cedric, who just joined us. And thank you, Cedric, for joining us after already participating in an event. And I know it's a bit late for you, but we really wanted to tap into extensive expertise. So you're an internationally recognized expert in peace operations, and a lot of all the challenges that you've researched in your long career. I wanted to ask you, which ones do you think poses us the hardest solutions when it comes to enhancing peace operation effectiveness? We've seen, climate change, pandemics, terrorism, cybersecurity. So what do you think is the hardest to tackle?
Thank you very much, and sorry for joining you late, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this conversation. I hope my connection is okay, because I'm in a hotel here in Coventry, and so I have not tested that yet for one of these meetings. It's not an easy question. I would say one thing that I've just been thinking about over the last couple of weeks actually is that this issue of civil military coordination, but then broadening it out perhaps towards broader integration. So not just civil military, but bringing together the broader dimensions of our work. So security, peace or politics, human rights, development, the economy. So to generate an integrated or a comprehensive approach, I think is really challenging. It's challenging because this is something that we have seriously tried to do now for maybe 20 years or more. Also with new structures in especially United Nations peacekeeping operations. And I think the challenge is that most of us are trained in a particular discipline. And we may know, the area that we have trained in. I may be an economist, or you may be a political scientist, and it's very difficult to imagine ourselves into these other domains of knowledge. And therefore, it's very difficult to create a common understanding. And then, of course, this is replicated nationally through our different ministries. And also in the country that we are working in. So let's say, for argument's sake, we are in the Democratic Republic of Congo. that country also has these same division in terms of ministries, and it's also extremely difficult in these countries to, let's say, get the justice sector to work together with the security sector or another sector. So, and we can see the same problem in the broader area of, for instance, dealing with climate change nationally and internationally, right? So bringing the different domains that we need to somehow combine to get whole of system effect, to generate the peace we want, or to sustain the peace we want, or to bring the transformational change that we are working in, is extremely difficult. And so I think we are still lacking many of the processes and the structures to bring that about. And it's not as, or maybe partly I could say, is because there are deep structural tensions between these domains. They are in competition sometimes with each other. They have different values and principles. And so it's not something that there's an answer if we just somehow get the right formula. It is something that needs to be continuously negotiated, continuously transacted. And that, of course, all generates the complexity. So I don't know if that helps, but that would be my attempt to try and answer your question.
Thank you very much. So it goes well beyond the themes that are already challenging, right? It's about the structure that is behind and its capacity to respond together to a common challenge. So thank you very much for your take. Now I'm turning to Mauricio again, and Mauricio, I wanted to ask you, how can we promote synergies between the 2030 agenda and the work carried out by peace operation on the field?
Sorry, can you see me? I cannot see myself anymore. There I am, sorry.
Yes.
I think that's a very important question. It's also a question that allows me to try and delineate what the synergies actually should be about. I think that the main synergy, and that's obvious, and I mentioned that before, is that the peacekeeping operation is there. I mean, the peace operation is there, obviously, to bring peace, or in a few cases, to keep peace. That is the main synergy, because otherwise none of the otherwise Agenda 2030 is not possible. You can't implement successful Agenda 2030 in a conflict context. It's been very sad for me to have been to both Central African Republic, to have worked in Central African Republic and in South Sudan at a time when things were fine, lots of investment and development, and that is almost all of that is lost. I mean, not all of it is lost, of course, but then once you have conflict again, that's lost. And that's why the main synergy is really, let us make sure that the peace operation brings a context where where development can actually thrive. Another point of synergy, I think, is about SDG 16. SDG 16 is about ensuring strong institutions, peace, security, also related to that. The justice system, in several peacekeeping missions, the PAINEL mission includes ensuring the extension of state authority. That is the case in the DRC. That is the case in Mali, as part of, within the context of the agreement. So that there is a clear synergy. When you don't have a peacekeeping context, a peace context, peace operation context, so I still use the old terminology, and then UNDP will be the main UN entity supporting the government in extending, in ensuring strong institutions. But of course, in a peace context, I mean, that really, the enabling environment for that depends on the mission. And then, of course, in a lot of missions, you have civilian components, rule of law, etc., that are actually there to do exactly that. But apart from that, I think it's important to be clear that while I strongly believe, and I think we all believe in a lot of integration and the civil-military coordination, meant, I should have mentioned that before, as capital UN hyphen capital CM Cord, which is different from UN hyphen CIMIC. I believe in both, but I mean, in this case, I think we're talking about the former. There are things that do not belong to the mission. So if you look at the other SDGs, whether it's life on Earth, life underwater, zero hunger, except tangentially insofar as the peace environment affects the possibility or not to work on those goals. It is not the job of the mission, and that's why you got integration. It's the job of other people. It can actually be counterproductive and problematic when, as happens unfortunately sometimes, when the mission, as part of the QIPs, quick impact projects, or TEPs, temporary employment projects, puts out news that, hey, you know, MONUSCO is supporting healthcare, MONUSCO is supporting education in those areas. Well, those projects are very, very important. They're there to win hearts and minds. They're there in some cases to also alleviate suffering in specific situations, or to simply use resources that are not being used. Of course, if you got doctors to a point that you actually don't need them because you got more doctors than you need, then of course you're going to do something for the local people. But let's remember, that is not the job of the mission. It is the job of other components of the UN to support the government, to support civil society, to do those things. And so I was going to say one more thing. I forgot what that additional thing actually was. Yeah, well, anyway, I think that's what I was going to say. So yes, that's where I see integration, but of course respecting and being aware of each other's different roles. And I think I was going to mention something about neutrality. Well, one of the reasons why it's important to keep the mandates complementary but separate is that in some cases at the DRC you do have a problem because MONUSCO may be impartial but it's not neutral. You have conflicts against armed groups in the east. MONUSCO is on the side of the government. Development and humanitarian action, especially humanitarian action, because of the nature, cannot be on the side of the government. Of course, you aim to support the government, but when it comes to humanitarian action in particular, you aim to support people wherever they are. And when you're supporting schools, even in terms of development, well, you support schools wherever they're located. You don't just support schools that, you know, in the government-controlled areas. And so when I was in Bunia, of course, it was a bit of a problem to explain that we are coming to southern Irumu, to Ngeti, the capital, the stronghold of this armed group called FRPI. We are UN, but hang on, we are blue UN, we're not black UN. We're not coming with weapons, we are different, we're humanitarians. Oh, by the way, we have an escort, but hey, they have guns. But today they're not there with guns to fight you, they're there with guns to protect us. So don't worry. I mean, it can get complicated. So, without going into the details of how to manage those situations where the population, of course, will find it hard to differentiate. Well, let's not mix apples with oranges and make sure that the complementarity of the mission remains, reinforcing peace, reinforcing institutions, and not, of course, substituting itself for what humanitarian independent actors are doing, but supporting them as needed, like humanitarians can support the military as needed with information analysis and so on.
Thank you. And definitely, thanks for bringing the linkages. Development is necessary for peace, but sometimes the structures they do need to keep apart. Now, I wanted to ask Nicole again. So, what kind of effects do peace operations that do peace operations have on the defense and security sectors in host countries, and how about in the troop contributing countries, the police contributing countries? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
It is very difficult to answer that question in a short time because it really depends. And I'm sorry that you hear this answer yet again from a political scientist. It depends, but all indicates that it is really how things are. I'll provide a broad general reflection on the question, and we can go into greater details then later if there's an interest. So almost the conventional wisdom about the question how the participation in peacekeeping affects the security and defense sector of participating countries is that peacekeeping or peace operations democratize the armed forces and the security and defense sector in general. And there are several arguments for that, the most important ones being, well, it makes the military work under a civilian authority, which is mostly the UN, in pursuit of UN values such as the rule of law and human rights. It also makes the military work alongside democratic armed forces by whom they're supposed to be socialized into democratic values. Peacekeeping is also supposed to distract the military from domestic politics and keep them physically away from meddling into internal affairs. And there are a number of other arguments. Now we know today research strongly indicates that this all is not necessarily the case. Let me first say that whether there will be an effect on the security and defense sector from peacekeeping will depend, first of all, on the level of contribution. Many Latin American countries today have a lower or lowish level of contributions, and all sorts of different learning experiences that troops may gain from peacekeeping are then unlikely to become institutional learning experiences that are shared across the armed forces. So they just remain individual learning experiences. But if we think of troop contributors that have a higher level of contributions, if there is an effect, and I'm going back here to the democratization hypothesis, it is likely that participation in peace operations reinforces trends that are already underway. So if there is a democratizing country, peacekeeping may, not necessarily does, but may further support democratization. But on the contrary, if there is a country that is backsliding, peacekeeping can actually aggravate civil-military tensions, or it can empower the military vis-a-vis civilians and even make a coup d'etat more likely. So one really needs to look into the specific circumstances of a contributing country to say something about the effects of peacekeeping, of the participation on the security and defense sector.
Well, thank you. Thank you for bringing, again, caution to all of us. I'm going to ask Vanessa and then go back to Cedric. Vanessa, what's the impact of militarization in peace operations, especially for women?
Thank you. Well, I will not repeat what was said this morning, very well said by Giovanna. So I just want us to not forget the impact on militarized masculinities, for example, on SEAs. Also the fact that the military is an institution, I know state members in the UN are doing a lot of effort for the integration of more women, but the numbers are still low when we look at the general numbers. So because of this, it's also a problematic of role models or gender roles. When the host country, the people in the host country see UN peacekeepers, military UN peacekeepers, they see men. And this also brings the binary of the gender roles. Men protect women. But more largely, and this brings me again to the question of stabilization in the mandates, militarization is also creating binaries. We need to have a us and them. We need to have an us and the enemy, which in a question of stabilization is also something preeminent, because you have an enemy you need to protect, and some part of the local population is part of the enemy. And sometimes it could be complicated to deal with all of this. And I'm looking again at the case of MINUSMA. And this binary is making it normalize militarized solutions. It normalized it where the money goes, where resources are going. And it's not in the programs for empowerment or visibilization of women. It also impacts the kind of security that is valued and which kind of local actors are being given more importance. And all of this is an obstacle to women, peace and security agenda and gender mainstreaming, but also to women's security in the everyday life. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for bringing your thoughts about that. Now, I'm going to go back to Cedric. Cedric, what's at stake when it comes to climate-related conflicts, and what role should a peace operation play, if it should play a role at all?
Thank you. Well, maybe to answer that question, I should just sketch a bit of a scenario so that we have a common picture in mind. I mean, when we talk about climate change in the peace operations context, we normally talk about, let's say, climate-induced resource scarcity. So in other words, You could have a major weather event like a drought or flooding or seasonal rains, right? That create conditions that affect people's livelihoods or food security. And then that create tensions between two or more communities, for instance. So, and so those tensions, that conflict that come about. So first of all, let me just say that that is not, you know, a direct linear determined consequence of the climate change. It is how people respond to climate change that bring about that conflict. But let's say two communities are in conflict. So in a peacekeeping context, most of the missions, MINUSMA, MINUSCA, MONUSCO, UNMISS, they all have a farmer-herder type conflicts. So seasonally, you have herders moving through areas that are around grazing, and there could be a shortage of grazing that has to be shared between the sedentary farmers and the mobile or migratory herders. So this often creates conflict. And this is not new. This is conflicts that have been dealt with for generations and that peace operations have dealt with in the past. But looking at it from a climate induced conflict perspective, maybe change a little bit how we analyze the stakeholders that are involved. Who are the people that are making the decisions about where they're going and who should we be talking to? Because in the past, maybe we would have looked at that and we would have thought of that as an ethnic conflict or some other type of conflict. But if we understand that the drivers behind it is essentially, you know, resource scarcity and climate driven, that may change a little bit about how we see the conflict. Another similar example would be, for instance, in Somalia, where you have a community displaced because of a drought and they are now urban, and they are in conflict because they have a different clan, for argument's sake, with the rest of this town where they've been displaced. And now you have to manage that tension, and then they are seen maybe as internally displaced because they have recently arrived and they've been displaced because of their livelihoods. But knowing the climate situation, you may realize that it's highly unlikely that they will ever go back to become, let's say, livestock herders again. So maybe from the one perspective, they are internally displaced in a temporary problem. But from another perspective, if you take the climate into account, this is more of a medium to long-term problem where you now have to sort out, for instance, their political representation and access to resources and so on. So these are two kind of scenarios that are climate related that a peacekeeping or a special political mission have to deal with. How to deal with it? Well, you know, you have to take it into account into your analysis. You have to bring in your analysis different sets of expertise and actors. So for instance, the World Food Programme or World Health Organization, they track many of this food security, livelihood type of issues, or IOM, UNHCR dealing with IDPs or internally displaced persons. They have to be part of your information, your coordination, your analysis, maybe part of your planning, because part of your response is not security response, but is a response of dealing with internally displaced persons or may require resources that some of these other agencies have. So it's you have to be included in your analysis, into your planning, into your coordination, into your management of programs or campaigns and so on, and make sure all your different elements, both within the mission and the rest of the country team, but also the national government or civil society actors, that you are all understanding the same problem and that you have a common approach to it. So sorry, that's a bit of a long-winded answer, but maybe that gives some idea of course, how we also in terms of peace operations are part of these solutions. Thank you.
No, thank you, Cedric, for bringing some thoughts into a topic that it's very novel for us here in Brazil and to be approaching from the lenses of a peace operation. So we are over time. We have 2 questions from the audience. And so what I suggested, I'm going to read the 2 questions. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask each of the panelists for, in 1 minute, give their final thoughts, each either on the questions or on whatever you want, as long as it's related to the panel, of course. So the 2 questions that we received were, when we think of obtaining intelligence and other counterinsurgency inspired activities in these stabilization missions, The relationship between local civilians who work for the UN and militaries from around the world becomes fundamental to opening different avenues to information gathering. How do the panelists see this kind of civil-military relations? And the second question was, considering the need and importance to integrate civilians into peace operations, training and education in senior levels, what moves Brazil has made in this direction? So I'm going to start with Navy Captain Maya. 1 minute, please.
Well, I just for 1 minute, I just want to say thank you for the Brazilian Network for Research on Peace Operations to give me this opportunity for the first time and participate in the annual meeting. It was an honor for me. We have this partnership since last year. It's pretty new for us, and we hope that we achieve our goals together, always together. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
No, thank you. We are honored that you're here. Colonel Barbosa.
So in this respect, I mentioned the cruise reports, because one of his findings after your working during the cruise report, it's how important the intelligence in the peace operation. The first idea is, after obtaining intelligence informations, it is necessary to share this information, because the civilian, police, and military components specifically in Joint Mission Analysis Center, Joint Operations Center, this information gathering by intelligence active, it is impossible to analyze them and put in one-offs. The first idea is to share this information. So just to facilitate, just to permit, to support the peace operation, I'd like to say how it's important the engagement platoon, specifically with the women components, because if we have an engagement platoon just to practice, to develop, to interact with the local communities, it is very important to update the situational awareness. So in this situation, this is my point of view to facilitate these interlinked, interrelated activities. They share informations by intelligence aspects, and one of the source of these activities, among other things, of course, it's the deployment of the engagement platoon in order to improve the situational awareness. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Mauricio.
So we usually use Microsoft Teams, so then the screen disappears sometimes here. But I mean, I think a great example of this coordination, this integration, is that you have local civilians in the mission who are the ones tasked with being at the forefront of relations with the community. In the DRC, they're called CLAs, Civil Liaison Assistants, if I'm not mistaken, or Community Liaison Assistants. They work for the Civil Affairs Division, which, as you know, is a central pillar of the civilian component. This is about UN CIMIC, not UNCM Cord, just to clarify. And the information that they have, that they gather, is used both for civilian purposes, such as the peace process, negotiation, political engagement, and for military purposes. Of course, there can be some friction there, but in 1 minute, I think that's just a great example of integration. It's a great way in which we can combine international military expertise with local civilian expertise, in addition, of course, to the international civilians who are in the middle, in the higher posts coordinating these CLAs. And I've appreciated working closely with them in the DRC in particular. Over.
Thank you very much. Nicole?
Thank you. Considering that the questions are being answered, I think I take the opportunity of this being a Brazilian internationalized event and make a call on you as practitioners and as academics to keep continuing and doing peacekeeping, studying peacekeeping, debating peacekeeping, and innovating. I said before, since MINUSTAH ended, really there's the resources, the focus has gone elsewhere, and I think it's important for the region to keep up with developments. And what happens in Brazil has knock-on effects in Argentina, in Chile, in Peru, later than in Colombia, and it spreads. It's really, the region is looking always. I hear the discussions elsewhere, and people say, look, they're doing that now. They have been, and they presented that in Alcopas. So just keep up with things, and hopefully you can set an example, as Brazil has done in the past as well. And also forge the regional cooperation and drag on a bit in Latin America with that. Thanks again for organizing this event.
No, thank you. Vanessa.
Thank you, all of you, for being here. Thank you for having me. Very quickly on the question of intelligence, again, I'm looking at MINUSMA specifically, but I think it's important to look at it because some people could say is the future of peacekeeping and where is this future is bringing us. And about the local population and the question of intelligence, I think we should be very cautious because it puts the local population in a kind of situation where they may need to show their loyalty, or it can put them in situations of danger. And also about the perception that the mission have of the local population too. I heard by GMAC people, I heard by other people in the mission that Malian nationals are an asset for having information, but in the same time, they can be a source of potential danger, even without wanting it. Maybe it can just happen. So I would like to be cautious about this in our way towards stabilization. Thank you.
No, thank you, Vanessa. And finally, Cedric.
Thank you. Maybe just a closing thought that I think one of our, we could maybe call it a civil military dilemma. One of our dilemmas with stabilization and protection of civilians is that the more effective we are in protecting or stabilizing, the less incentive there is for the local political elites to make the kind of political settlements that are necessary to bring peace. Because if we solve the problem for them, why would they make a political agreement with their opponents if there's no pain, right? So I think both protection of civilians and stabilization have this risk of becoming conflict management instead of conflict resolution, and then we get trapped in a kind of a no war, no peace situation with no exit for the peace operation. So keeping the focus on the peace, on the political end goal, I think is very important, and understanding these potential dilemmas is part of, getting us ahead and not getting stuck in something that we are not completely in control over. Thank you so much for having me and for being part of this conversation, and so good to see this kind of conversation happening. Thank you.
No, I thank you, Cedric. And on that note, I hereby officially end the second panel, and I thank you all the panelists for your wonderful contributions. And I think we accomplished our goal, which was to bring the best insights in a very fast way of everybody. So it definitely gave me a lot of food for thought around here. So thank you very much.
Yes, can you, 1 second, maybe we could put the panelists on the same screen so we can take a screenshot and post it on Twitter. I don't know how to do that, but I don't know if somebody from there is tweeting, so I can just retweet.
I can do this. I can do it, Mauricio. This is Eduardo. I can do it. I'm gonna take a print here and screen, and I'll send it to you. Okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
can we all say? Can we all say cheese?
Cheese. It was great being.
Okay, done. Thank you.
Excellent. And if you tweet us REBRAPAZ or in whatever other Twitter channel, then I can just retweet, maybe tag me, Maurizio1975. Yeah. Great.
Thank you so much,
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
See you in a bit.
So I think we have a 20 minutes break and we'll be back at 3 p.m. So see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Emma. Okay, Lou, good to see you. I just saw you. Great, Renata, Vanessa is still with us. This is great. So thank you so much for staying with us. And we still have people in the audience, 70 people, and I'm sure some students are getting in. So I'm really glad that you have accepted our invitation to be here in this last panel. And I think it's a great panel in the sense that it also complements the debate we've started the last panel and even Severin keynote speech in terms of the possibilities and that we can open in terms of thinking the change, the challenges, the tensions that peace operations in general have faced nowadays. So this is the topic for the panel is protection of civilians in current peace operations and the normative and doctrinal framework of the United Nations. And very briefly, I sent you just to make the audience be in the same step we are. The idea for the panel was to discuss exactly recent change and adaptation process in the context of present UN operations, ranging from political and strategic level to the field level. And I've emphasized in the beginning 4 central axes that could guide, in some sense, our debate today regarding this evolutionary process of conceptual, normative, and empirical transformation. So the first would be regarding dynamics and definitions articulated within the UN, especially in the Security Council and in the Department of Peace Operations regarding the POC agenda. The theoretical and practical reflections on stabilization, on the growing militarization of peace operation and its relationship to the effectiveness of civilian protection in armed conflict. And in this sense, we are following the debate which started in the last panel, and the promotion of inclusivity in peace operations activities and the inclusion of gender issues in recent stabilization missions, and the relationship between civil, military, and police components in stabilization operations and its effect on the protection of civilians. So for this panel, we have also 6 participants, and if you allow me, I won't read your bio because like this we have more time to debate, but I will present your names in alphabetical order. So we have Emma Bidi Korang. This is, I'm selling, yes, from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. We have Gustavo Macedo, who is now with us. In the beginning, he was supposed to be moderating, but I'm very glad that he's able to join us in the panel. We have from USP and from UPO, and we have also Liesel Kumayo from the Institute for Security Studies, Lu Pigeo from McGill University, Mateia Peter from the University of St. Andrews, and Vinicius Mariano de Carvalho from King's College, London. So as we did for the last panel, I propose you, I sent to you a general question. And I thought about how I could try to build a first common ground in terms of having this first your first take on this topic of the protection of civilians. And I was happy to know that the UN has just launched a handbook on peace, on the protection of civilians. And this handbook is supposed to serve as a practical guide for the deployment of civilian police and military personnel. And I thought it would be a good way to make you pick a topic, pick a content, an issue, or even see how this handbook is placed in a broader normative framework, in a framework of several challenges that range from the strategic level to the tactical level. So I will start with this first question that I will ask you regarding the handbook, and for you to give us some words, precisely 4 to 5 minutes, regarding your own experience and how do you see the ideas that are circulating around this agenda, and specifically that are in some sense present in the book. And then we have some individual questions that I've sent to you, as we did in the last panel, 2 questions for each of you. So for the oh my God, how do you say the names I will call the list. I'm so sorry. I've told Renato we're so tired with this being all day long in a debate. But for the sequence of those speaking, I will, instead of following the alphabetical order as I just did, I will propose you a sequence, and it's the same you have received in the PDF I sent to you. So we have first Mattia, then Vinicius, and then Gustavo, Lu, Liesel, and Emma, because I thought the questions could be better connected in this way I sent to you. So the first question is related to the handbook, and I would just ask you from your experience, which is very diverse, which aspects, including conceptual and empirical dilemmas and tensions, call your attention in this handbook or in the broader normative context in which it has been released. So I pass first the floor to Mateia. Now I think I pronounced it better. Thank you, Mateia, for being with us.
Hi everybody. Thank you so much. And I'm really sorry to have missed the previous discussions. I hope I won't be repeating things too much. I'm also fully aware that the panel that we have here is going to be much more of an expert. Like we have experts on the actual handbook, so they'll be able to give you a bit more of an insight. So what I thought I'll do, and I won't even take 4 minutes on it, but I thought it was just kind of a nice setup to start us with, is I feel that one thing we need to acknowledge is that while the UN is actually developing these sort of doctrines, right? And I think there's sort of a lot of advances in sort of how the thinking within the UN is developing. And I think the handbook is a good example of sort of how sort of previous practices are inspiring sort of the doctrine itself. The one thing that I wanted to bring out just at the beginning, because I think it kind of guides us through some of the questions as well that you circulated in advance, is that the handbook itself lives within a tense, essentially multilateral world order. So it does try to do things the way UN has done things, the way that UN has learned from its own experiences. It implements practices, has sort of practical guidelines. But I wanted to bring out this tension, and I assume that you were actually talking about it throughout the day already, is that there's kind of a double sort of agendas going on. On one hand, I think a lot of the practitioners, and especially people on the ground, the general population, sort of people, you know, when we mention peacekeeping, for those of us that are teaching, when we talk about protection of civilians with students, there's kind of this expectation that the United Nations will definitely prioritize protection of civilians. And when we mention the protection of civilians, most of the time people think about the physical protection in it. And so if the UN peace operations are unable to do that, then the UN peace operations are essentially failing on the ground. At the same time, and so I think this is something that is kind of guiding this prioritization, and there's kind of a general realization, I want to say, around the globe, around the local population, that this needs to be a priority, right? This is how we, you know, so measure the success of peace operations today. But on the other hand, I think the handbook also lives with the other tension, and this is pulling kind of the debates in the other direction, is that the global order is moving away not just from physical protection, right? If we look at sort of the recent peace operations, but that it's also moving away from sort of comprehensive protection, right? There's sort of the broader sort of state building agendas, sort of the broader ways of ensuring that the primary actors involved in protection of civilians, the state itself is held accountable. And this is kind of, so I just wanted to sort of bring this out because it does kind of underpin sort of the tension between, I want to say, within the people, right, of what people expect from peace operations, which is about protection of civilians. And then at the same time, and that is kind of embedded in the handbook itself, but at the same time that is not going to be able to be implemented because the states or the global order, or however we want to call this, the crisis of multilateralism, is essentially pulling peace operations away from that. So I think it's an interesting development because essentially, had these doctrines been developed earlier, we might have actually seen them implemented a lot more comprehensively. But I do worry that the sort of the handbook is kind of pointing to some of the past practices, not as much to sort of where things will be developing. I'll leave it at that because I think a lot of other people will be able to speak much more in the handbook. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent to see this in terms of how we have some kinds of demands, human rights demands, developing demands, and that comes from bottom up or from other sides where the agenda of protection of civilians should be realized. But at the same time, we have the limits of what multilateralism can offer nowadays, right? So very good to start. Thank you. So I'll pass to Vinicius.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here sharing some ideas with you and learning with all of you as well. I would like to point out 2 points that specifically call my attention in the handbook. The first one is, of course, it's always good to have a handbook. It's a point of departure for something. But as Matea had pointed out here, sometimes this point of departure is almost the end point, the final point, because it can risk to be addressing issues of previous peace operations or even previous conflicts. In a moment that we are living a very diverse environment of conflicts around the world from several reasons. In the handbook in general, I will not comment in all of it, of course, but I would just check and look more carefully on one specific point, and also to second what Matea just said about the understanding of what is protection of civilian there in a quite traditional physical protection of civilian. And I will focus on the point of strategic communication. It's an area that I work quite a lot, and actually I'm here now in Israel working in strategic communication specifically. And what caught my attention is that the first time that I seen a UN document for peace operations having such a big space dedicated to strategic communication. But what was interesting, because they look at strategic communication as a tool for the mission. And I didn't see there, for instance, the protection of civilians in the domain of the communication, what is quite relevant and important today. I think that what we are seeing all over the world, the risk that populations are being exposed because of misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and etc. We need to protect the civilians in this environment as well. But the document, the handbook, addresses much more how we could use communication tools in, let's put that in a more traditional or formal way of peace operations, then looking at the communications as an environment, part of this need for protection of civilians as well. So I will stop here. As I said, it's just seconding what Matea said. What is important for us to look at protection of civilian, of course, in many conflicts in the world today, we are still talking about the basic protection, physical protection of human life. But in the context, the complex contexts of conflicts today, this environment of communication also demands some protection of civilians in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinicius. That's interesting because it brings us a question related also to participation process, inclusion, the norm of inclusivity, for instance. And I always tell students how incredible is the fact that we still have a kind of a separation between the peacemaking community and the peace operations community or the peace building community. And I think this kind of debate about communication, how communication affects, for instance, peace process. This is very well already developed in terms of peacemaking, in terms of mediation or debates regarding peace process, peace negotiations. So I think it's a good point we should that I would like to bring to our debate. Which is related to the fact that peace operations or our community of expertise should also get together, try to breach those divides with the peacemaking community, because those peacekeeping, those peace operations are taking place in processes where, in context where a peace process or mediation process at the local level, not only great bargains are taking place. So we have a lot to learn also with this other community of expertise that we don't have the chance always to interact. So thank you so much for mentioning this. So I will pass to Gustavo.
Oh, yes. Hey. So, are you listening to me?
Well, yes.
Really? Okay.
That's
so,
correct. Yes, please
okay,
tell us what you thought about the handbook.
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to see you all. It's been a while since the last time we met in person, and I hope you are doing well. My impressions on the handbook, and always a very critical one about the handbooks from the UN. There is always room for improvement. The last time that I was in the UN in New York in 2018, I was conducting a research on the handbook on POC and the documents they were producing. And my conclusion was back there that everybody was talking about protection of civilians. everybody knew what protection of civilians was, so nobody knew what protection of civilians was. So protection of civilians was everything. So everybody had something to add to protection of civilians, and it's a little bit the fault of the UN. So they decided to create the POC team, which was an important decision, to write down the handbook. So that started back then. So we have to remind ourselves that the UN had already, since the early 2000s, peace operations, conducting military operations based on protection of civilians without a handbook, without a doctrine for protection of civilians, without a strategy. This is part fault of the Security Council. So the Security Council decided not to write down a protection of civilians guideline, and we were conducting protection of civilians, and every single mission in the United Nations was all of a sudden protection of civilians. Okay, there was a huge discussion about this, if MINUSTA was a protection of civilians, if MONUSCO was a protection of civilians, and so on. So back to 2018, they recognized that it was time to on the guideline. So they threw away some of the documents they have drawn before. They realized the importance of asking the delegations and asking the peacekeepers about what do you think. So about the protection of civilians handbook, I like the idea of the protection advisor, which is actually one of the ideas that come from our experience in the Brazilian military force. Right? We have Marcia Braga, for instance. She had an incredible experience in Mali, which was exactly working. She was a gender advisor, but she was actually doing POC. And this was what we are trying to tell them. Okay, so you cannot separate gender from POC. And then we recognize it, and we brought the idea of protection advisor, which is more or less what Vinicius just said, someone that is put in a very strategic position, trying to work with strategic communication. So this is one of the ideas that I like about it. There is still a lot of room for improvement. I think that the UN is moving towards the fact that we are trying to build a very comprehensive understanding of what protection of civilian is, which is extremely important, first, for the conduction of the work, for those who are trying to make protection of civilian, and second, for responsibility, for those who were supposed to protect civilians and they did not. So we have to be able to responsibilize soldiers and the UN staff and whoever was in the field and in New York that was supposed to do some protection of civilians and they did not. So this is also very important to know what protection of civilian is and what protection of civilian is not.
This is great, Gustavo. It reminded me the first time when I started my PhD, my project was on the protection of civilians. Everyone was studying POC, and I remember Vera Holt wrote a policy brief where she was trying to look at all the definitions and understandings we had in terms of POC for the military, for the civilians, for MSF, for instance, that I interviewed someone and she told me at the time, no, we don't use this word. We don't do protection of civilians. We don't protect civilians in this way you're thinking about it. I'm not thinking about a way. And it's interesting how we still don't have this kind of, let's say, cognitive convergence around the word, the idea, and how can we have an agenda, right? And what are the problems and challenges we have when you don't have a regime, for instance, in terms of norms, consolidated norms, and what are the expertise that are necessary to protect civilians, and what are the bad effects of understanding in some way or in a limited way POC. So very good, you brought this. Thank you so much. I'll pass to Lu, please.
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for having me. I took the question in a slightly different direction, which I guess was the point, by asking the question, who is and is not a civilian and who therefore deserves protection or does not deserve protection. And that's actually a question with which the handbook engages. So pretty traditionally explaining how you recognize people who are belonging to an armed group and so on, but also acknowledging that in the context of peace operations, it might be a little bit more complicated than that. And this is why also I thought it was an interesting question in the context of stabilization and militarization, which we've been talking about. And I'm thinking especially of Vanessa's comments about militarization and the kind of us versus them dichotomy that it presumes. And so on page 9 of the handbook, and I'll just read the quote in full because I think it's interesting, the handbook says, in some situations, such as community-based violence or criminal gang activity, the perpetrators or potential perpetrators of violence against civilians will be other civilians. Where this is the case, the mission must make an operational decision on how to apply the POC mandate with the support from headquarters as required. And here I'm going to talk especially of the example of criminal groups, organized crime, because this is the example I'm most familiar with from my research on MINUSTA in Haiti. But so as I'm sure most of you know, MINUSTA, especially in the early years of the mission, conducted a number of military police raids against gangs in especially poor neighborhoods of the capital, Port-au-Prince. And as we know, these led to civilian casualties and the destruction of housing in those neighborhoods. But I think those raids also kind of raised a broader question, which I think has not really been tackled to this day, which is the question of the status of these alleged gang members, alleged members of criminal groups, which raises questions of due diligence, because if you're gonna lose your right to be protected as a civilian on the basis of the fact that you're associated with a criminal group, that you're an alleged criminal, what is the due diligence process in that case? Was there a criminal investigation that clearly identified those alleged gang members as non-civilians to be targeted? And I think in this case, especially when those raids were conducted with the public purpose of protecting the local population against these gangs, protection of civilians authorized operations that were kind of situated in a gray zone between armed conflict and law enforcement, raising, again, questions about the status of the people who were targeted by these raids. And with the move, I think with what I see as a problematic move from a kind of dichotomy between civilian and combatant to a dichotomy between criminal and innocent, which is a lot more vague and a longer continuum. And as we've seen in the case of Haiti, there was not a lot of interest from the UN to investigate the civilian casualties that had occurred during those raids, partly because there was this assumption that everyone in those neighborhoods were supporting the gangs and so were kind of more or less associated with them, which I think is, again, an extremely problematic way of thinking about civilian and combatants or criminal and innocents. And I think this is an important question because, Haiti is the poster case for this problem, but we've seen peace operations engaging with criminal actors in other places, such as Central African Republic or Mali. And in fact, there is an expectation that peace operations will engage with organized crime and criminal actors in the future. So yeah, just in wrapping, I think something important to keep in mind.
That's excellent, Lou. And yes, I thought about you in terms of answer something like this, and I love your dissertation. So it's so good you brought your own research, and this was the idea. And I first started the event saying the beginning that even for those that don't study directly peacekeeping operations, that might not have as an object of research, let's say, or do not work with peace operations, how peace operations allow us to interrogate and produce questions, let's say, about global politics in general, about several kinds of, as you said, dichotomies that structure our imaginary about how we see international relations in general, but also war and crime, how we have the distinction made between war and crime, between civilians and combatants, between police and military, right? So it's very interesting how peace operations can be a way to navigate those tensions and dichotomies, how they are produced, how those boundaries are produced, and how they change depending on the way that those that are involved, in fact, decide that they should be placed, right? So that's interesting, because we might say that the Brazilian battalion might understood in a way who were those that should be protected, and eventually we might have a completely different understanding if we talk and if you see the perspective from NGO, from civil society, or even from the gang members themselves, right? So I think it's very good you brought these questions. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're gonna have more time to discuss this. So I'll pass to Liesel, please.
Thank you, Maria. It's Liesel. I know it's a difficult name. Liesel, yes. Liesel, yes.
That's perfect. Now I want
thank
to
you.
have it right.
Don't worry, I'm used to the different pronunciations. It's not an easy African name as well, so it's fine. Yeah, so this was actually an interesting question that you posed with the handbook, and I looked at it. And so I've got 3 main points that I want to highlight in terms of that. I find, like, first of all, I want to just acknowledge the fact that the handbook is good. Anything that generates knowledge, that generates discussions and kind of sets a standard is actually a very good thing, especially when you're coming from a training background and a research background. You know, peacekeepers always just want something to work from or work with. And so the handbook does set up that type of platform or leveling field, you know, if it will be used across centers and things like that. It's another thing, the utility of it, who will use it, who won't use it, you know, another debate and things like that. But so for me, the big thing comes in with overcoming challenges, chapter 3. So they talk about operational effectiveness, and then they also talk about coordination. And so when I look at operational effectiveness, and when I look at in terms of the research that's going on regarding operational effectiveness, and it builds on what Lou said and what Cedric said in the previous section, you know, if we do protection of civilians quite well, then what happens to the ability of the state to also actually perform those tasks, right? And another thing that I think the textbook doesn't go into it, and the handbook doesn't go into detail about, is the fact that fit for purpose. It doesn't speak to the fact that, you know, you're going to deploy, but are your people actually fit for purpose to understand what protection means? Gustavo mentioned it, right? And when you speak to different people within the mission, protection means so many different things, and you cannot say it's not right. It's how they interpret their mandated task as well regarding protection of civilians. So one, you realize that your effectiveness will be measured against protection, right? But if the mission itself, and you can take it with any mission, views protection differently, then obviously effectiveness won't be achieved, right? Then another thing is, if you look at some of the missions that are being deployed to, what you give is not effective for that mission to work. I'll take South Sudan for an example. South Sudan, for 6 months, it's raining. For 6 months, the mission will not be able to access different areas within South Sudan. So protection will not, if we're talking in terms of physical protection, right, it won't be there. So the mission has to adapt to that environment, which the handbook does not actually talk about, that adaptability, that of understanding that this is just a blueprint. It's not the way it will really be in reality, because context matters when it comes to protection of civilians. Most of the time, we taught that the main responsibility for protection comes from the state. In certain cases, the state is the biggest perpetrator. How do you interact and deal with it, right? So then the another part of a challenge, overcoming challenges, is effective coordination. And I've always said it, I would like to see effective coordination in reality. Within the UN and within different missions, they still work in silos. What my research has found, like when we talk to the protection officers, the various protection officers, they would be, yes, we're having trainings, and then we would invite human rights, we would invite the gender officer. That's as far as they go with coordination. But what do you do in the field? How do you guys coordinate? And that the handbook does not really address. So we need effective coordination in order to protect civilians. But what it looks like in reality, we don't know. On top of it all, most protection clusters do not have enough human resources or physical resources as well to do their work, right? So if you one person, a gender advisor, and then you have to coordinate with all of these different other clusters, it makes your own work and what you actually measured on more difficult. So, you know, those types of realities weren't reflected. And I think Mattia mentioned it quite well, that the handbook was developed as a case study of what happened, you know, and it isn't actually forward looking of what would be the ideal situation, you know, and things like that. And so if we use it on best practices, what we find out is like, you cannot copy and paste a mandate. So you cannot copy and paste protection of civilians as well. My third point relates to the gender chapter. You know, as somebody who works on gender, on human peace and security at the Institute, right? I find it always kind of difficult that gender always comes at the end. When we're talking about protection of civilians, and then you find out like, yes, women are affected, without understanding gender norms, gender realities, and what influences it, because again, you're deploying people that might not even understand gender and understand the context in which it will take place. So I always feel like these handbooks and things like that, it make gender the last part. When if you discuss these things and understand what the breakdown was within society, following that narrative throughout becomes easier. You know, so don't put gender at the end, put it at the beginning so that we can understand what we're talking about, because that's what gender does. It allows that conversation to happen, to understand the breakdown of societies, to understand the inequalities that exist. And so what you're going in to protect as well, because a lot of the times when we talk about it and you think protection of civilians, the image that you would get is women and children. That's where we go in. And the handbook mentions women and children a lot, you know, it does that. But when you have a gender discussion, you will also then realize when we're talking about conflict-related sexual violence, that men are also affected, and sometimes men are, you know, more victims of this crime than anybody else, than women and stuff like that. So that's why I feel like, don't put gender at the end as a discussion point, put it at the beginning and then weave it out throughout. So yeah, that's where I'll stop for now.
That's excellent, because I thought about three paradoxes here that you brought in you know, what you said, because first, what are the process involved in the idea of mainstreaming gender, right? What does it mean? And the first thing would be not to put gender at the end, right? Maybe when I think about mainstreaming something, right? So I think this is a huge debate for the UN and for all the agendas, right? And the second one, which is the one that Cedric raised in the other panel, what about the state? What is the space left to the state? What should the state do when you produce an agenda that is supposed to be broad, or even each day broader, in terms of protecting not only physical protection, and if we start advocating for all kinds of protection, where the state is in this kind of responsibility. And the other, and the last paradox, I think you've already brought this, is the idea that how we deal with, it can be a norm, it can be a doctrine, it can be a general framework, how we deal with the fact that in some sense you want to homogenize some ideas, you want to have a general framework that can be the common ground, but at the same time you want to be, you have it use it in a localized way. You want to fill this frame of local content. Depending on the context, you might understand protection in a different way. So we have how we deal with the fact that we have general mandates that not always allow for this kind of interpretation, kind of internalization, localization of these norms. If we use for instance, those theories that work with norms diffusion, for instance, which is not exactly my case, but I think it makes us think how it is a paradox, the idea of having local people speaking and saying what they understand to be or should be protection of civilians, at the same time having doctrine, training, a general framework, a handbook, right? So this is excellent. Thank you. So we now start with the individual questions that I sent to you, and we start with Matia. And the question I raised to you was, what are, in your opinion, the most? Oh, sorry, did I forget someone? Emma, so sorry.
Emma, yeah.
Emma, you have to excuse me. I told Renata during the break that I was sure that for the first time I'm doing, academics are not trained to do this kind of talk show thing. And so it's a huge challenge for us. And I'm liking the idea, but I'm sure I'll do things like this. So you excuse me in advance, and I'll pass to you, Emma. And then we move to the main questions.
Sure. No problem. It's all right. I can understand. It's been a long day, but good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the invitation. I've been listening to colleagues, and I certainly agree with a lot of the things that have been shared. So I'll just make my contribution very short, because a lot of the things have already been said. To start off, in terms of the handbook, as has been widely shared here a few minutes ago, the handbook is very useful for a lot of purposes, but I just want to start by one of the quotations by the Undersecretary General for Peacekeeping in the introductory remarks, where he said, yet peacekeeping operations cannot protect everyone, everywhere, at all times. And that's important to start off with. This means that, especially within the UN actors are not the only actors that are expected to undertake protection tasks, even including the host nations, even when they are able to or willing to do that. When you read the handbook, you get the impression that the UN is the only actor on the ground. You get very little information on other actors on the ground, and how even the UN country teams are expected, the peacekeeping mission is expected to coordinate the activities with other actors beyond themselves. So I want to look at the coordination aspect. We all know that there are several actors in the field of operation beyond the host nation and the UN. And yet, while the manual very comprehensively gave guidelines on how the UN should coordinate amongst itself and within itself, there is very little on how UN actors should coordinate with other actors in their protection tasks. This cuts across the strategic field, the operational, as well as the tactical level, where it's essential that coordination takes place. And so I find the handbook to be very UN-centric, and to a large extent, very inward-looking. I mean, it's called the UN handbook, that's fine, but it didn't have to be so inward-looking in that sense. In the mission, we know there are several actors. Some of them are supposedly helpful actors. You take a mission like MINUSMA, for example, where these days people tend to are losing track of new actors that come in. The Russians are there the last few months, also in the midst. You have other bilateral partners trying to play one role or the other. If you are in such a peacekeeping mission, as a MINUSMA, SRSG, as a force commander, as a police commander, and all these actors are on the ground, what sorts of guidelines do you have to engage with these actors in the protection task? Because otherwise there are going to be impediments in your way, there will be stumbling blocks, there will be overlapping of tasks, and to a large extent, it will lead to failures, essentially, in terms of how these tasks are performed. And this also cuts across to regional organizations. If you bring it to the African context, you find that African regional organizations are very central. They play a central role in protection of civilians. So you have ECOWAS, AU, those are the strongest ones. South Africa, where they have SADC, but it's usually ECOWAS and the AU that are really in the mix. How does the UN integrate and coordinate activities of protection of civilians with these actors? My last but one point is the fact that the handbook is very heavy on tier 2, which is the protection through physical presence. I guess that is where it's much easier, to give guidelines on operational and tactical arrangements. But how do you guide political tier 1, which has to do with the political, or even tier 3, which has more long-term outcomes, so I guess that's why, to a large extent, you get the impression that the handbook gives a lot of guidelines on the second tier. My final point relates to the fact that the handbook is good at providing practical guidelines, provide checklists and other such things, for how you engage with community liaison assistants, especially in places like DR Congo, community-led networks, joint protection. So there are specific checklists that they are all expected to follow. But while these are good, they can be quite prescriptive, it's as if this is what you are going to do. These are the things you need to cross off. Once you've done that, you are good to go. So, and it leaves very little room for innovation or for other actors to also join. So these are just a few of my initial thoughts.
That's excellent. This is interesting, the idea of being UN-centric, which is something we should have expect, but at the same time, as you said, in terms, if POC depends on the coordination of several actors, we should have more on this. And I think I like the idea that you've raised, that the handbook is more about what happened in the past and not necessarily what we are expecting for the future in terms of how behavior should be shaped and changed. And it's interesting because it is a way that the UN has, through this handbook, to tell a story about how the UN has understood its role in terms of protecting civilians, but it's not the whole, the only story possible, right? This is a narrative about how the UN construct an idea and construct an agenda, right? And so it's good to understand the handbook also as an expression of how the UN would like us and others to understand POC, or has understood until then, and think about others' handbooks, let's say, other stories, right? How, and coming back to what Severine's brought us today for her keynote. So yes, Ricardo, I will be, you are the moderator of the moderator, the mediator of the mediator. Please call my attention if I'm not able to even check on the time you have for your answers, right? So we go to Mattia now with the first question, which is, what are, in your opinion, the most important doctrinal changes in POC over the last decade? 2-3 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Maya. That's a big question for 2 to 3 minutes. I feel, I think what I'm going to say is, like, I'm going to do more of a provocation. I think the big change is, and I think that's kind of the realization that's coming out of the handbook, things are now written down, right? So it's like, that is something that, so that the UN has kind of crystallized a lot of its thinking, and we do need to respect that it's an accumulation and that it's developing in it. The other thing that I would say is that I think there's a slow realization, and the handbook itself, I don't think reflects it to an extent, and other speakers have pointed to this, is that there's a big stress on physical protection. And so I don't think that the UN itself is, I think it's realizing the limitations of what peace operations can do in these fields, but at the same time, and that's kind of through the development of the 3 tiers, right? But at the same time, it is still prioritizing the tier where the UN basically plays a central role, and the physical protection, because the other 2 tiers essentially ride on the cooperation of the host state, right? And other groups as well. I'm going to say why I'm thinking the host state particularly important in terms of the doctrinal challenges. So both protection through dialogue and engagements, or tier 1, and then the protective environment, or let's call it state building, right, in some way, are basically hinge on the host state being essentially in almost the driving seat, the UN kind of assisting to it. And so I think it's interesting because the UN, in a lot of and the Lacroix statement that Emma just mentioned, right, kind of says, like, we can't do everything, yet then the handbook is written in a way as if the physical protection is the key thing. So I think there is a tiny bit of a interesting dilemma in it. And I think that stress on physical protection does come in a lot of ways still from the 1990s missions, early 2000 missions, where the UN essentially completely failed and it wasn't even trying, right? And so it's kind of looking backwards, as we were already talking. But at the same time, I also feel that one thing, and I'm going to add this to sort of where the doctrine is developing and where it's kind of still lacking, is that my sense is that the protection of civilians doctrine and what we have articulated right now is kind of dealing with conflicts that are resting on comprehensive peace agreements. So there's kind of an assumption in the protection of civilians doctrine as we have it right now, that there's a relatively stable ceasefire between main actors, that there's a power sharing agreement between sort of at least all of the key players. And I think a lot of the speakers so far have like nicely pointed out how different the conflicts today are from what we, for example, imagine sort of in the Balkans, right, in the 1990s, or Sierra Leone and Liberia, or things like that, where you had relatively stable sort of situations on the ground. We have much bigger fragmentation of actors on the ground, right? So Lou was talking about criminal gangs, organized crime. We could talk a lot about some actors that are designated as terrorist organizations that are operating in these environments, which then ends up resulting in sort of piecemeal peace agreements, right? So the peace agreements themselves are not comprehensive, and the protection of civilians doctrine as we have it right now rests to a large extent on the fact that all of the main actors have bought into it, right? So you might get kind of a pushback if the central state is not protecting civilians, but they're kind of at least on paper bought into the project of protecting civilians, right? And right now we don't have that, because we actually have in a lot of contemporary conflicts essentially piecemeal peace agreements, because there's a lot of local actors. And then a fantastic thing that Emma mentioned towards the end is we also have a fragmentation of international actors, which don't necessarily share the same agenda as the UN does, right? And so the question then becomes whether it's a coordination problem, which might be sort of an AU or regional economic communities UN problem, but it's also a question of whether some of the actors that we're seeing leading a lot of the peacemaking activities today are actually undermining sort of the peace building, sort of the protection of civilian activities of the UN. And so the fact that the doctrine doesn't take account of sort of this fragmentation, both on the ground and the fragmentation in the global sphere, I think it's something that is a good indication that it's a backward-looking doctrine. That said, I'm not going to sort of be sort of just a critical academic on this point. I do feel that the fact that the UN took the time to reflect on sort of what has been achieved is already a big step forward. But the handbooks themselves are necessarily going to be sort of based on previous experiences. So I think it's up to sort of the strategic thinking and sort of within the UN and outside of the UN to think about sort of how then contemporary conflicts are actually challenging the handbook and the doctrine as it has developed so far.
Yeah, thank you.
Not sure that was the answer that you were looking for.
No, but it's excellent. No, it's perfect, because this idea of again, this paradox between crystallizing some ideas, right, and a changing environment, how we should conciliate, right, this, and that's very interesting. So thank you. I'll pass to Vinicius with the following question. What impact does the increased importance of military objectives and stabilization missions have on the effectiveness of protecting civilians? Which is a question we've raised in the last panel too. So it's very good to hear your take on this topic.
Thanks for the question, Maira. I probably will not say anything very original or new about that, but in any case, also the question is quite complex to try to address very shortly here. But I think that we are arriving in a point that we should to pass over some sort of mythology established in peacekeeping from the Dog Hammarskjöld quotation that peacekeeping operation is not a job for soldiers, but only soldiers can do it. I think it's the moment that we need to really start to understand that we are talking a lot about more civilian participation in peacekeeping operations, strongly encouraging more civilian participation in the core mission. The hypo panel recommendation on focusing more in political solutions than only military solutions for some of these issues in which peacekeeping have been deployed. We are talking a lot on capacity building in where missions are deployed. So the fact that we are shouldn't transform peacekeeping operations in a sort of military operation frame, it's very dangerous, because we start to remove all the sort of responsibilities that are on the hands of the civilians that are part of the mission, and also in the diplomatic arena. I think we need to reinforce much more the diplomatic engagement. The countries should be not valued only because they contribute with troops or police forces, but also by their political engagement and the diplomatic engagement in peace building, and especially in peacekeeping as well. So the reinforcement of this need for military actions or military objectives, we can disconfigurate what we really should be looking at in terms of building stability in contexts in which conflicts are present. So I think I would leave here. I don't know if you follow up with the other parts of that question, because that I would come with other ideas related to the same topic, but I would leave here. We should definitely start to be more talking about peacekeeping operation, really thinking that's not only soldiers can do that. We should pass this myth, the original myth of the foundation of peacekeeping operations, United Nations, and understand that the complexity of the missions today and everything that we are saying about engagement of civilians will play an important role to not make peacekeeping operations military operations simply.
Thank you. That's excellent, Vinicius, and it's good because the questions for Gustavo kind of follow these ideas. And I asked Gustavo, how do you see this shift away from local population well-being, as we usually think when we think about a peace building mission, for instance, and the current UN stabilization missions? How humanitarian objectives are becoming more difficult to be attained, depending on how are those objectives, right? Are we limiting them? Are we expanding or not? And how can member states and the UN deal with this tension, which is related again to what multilateralism can offer and what are the demands, right?
This is actually a very easy question, because it's the UN. In terms of peace operations, I would say that peace operations are a huge failure with small successes. I come from a very different perspective. I look at the people when I'm trying to see if the peace operations, they work. I look at how many structural violence we still have when the peace operation leaves the country. So in this sense, what the Security Council promises when it approves a resolution that sends a new operation, and when it leaves, this is from my perspective. Of course, little by little, the UN is moving away from its dialogue, its presence from the population. And I smell a little bit of NATO in this new POC doctrine inside the UN. Back to 2019, there was a NATO mission that was invited to come to New York to work together with the POC team to develop this very handbook. And I do read between the lines, and I see a lot of NATO doctrine of civic and military strategies for the local population when I see this handbook. So moving forward to this question, so it's very clear that my perspective is a very critical one on this question. And what I think that we should do as an institution, if we are trying to still work inside the UN limits and possibilities, we should try first. I'm not totally, I want to say that I'm not totally sure if I agree with the fact that we should have more civilians in peace operations. I think that we should have less securitization. It's not about military and civilian people, it's more about less securitization, less militarization of the mission. Okay, there are a lot of civilian staff that they still reproduce the same mindset of military and securitization. So when it comes to more civilians, I'm not sure exactly. And also we should try to, there is a lot of good examples of how positive peace work, and we are not putting our efforts and our money on those examples. And I can bring, for instance, what you have in Rio de Janeiro, for instance, the GSAM, the Global Mediation Unit that you have at PUC-Rio, is a great example from trying to learn from the good practice from reality in Brazil and abroad, and try to translate. You were talking about localization before. Try to translate those experiences to what they could be applied in the Global South, for instance. And also, I'm very cautious about the new technologies that we are watching. They are developing new technologies inside the UN peace operations, and speaking specifically about artificial intelligence, that it's about to start, its use is about to start inside the UN, and I see a lot of trouble in the use. It's another step further from the local population when you need more physical presence from the UN staff and so on. So that's my take on your question.
Thank you, Gustavo. So I'll pass to Lou, because then we're gonna keep with bringing those difficult issues. And I've asked Lou to say a bit about the increasing importance of policing or rule of law, if you prefer, like this, policing activities in stabilization missions, and the effectiveness of the POC agenda, or the protection of civilians on the ground. How do you see this?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I think there's a nice continuity actually between Vinicius and Gustavo's points and my points that are coming in terms of whether police can be an alternative to military actors and whether they might lead to less securitization. And my brief answer is no. But the protection of civilians can be understood as a fundamentally policing activity. And that's well illustrated by the fact that most police forces around the world have adopted the motto to serve and protect, or to protect and serve, as their official motto. And that's also something that we find in documents at the UN that deal with the role of police in peace operations, such as the Security Council resolutions that have dealt with this issue. However, if we take a step back, we could ask the question, to serve and protect whom? And, you know, our conversation right now is occurring in the context of over a year of global movements around Black Lives Matter, and questions about the role of police in providing security or insecurity for some parts of the population in particular. And I think that tension is actually apparent in the handbook when it talks about community policing. So community policing is supposed to be this great thing where police forces and communities act together to solve problems that are brought forward by the community and so on. What critics have argued is that, in fact, there's a continuity between counterinsurgency and community policing, which are animated by the same strategy, and that community policing and more brutal forms of policing are not alternatives, but operate together hand in hand and side by side. And at the UN, this tension between, is community policing about fulfilling the needs of the community and protecting it, or is it about pacifying the community, very much exists. And for instance, during a speech in 2019, a few years ago, UN police advisor Luis Carrillo argued that, I quote, "To win peace, we must win over the hearts and minds of the locals. Community-oriented policing has emerged as a central tenet of UN policing." And so this type of statement really contributes to continue to blurring the line between counterinsurgency and community policing, because the concept of winning hearts and minds is directly associated with the strategy and mindset of community policing. And so is the primary goal of community policing to stabilize or to protect? And those two things don't necessarily mean the same thing, and they can actually entail contradictions. And is it placing the needs of civilians first, or is it using civilians as a means to achieve some form of pacification? So just to wrap up, yeah, I would be cautious about seeing police as a less militarized, more civilianized alternative to military forces for peace operations.
Thank you, Lou. It's really good. I hope we can keep this conversation. I will call now Lizo, please.
Thank you. I know you had a question for me.
Yes, yes. You see how I'm getting crazy here. Of course, we have a question related to gender aspects. Since you mentioned in the beginning, I should have put these questions in the beginning and not now more. But I understand we are trying to mainstream this, right? And this is an effort we've tried to do all along the day in our two other panels. And concerning the gender aspect of the POC agenda, what are the main challenges you see in your work from your experience regarding military training of contingents from the Global South?
Yeah, I wanted to say I don't do military training, I do gender training. And then it's across the board. It's military, police, and civilians. You know, we try to get them in the same room so that they can understand each other's roles and responsibilities, especially when it comes to dealing with sexual and gender-based violence. But the one thing that I find when it comes to gender trainings is just like in this handbook. You give a checklist, you've done it, right? So one, we understand what gender is. Two, we understand that women will be victims, right? That is the mindset that peacekeepers are deploying with. And yet then when we see what happens on the ground, right, we still get cases of sexual exploitation and abuse. So did our gender trainings work? No, because again, we're just ticking a box. It's just about reaching it. I've attended the gender trainings. And what we're fighting as gender activists is to actually have that attitude change, to have that mindset change, to understand what you're going to be dealing with to begin with, right? You're going to a society where the social fabric is broken down. We're going to a society where it's easier for you to exploit people because they don't have anything. And what we found with our research is continuing, asking about sexual exploitation and abuse is becoming more and more difficult to find answers. So it's something that happened in South Africa when what they did with our police, basically they said, you have to have a reduction in domestic violence cases, and you have to, and you know, in violence against women, the police basically had to reduce it. How did the police reduce it? They did not take the cases. They basically, when a person came to complain, it was a case of it's a family issue, deal with it there. So what we're asking now is the same happening. Because we've raised the awareness of sexual exploitation and abuse, because people are trained on it before they do their pre-deployment, right? They understand the seriousness of it. They understand that a contingent could be suspended. Is it happening now that the case that because you now have to report on a reduction of cases, you're not taking these cases? Because if you look at it, if you ask, they're not appearing, right? So what's going on? Did we solve it? No. So this is now become an underground problem. And so it comes back to the fact that what is our gender trainings doing? Are we just trying to say we've ticked it, we've explained to them that this is gender and so they will deploy and we're ready to have them? Or did we actually work on their mindsets? And I think it comes back to this conversation that we're having about militarization, securitization, and everything else, because it's again, what does the mission leave behind? The mission is never mandated in terms of what we will leave behind. They never think their exit strategy, right? And so you leave this, and if we look at Liberia as a case in point, right? So you leave an area or country where this was rife, where exploitation was rife. And so when you leave and now, you know, these people have to survive on their own, when they start reporting it, you get a surge and an increase of this cases that's now being reported because people don't know what to do. And that is what I'm finding is the problem when it comes to gender, because gender as well in all of our trainings that's being developed or now gender gets added on, right? And how much time do we give gender? If it's a week training, it's a 40-minute session, right? Did you actually change anybody's mindset in 40 minutes? If anything, they just know there's something called gender. And another thing is, and it's again, they look at gender and I think it's the women's problems. And yes, the UN mostly has male gender advisors, but the view and everything else that happens with it, it isn't considered a hard security issue. It's a soft security issue. So we have to deal with it in that way. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
That's excellent. That's excellent. And I asked Emma to talk just after you because we're moving to the training aspect, starting from the more strategic and normative conceptual debates, going to the training. And so thank you so much for raising this. And for Emma, I've asked precisely what are how the doctrinal change regarding POC, how they have impact in terms of training, mainly on training center in the Global South. And can you tell us a bit about if you see any specificity of your center or any particularity you could bring to us regarding how you've been dealing with POC in terms of training? You're mute.
Okay. So thanks for that. I'm just struggling to answer that question in terms of the changes and the impact on training. And to a large extent, and this is where I'm speaking from a researcher's perspective as well as a trader's perspective. So you talk to a lot of peacekeepers and they tell you that, well, we've been doing these things for decades. We've been protecting civilians for decades. So what they see us do, or what they see the international community or the UN or researchers do, is that we bandy around all these new terms. So we interviewed in 2011 some military peacekeepers, and this is where at the time POC issues had come up, and there was a lot of debate within the UN Security Council on protection of civilians. So we sought to try to understand the peacekeepers' understanding of protection of civilians. So we asked them basic questions, and initially they are totally confused. You know, what do you mean by tier 1? What do you mean by tier 2? What's tier 3? What are all these things? And so we drew down and said, well, if you accompany women, you know, to a borehole or to the riverside, do you do physical interposition, things like that? And then they go like, but these things we've been doing them since we began peacekeeping. So what is it that you guys keep doing? You keep bringing up new terms, confusing us all the time. So as has already been said, to a large extent, the doctrines seem to be playing catch up with what the peacekeepers are doing. And this is peacekeepers, military, police, civilians, what they are doing in field operations. They've been improvising, they've been learning, and the doctrines or even the guidelines they're actually just documenting the best practices as they have seen it. And so for the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center, which trains ECOWAS as well as African Union peacekeepers and UN peacekeepers, we try as much as possible to use these guidelines to the best of our ability. And we also try to encourage them to use their experiences. And so most of our learning, most of our teaching is based on experience sharing. They solve issues, they solve challenges that they have faced in the field, they share their experiences. So as I've just said, most of these guidelines would have been written based on extensive study of peace operations.
Did the connection stop for you? Yes? Yes, let's wait some seconds to see if she's coming back. Otherwise, I think she might try to re-enter the room. So those at the back from the BRICS Policy Center, if she comes in, I think through the link won't be a problem. Okay, so yeah, okay. She's probably coming back. So I think since we have 20 minutes and we still have a round of questions, I will move to Mattia, and then we have more time for Emma to finish her answer. And this one relates to the topic of this seminar, of our annual meeting, the crisis of multilateralism. And the question is, The crisis of peace operations can be read as a sub-crisis of multilateralism, both concretely looking at missions being closed or downsized, and conceptually with the challenge faced the liberal order which guides the ethos of peace operations. What to expect from the doctrinal debate in the future is still productive to think in terms of protecting civilians, or we're entering a new logic generation phase of peace mission.
I mean, this is always a fun sort of future-looking exercise, and I always say this: when was the last mission that was even started? 2014, right? We haven't had a mission since, so we're in a bit of a weird phase of actually sort of looking forward on how peace operations might look like. But okay, let's assume that sort of the peace operations, and I do think that they serve a particular purpose for, let's say, the big states, right, who have an ability to authorize them, so that they do serve a particular purpose. So, and that we will eventually have new sort of more comprehensive, sort of what we would traditionally call as peacekeeping missions, right? So peace operations missions are now sort of also special political missions. So, but in terms of the peacekeeping, or sort of these more comprehensive peace operations that we tend to think about have a mandate of protection of civilians in it as well. I genuinely think that protection of civilians is such an embedded concept at this point in sort of UN, in the thinking about sort of how to approach conflicts, that it would be extremely difficult for any sort of new missions to sidestep it, right? So I do think that protection of civilians will stay on the agenda if we do get new peace operations, right? I don't think that's something that would drop off it. But at the same time, I imagine, and I think this is kind of like the crisis of multilateralism, I'm not even sure if it's the crisis of multilateralism or if it's just the crisis of the fact that we don't have a unipolar order anymore. And so there's a crisis of liberal peace building, and we're figuring things out anew in it. So I think that that comprehensive agenda of liberal peace building at the same time just won't fly anymore, right? And it just, we won't have missions that can do all of the things, or that have mandated tasks of the, let's call it, liberal peace building era, if it even existed ever. So basically that idea of comprehensive approaches to including protection of civilians are probably gone, which I think leads us in a very tricky situation, because I think protection of civilians, and we've seen this in the mission, particularly in Mali and sort of DRC, once they got expanded, sort of these stabilization missions, are really much focusing on extension of state authority, sort of propping up the state to do particular things. Sort of the idea is to provide stability. But at the same time, because that broader agenda is missing, the accountability aspect are kind of gone, right? Which then at the same time leaves the peace operations in a very tricky situation, because if you don't have sort of a balance between stability, right, sort of extension of state authority, building up strong institutions to an extent, and those institutions being accountable, it is then very difficult to hand over the protection of civilians task to the state, right? And so the exit strategies for these operations, I imagine, are going to be even trickier as we move forward, because, and especially so, it was so nicely brought through, like the gender aspects, the rule of law aspects, and all of those things are part of that broader agenda, right? For which you need not just the sort of strong state institutions, potentially authoritarian state institutions, but you also need to have accountable state institutions. And so I think that's something that if we do get, I think the missions, future missions, let's imagine that they're happening, are going to have a protection of civilians agenda. But I think sort of the focus on the sort of extension of state authority potentially complicates their exit to an extent. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Very interesting. And to Vinicius, is more or less the same questions, but mainly asking you about if we are seeing this new phase or not, but what are the impacts we might see in terms of civil military interactions if we are in this or transition or redefinition, or if we find that POC is the only solution we have, but it's also the biggest problem we have in terms of exit strategy. How would we react in terms of civil-military interactions?
Your question was quite objective, but the answer, it's very difficult to be objective here. I think there are some factors that we should take into consideration. The first of all is the configuration of conflicts today. We are not talking about the same standard ways of conflicts that we have seen, for instance, during the Cold War, or even just after the end of the Cold War, let's put in these terms. We are seeing a quite different modalities of conflicts that forcibly will ask for a different modalities of peacekeeping operations as well. I think we should start to think about a more modular ways of implementing peacekeeping operation than simply one single model that should be implemented. This way of looking at modularity will also help us to understand what is the most important element in this peacekeeping operation. It's more important to have a strong military response, or it's more important to have a much more diplomatic and political response instead of lots of troops on the ground. I think if we start to establish patterns of how should be peacekeeping operations, we are fated to failure, because conflicts are not in the same dynamic as well. And there are elements that are coming that will configure serious threat to civilians, and probably we are talking here about the cyber environment as well. Can we think about peacekeeping operation in a cyber context? Because that can cause quite a lot of danger for civilians' lives. So how can we think about the peace operation in which a cyber component is part of this modularity? That doesn't need necessarily to be made with troops on the ground. Again, I think we should be very nuanced how we look at conflicts. Once we do that, we can be very nuanced on how we think about civilian-military relations here. We are seeing an increment of militarization in many civilian contexts around the world. Again, what are the impacts that this have, and in the understanding of the military themselves as capable of executing every and all aspects of a peacekeeping operation as well. I think we should be very careful about that. As I said in the beginning, it is time to think about peacekeeping operation going beyond the idea that is something that military are the main components and main actors here. We probably are already thinking about that. We are probably talking about that. We are probably producing a lot of scholarship around that topic as well. But when it comes to the execution of it, we are still having quite a lot of strong hands in the shoulders of the military, or expecting them to execute much more. And even driving what will be civilian-military relations in some aspects. I'm just right now finalizing an article that I hope to publish very soon, discussing this question of civilian-military relations in MINUSTA, for instance, how much the clouds around the civilian-military relations in MINUSTA are still on the air, still on the sky here, and we should be looking carefully to avoid or prevent some possible mistakes that occur there. But at the same time, we should be looking at other missions probably have been more successful. For instance, Timor-Leste, probably should be looking at some sort of way that Timor-Leste missions ended, and how they are capable of deliver some sort of good results and having accountability for what happened there. So again, I don't think I answer objectively or very objective question, because I think it's quite complex here, but I would reinforce these 2 points. We should be looking at a diverse environment of conflicts. Consequently, we should be looking at a diverse modalities of modularization, let's put perhaps in these terms, of how to execute peacekeeping operations.
This is great, because it connects completely with what I was planning to ask to Gustavo about all other kinds of mechanisms or tools or methodologies or modalities, as you said, the UN could consider applying, using, emulating, let's say, inventing. So Gustavo, what can you tell us about how your current research, your ideas about this, being at the UN for some time, doing research, how can we imagine new modalities, as Vinicius has said?
Well, first of all, I have to say that the multilateral crisis is an identity crisis. What that we are going through now. When we had this international liberal order that marked the beginning of the 90s and the new division of labor in international security, when we had the new TCCs, new countries or PCCs, right? They were invited to contribute to send troops and send police forces to peace operations. We had this perspective of a very liberal perspective on peace, right? And so we built the current missions and the current doctrines and the current guidelines and strategies based on this myth of the liberal order and the liberal peace. Now that we are going through this multilateral crisis, we are going through this identity crisis of the liberal order as well, which means that we have nowadays a spread of authoritarianism all over the world, even among the countries, the TCCs and the PCCs, even the countries that were supposed to send troops and policy forces to help to build a liberal perspective of peace abroad, they have a very authoritarian regimes at home. So we have an identity crisis. We are sending soldiers to teach democracy abroad when we don't teach and we don't do democracy at home. What that means, from my perspective, from my point of view, that we have to be very bold. The only possible way to survive to this new crisis, I don't like the term crisis. I believe that crisis has always been there. So there is an eternal crisis in this sense. But the only way to make the UN greater again, if we want to use this term, is to be bold. This is the time to be bold. There is no time to rely on old mechanisms, on old strategies, on old ways of doing things. We have to change the way that we do business, and I believe in that. We have to look and learn from those that have been silenced for many years. We have to learn from new perspectives from the Global South, but not just from the Global South, also from those that were outside of power, even in the Global North. There is a lot of inequality, there is a lot of poverty, there is a lot of structural violence in the Global North as well. Those are the perspectives that I think that we should learn. We should start, I don't think that we should start from the scratch, but we should learn. We should really do our homework and learn from the beginning the new methods that we could use. And just to finish my comment, I would tell you that what I'm looking at now as a researcher is new perspective from native people from South America, the perspective of indigenous people on peace, for instance, because I believe that the axis of security is moving toward environment. And there is a new perspective on POC, on environmental POC, right? That's about to start in the new years. It has been pushed towards by Italy and Netherlands before, for different reasons, for very different reasons, but there is now a window of opportunity to think about environmental POC. And if we do our work seriously, we have to ask people that have been working with environmental issues what that means. So again, I'm talking about sustainability and so on. So that's my perspective on your question.
Great, great. Because again, I think it's where we can find some debates on this are related to peacemaking, to peace processes, and I really think there are we should learn a lot in terms of integrating those debates, and because we keep being in our little box without those, and I know you have several things in mind for this. We will keep this conversation on going on after, but coming back to militarization and civil military relations, I'll ask Lou to answer how does she sees the militarization of UN missions affecting civil military relations in the field. And of course, if you want to talk about your own view on the police being included in this field of relations.
Yeah, well, that's where I was going to go, especially since I have only 2 to 3 minutes. So I wanted to talk about the militarization of policing in peace operations, by which I think we can understand 2 things. Either the fact that military actors are undertaking policing actions. So I gave the example of MINUSTA in Haiti earlier, but we also see the military engaging in crowd control in some peace operations. And the other way of thinking about this is the paramilitarization of police forces. So you may or may not be aware that about 80% of UN police contingents today are formed police units. Those are deployed as contingents. They live on base. They're based on the model of the French gendarmerie or the Spanish Guardia Civil, so a paramilitary policing model. And they have been promoted as the best actors for stability policing, not only by the UN, but also by NATO, among other actors. And so for me, the militarization of policing, raises many issues, but 2. So the fact that military actors are not the best place to conduct most policing tasks. And as I mentioned earlier, this also runs the risk of blurring armed conflict and law enforcement. With pretty serious consequences in terms of, for instance, the legal frameworks that are applicable. And in terms of paramilitary policing actors, like the formed police units, we've seen in many societies that police paramilitarization leads to more human rights abuse. Police paramilitarization runs counter to the central goal of SSR, which is to distinguish the police and the military. But I wanted to finish this idea that this is important beyond the field and beyond peace operations. And here I'm kind of echoing some of Vinicius' comments about militarization occurring globally in many societies, and also some of Gustavo's points. I think we've seen, and the example of Brazil is also obviously the most well-known one, but it's not the only one. We've seen military actors who have engaged in policing tasks and peace operations come back to their home state and with a newfound legitimacy to engage in domestic law enforcement in their own societies. So Brazil, again, the best known example, but South Africa, it has also occurred. Because of the apparent parallels between the tasks they engage in peace operations and tasks of urban pacification at home, with, as you can imagine, a host of issues that is raised by this involvement of the military in domestic law enforcement. And on the side of the formed police units, what has happened is that in the name of participation in UN peace operations, the UN has created a demand for and a supply for paramilitary police units around the world, with a multiplication of training centers, particularly in Africa, to form and train those troops, with very little reflection on what happens when these troops are go back to their home state, again in a context where it is well known that police paramilitarization leads to more human rights abuse and more regime policing, so policing that benefits the state rather than civilians. And I think Vanessa mentioned this in the previous panel, like what kind of global order are peace operations creating when they promote and reproduce these types of police forces.
Excellent, Lou. Thank you so much. And I saw Lizo agreeing partially with what Lou was saying. So if you want, in some sense, also bring this to your answer. And the question is related to broader tasks, broader conceptions of peace transformation, of conflict transformation, for instance, of peace building, that we still expect, in some sense, peace operations to realize. So I just mentioned mediation because it's a hot topic at the moment, local mediation, but thinking in terms of institution building, all kinds of activities that have great impact in terms of protecting civilian populations. How do you see the contribution that we can see in the future, maybe, or in terms of your work, how you see the contribution of peace operations from from the African continent? Which examples would you give us in terms of how these activities can promote inclusivity, participation, and broader protection, in some sense, representation in societies?
Thank you, Maria. And I just agreed with what Lou basically said in terms of what order the UN creates, right? So even if you look at 1325 and the call for more women's participation and everything that created in that momentum, right? I must give it as a compliment to the UN in terms of it questioned when we talk about inclusivity. It really questioned, what do we mean? Do we tick a box in terms of people sitting around a table and then we say that's inclusive? Because I think it's the same thing as when we're talking about we're developing a peace building process, or there's a peace building process that's going on, right? And then, like Gustavo mentioned, we're talking about this liberal peace thing that's happening. So we get all of these external consultants who's going to come in and basically say that we are doing this with the locals, but it's actually we are doing this for the locals, you know. And the one thing that the gender debate really brought in is that for part. You're doing things for us, but you're not consulting us. So they're nothing for us, basically. Let us sit and draw the agenda. Let us sit and discuss our issues. And that is the one thing that we have to give the WPS agenda for bringing to the table, that we question what you mean when you say people are part of the question. We question what you mean when you say this is inclusive. Moreover, we question when you're saying we're deploying more women. You know, that type of thing. We're asking, where are you deploying them from where are they going? And what we found is, you know, at the beginning of the research, that women actually sit at the HQ or basis, and they don't go in and work with local women. And then what happened, you know, the UN always goes to the extremes. They never find a good middle to work from, right? So when a problem comes, they will go to the most extreme solution. So when we found it, we got a lot of female formed police unit. It worked in Liberia, so it must work across. And what happened is then, no, we don't need more female formed police units, because then they also can't engage. Because what are we talking about? What do we want to do? We're talking about service delivery. This is what it's all about, right? So when we're talking about inclusivity, we're talking about delivering a service for everyone, not just for women, not just, it's about this local. And I think Gustavo mentioned that important point, that they're moving further and further away from it. So what the inclusivity agenda does, it brings them back. Because the more you move away and you develop things, locals don't take it anymore. There's too much knowledge being generated in terms of your voice, what you can and what you cannot do. So there is that momentum. And I think even then, when we look at now what's happening within peace building, right? And we actually have a very, very good examples in terms of peace building. We've got a lot of women networks across Africa that actually, if we look at how they're mobilizing, you know, if we look at even in South Sudan, where they would mention cases of women are suffering and things like that, that common collective voice it forms, you know, and if we look at the national dialogue that took place, you know, before the revitalized agreement, right? Those national dialogues actually raised a lot more issues that address the root causes of the problem, right? But then, you know, like we're saying, if you have a very strong state building mandate when you begin, that the state institutions become very strong and they know how to suppress and play these international actors against each other. So it's not, so I think the next debate is how you make those voices count, how you make what they actually say part of new plans and things like that, because that's where we stuck. So we got to a place where our voices can be heard, where we can highlight issues and address it, right? But the what next? And that is where we're at now. So the what next? How do we then get and merge those local voices to be part of these ongoing conversations and things like that? And that's where we stuck, you know, because it's also about then donor fatigue and you know, those co-opting of certain things that later on you see the same woman or the same people talking the same issues, and you ask, when last were you in South Sudan? And it would have been like even before pre-COVID, you know. So then, you know, because it's so in demand, we don't actually have a list. The one thing the UN does not have or does not do is actor mapping to understand who the actors are. So one person gets overwhelmed and has to represent everyone, when you could be, there's 5 people to represent 5 different voices when it comes to women, they're not just one voice. So, you know, that's another thing. It's this whole thing of, when you look at it, you would say the Dinkas are one group. No, they're not. The Nuers are not one group. It's the same. Women are not one group. So, you know, that's why it's going back to the local, going back and doing your actor mapping, understanding who has influence, who has power, who can speak at what events and things like that. So you understand the context in which you're working, which I think that is what the inclusivity debate brought, is most clearly to peace operations and peace building, is that understanding who we're dealing with and where we're coming from exactly.
It reminds me, and again, I'm coming back to the peacemaking, peace building divide. And I remember an author saying, I forgot his name, but I'll try to remember, but saying how we keep talking about liberal peace building, but if we open the black box of the peacemaking process, for instance, that originated, that decided that a peace mission would be deployed to ensure that this agreement that has been achieved is implemented. If we look inside the black box, what we're going to see, it's not liberal peace building. What we, or liberal at all, a liberal regime, we're going to see power, hierarchies, a lot of violence, fragmentation, elites keep being the same at the same position, so civil society being a place in the same place they have been, right? So I like this idea, because he's arguing that we should not put, the problem is not that liberal peace was not implemented. The problem is that we never had liberal peace. In fact, when they were negotiating the very peace process, let's say. And so it's good for us to look at where those women have been, where those groups are, how changes in terms of distribution of power happen or not happen, what are the hierarchies that are maintained and how, right? So very good to hear you. And to finish, I'm so happy, Emma, you were able to come back. We wait a bit, but I saw your internet was not working. So if you want to answer this second question and kind of bring what you were finishing when you answered your first question. And the last question is about how do you see, and I think it comes back to what we've been discussing in the beginning, but also in other panels, the relationship between the POC agenda, or the norms on POC, the militarization, the use of force in peace operations, and the relationship especially with process aiming at bettering the democratic control of the armed forces in TCCs. How you see this preoccupation being reflected in training specifically?
Thank you for that, and sincere apologies. So I'm going to be fast, because I don't know how long this thing is going to keep going. So in terms of the work that we do at the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center, for the most part, while our mandate is mostly geared towards, we are a regional training center of excellence. So we train for ECOWAS, for AU, as well as conduct trainings for and on behalf of the UN. But also bearing in mind the complexities of the region that we are in. For those who know, I was once telling some friends that in West Africa, if you have to do something, you need to get it done, because you never know where that country that you had some work to do and something is going to happen there, and then you can't go there anymore. So there's always something changing within the political circles. And for a lot of our countries, democratization is a major thing. We've now seen democratic reversals where what we thought was liberal democracy as was understood by the West is being reversed, because for a lot of countries, it hasn't brought the profits that they thought they would get out of democracy. So they are experimenting between militarization and democracy, dictatorship and democracy, autocracy. So there are so many different variations of that. As a peacekeeping training center, and you find yourselves in the midst of it, how do you cope? How do you manage to ensure that the tasks at hand are addressed? I think one of the key things that we do is to look at the regional frameworks as we have them. So within ECOWAS or African Union, there are lots of regional normative frameworks that have actually been agreed by all member states. It's been signed by member states. And so we use these normative frameworks in our teaching. When it comes to issues such as protection of civilians, as we have it, you'd find that ECOWAS and especially the African Union, they have their own frameworks on protection of civilians. So whereas the UN has 3 tiers, African Union has a 4th tier, which they call the rights-based protection. And so this is where they are looking at issues of human rights, mainstreaming at the human rights, ensuring that they monitor and report abuses, capacity developments to protect and promote human rights and things like that, investigating human rights abuses. So these are things that are not entirely different from if you look in the tier 2 or tier 3 of the UN's POC framework. These are contained in it, but the AU deliberately takes out, a 4th tier, which they call the rights-based approach. And so when you are teaching, you need to incorporate all of this because it can be quite sensitive. They'll say, well, you're just using the UN framework to teach. And so we try to find ways of integrating all the various models, bearing in mind that for most conflicts that erupt in the region, it's usually the regional mechanisms, regional organizations that take the lead and initiative in deployment. And so you want to ensure that they have everything they need, the right tools that they need, because they are the first point of call when it comes to protection of civilians. And so we use their trainings, their models as well as the UN's handbook for the training that we organize for our peacekeepers.
That's really interesting. I never thought in terms of training how you could imagine a way, because as you said, the checklist is always there. Like you take the PPT that the UN give us and you just present and discuss based on the PPT, and you have some experience, best practices, and you say it's not enough and we can do better. We can do much more than this. Looking, for instance, as you say, regional frameworks, regimes, international regimes, regional regimes, norms on the use of force that circulate in the region and that have been established as a base for a democratic society, for instance, right? So it's very interesting. You've been doing this way. I'll be looking in your website how we can imagine training that got more attached to all other norms, other kinds of patterns and rules on violence, including on democratic control of the armed force that circulated in the region, in the terrain, in the very society where those TCC are preparing themselves to be deployed. So that's really interesting. So I'm really happy we still have 10 people in the audience. We are 12 people in the room and 10 people in the audience. I'm not sure we have questions, right? So since we don't have questions, first I will ask if you have a question, any of you. Otherwise, I'll just give you some 30 seconds, 1 minute each, just to give your final impression or raise a question that we can bring home with us and think over the days. Anyone? Okay, so I'll pass to let's follow the order to Mateia, and then we'll move to the others, and then to finalize our closing, how do you say, closing meeting table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. I'm not going to add anything. I'm going to say I really enjoyed this sort of conversation and sort of learning from experience of everybody. And I'm just going to thank everybody for sharing their experience, and also for the organizers to bringing together such an interesting panel. It gave me a lot of things to think about for my own thinking about protection of civilians. Thank you.
Thank you. Me too. Thank you. So Vinicius, please.
I just would like to thank you for organizing, mediating this conversation, and for all colleagues that we share these moments here for the mutual learning. And I don't think I should add any other question, because probably we all have quite a lot in our head now. Thank you so much for organizing that REBRAPAZ, the BRICS Policy Center, and all you.
Thank you. That's great. Gustavo.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to enjoy you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gustavo. So Lu?
I'll just add to the thanks. Yeah, thanks to the organizers, and thanks to everyone for sharing their expertise.
Thank you. So please, Lizo.
Yeah, I also just want to thank everyone. I've actually learned a lot, and just like Mateia, I've got a lot of extra research and questions, but I really think this was a great panel, an engaging conversation as well. So thank you for organizing it.
Thank you. And Emma, so happy you're back with us.
I realized after the first hour that I was riding my luck. It hadn't gone off after 1 hour. So yeah, I was due a power outage. So it's a pleasure to have been part of this panel. I think I've really learned a lot. The experiences on that subject of protection of civilians. It's one subject, but there are so many different variations of it, how POC should look in the future, the militarization aspect, the gender dimension of it, the training, education, as well as the theoretical aspect. So I really enjoyed this session. I hope this will be the last time I get to see all or some of you. Hopefully we'll meet. It's a small field, peace and security. So I'm sure at some point we will get to see each other.
Yes, hope so. Hope so. This is excellent. Thank you so much for staying with us and for attending, for accepting our invitation. It was great. I'll pass to Ricardo and then to Eduardo, I think, just to finalize.
Okay, thank you very much, Maíra. On behalf of the Institute of International Relations, I would like to thank you all for attending REBRAPAZ 50th annual meeting. It was such an honor for us to have a distinguished panelists and audience, and I'm pretty sure that we had an incredible opportunity to renew our thoughts regarding peace operations. We all know that we are facing a difficult scenario regarding peace operations and peace building and other areas regarding international security, but I'm pretty confident and sure that this opportunity was incredible, unique in several respects, because it gave us a sense of what ways we should think and reflect to change several aspects regarding the proposed subject. So I would like to thank you all once again. A special thanks to BRICS Policy Center for the incredible staff. I would like to thank you, Lia Frota Lopes, Vinicius Kedi, Luana, Claudia, and all the staff who made this event possible. And I also like to thank REBRAPAZ, and I'm speaking as an educational coordinator. I would like to thank Eduardo Amam for all the enduring support and efforts to help us to get together and in this important event. It's our annual meeting, and of course it's a very important occasion for us to gather together and to think about peace operations and other subjects that we are researching constantly. So thank you very much for Eduarda. I would also like to thank Renata Giannini, she's not here, from Igarapé Institute, also Vinicius Carvalho from Brazil King's Institute. It was a great pleasure to work with you all too, and I hope we can keep this partnership and work in several future endeavors. So thank you very much, and I would like to pass the floor to Eduarda Raman to make some final comments and regarding the Brazilian the REBRAPAZ annual meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. And on behalf of REBRAPAZ, I'm extremely happy and grateful for everyone's time and thoughts. You gave us the two most precious goods of this century, time and knowledge. So thank you for that. And I guess throughout the day, we basically reinforced important ingredients for what could be a recipe for success or a recipe for effectiveness for peace operations in such difficult times. And we heard the need to include local level, the need to understand local context, local language, the need to have a bottom-up approach, to include locals in the solutions, to connect local level with New York, with donors, with TCCs, PCCs. There's also an urgent and long-wanted movement for better coordination between civilians and military, and more broadly, as some mentioned, a better integration of the key groups of the mission of local governance currently functioning as silos, as also mentioned in this last panel. There's a need to decrease militarization, to increase the number of civilians and the quality and the quantity of participation of women, and the list goes on. But on the other hand, I think this is the ingredients for the recipe for success. But on the other hand, all of us are aware of the challenges, and you've raised a number of challenges, paradoxes, and tensions that we're currently facing. So there are like intervenient variables in that recipe, like cybersecurity, terrorism, the return of the great power rivalry, and the move towards a more state-centric approach among some of the responses to design tools for conflict and peace and conflict. But this is where we are, right? We are in the middle of this heavy rain, like turbulent waters. Like I really didn't want to be a decision maker at this stage, because this is all of that, as we know, as it was said today, all of this is easier said than done. So it's already seen in policy documents and in discourses, we still need to be translated into real life, into practices. But before all these huge and many challenges that we have, we do know that we need to prioritize some of them, a few of them at least, to focus. And if I could focus in one tool that would put together a lot of the challenges that we mentioned, it would be strategic communications. This is like a new hot topic for the UN. I mean, Antonio Guterres has been talking about it since 2017 at least. And of course, Lacroix has recently included strategic communications as one of the top priorities for Action for Peacekeeping Plus. So I think, like here in Brazil, this is definitely a new research agenda. No one is doing this here in Brazil, and I would very much appreciate if my fellow colleagues would like to join me in including this in future activities of REBRAPAZ. And I'd like to finalize just to say that we really need to manage our expectations, like to be realistic in our analysis and in our recommendations. And so I just quote the founding father of UN peacekeeping, Dag Hammarskjöld, that UN was not created to take us to heaven. It was created to save us from hell. Are we in hell yet? So I'll leave you with this. And then the question is the UN, what do we do with the UN? But anyway, this is another story. And thank you again for your time, for your thoughts, for your ideas, for your participation. Have a nice end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you. Ciao, ciao. Thank you, Vanessa, for staying with us.
Thank
Bye,
you.
bye.
Bye.
Ciao, Eva.
Thank you.
Bye. Ciao, Lu.
Bye-bye.
Good to see you. I'll write you.